Some stories don't simply frighten you. They slip beneath your skin and linger in the quiet moments, making you wonder what might be waiting just beyond the edge of the ordinary. Stephen King's The Cell is one of those stories, born from his fascination with how deeply modern technology has woven itself into our lives, and the unsettling question of what could happen if that connection suddenly turned against us. Published in 2006, the novel has reached millions of readers around the world, adding another unforgettable chapter to the legacy of the author behind The Shining, XIII, Misery, and countless other classics that redefined modern horror. In 2016, its chilling vision was brought to the screen in the film adaptation Cell. Here, you'll experience this story as a cinematic third-person retelling, not a word-for-word reading of the original work. The visuals in this video are created using today's technology. They may not always perfectly match every scene from the story, but they are designed to help you visualize the world and atmosphere as you listen. And as you journey through it, you'll also discover fascinating facts, adaptation trivia, and behind-the-scenes stories that reveal how this nightmare came to life. So settle in, let your imagination take over, and step carefully into a world where one ordinary phone call changes everything. The story begins. The world didn't end with a bang that anyone saw coming, or with the kind of slow decay that pessimists had always predicted. It went sideways in a single afternoon, on a course that was somehow both brutally obvious and utterly unimaginable. The machinery of civilization had been running on momentum for decades, it seemed, and on the 1st of October, with the markets robust and the planes mostly on time, Chicago's usual chaos aside, it simply slipped its gears. Within 2 weeks, the skies were empty of everything but birds, and by the end of the month, the great cities of the world were rotting in the sun. What survivors would call the pulse arrived at 3:03 that afternoon. The label was inaccurate. Scientists would have insisted on something more precise. But within 10 hours, most of the people who understood such things were either dead or raving. The terminology didn't matter anyway, only the effect mattered. Clayton Riddell walked east on Boylston Street, practically bouncing with the buoyancy of a man who has just received news that changes everything. He swung a portfolio in one hand, the kind artists use for transporting original work, and in the other, he carried a brown shopping bag from a store called Small Treasures. Inside, nestled in the brown paper, was a glass paperweight he'd bought as a gift for his estranged wife, Sharon. It had cost $90, a sum that had made him wince, but what truly startled him was the realization that he could actually afford it. The purchase had taken a strange kind of courage. If the paperweight had been for himself, he probably would have made an excuse and fled the shop. But it was for Sharon, who still believed in him, and that mattered. The paperweight was a small thing, but he knew she would love the gray haze of dandelion fluff suspended in its center like a captured fog. Clay was still riding the high of his success when the jingle of an ice cream truck drew his attention. It sat across from the Four Seasons, near the edge of Boston Common, with Mr. Softy painted in cheerful colors above dancing cones. A few children clustered at its window, book bags at their feet, waiting for treats. Behind them stood a woman in a pantsuit with a poodle on a sparkly red leash, and 2 teenage girls with iPods slung around their necks, murmuring together without giggling. Clay fell in behind them, but turning the small gathering into a line. He'd bought his wife a gift. He planned to buy his son a comic book on the way home, and now he figured he might as well treat himself. He was bursting to share his news with Sharon, but she wouldn't be home until later. He'd wait at the Atlantic Avenue Inn, pacing his small room and staring at his portfolio. For now, an ice cream cone would do. The vendor served the children efficiently 2 dilly bars and 1 massive swirl cone for the boy in the middle, who seemed to be paying for all of them. While he fumbled with crumpled dollar bills from his baggy jeans, the woman with the poodle reached into her purse and produced a cell phone, flipping it open with practiced ease. Behind them a dog barked, and someone shouted in the common, but when Clay glanced over his shoulder, he saw only a peaceful scene: strollers, a dog trotting with a frisbee, green grass, and inviting shade. It looked like the perfect place for a man who had just sold his first graphic novel to sit and enjoy a chocolate cone. When he turned back, the children were gone, and the woman in the pantsuit was ordering a sundae. One of the teenage girls had a peppermint-colored phone clipped to her hip, and the woman in the pantsuit had hers pressed to her ear. Clay observed this with familiar distaste. Behavior that would once have been considered stunningly rude had somehow become normal. In his mind, Sharon's voice suggested he put this observation into his graphic novel, Dark Wanderer. Clay himself didn't own a cell phone. The peppermint phone began playing the opening notes of that crazy frog song Johnny loved, and the girl answered it, saying, "Beth?" into the receiver. She smiled, then told her companion it was Beth, and both girls leaned in to listen, their pixie haircuts blowing in the breeze. At almost the same moment, the woman in the pantsuit said, "Maddie?" into her own phone. Her poodle sat contemplatively watching traffic. A duck boat packed with tourists rumbled by, looking absurdly out of place on dry land, its driver bellowing through a loudhailer. The two girls listened and smiled at what they heard, but still didn't giggle. The woman in the pantsuit tried to speak, raising her free hand to plug a finger in her other ear. Clay winced, imagining the damage to her eardrum, and for a moment he pictured drawing her the dog, the power suit, the short hair, and a thin trickle of blood from her ear. The image had verisimilitude, a quality he'd learned to recognize. Across the street, the doorman at the Four Seasons was hailing a taxi. "Maddie, you're breaking up," the woman said. She was trying to explain about her hair appointment, but the connection kept failing. The ice cream vendor bent down and offered her the sundae, a towering confection of vanilla with chocolate and strawberry sauce cascading down its sides. His face was impassive, the face of a man who had seen everything. In the common, someone screamed again, and Clay told himself it had to be a scream of joy. On a sunny afternoon in Boston, it practically had to be. The woman said something final into her phone and flipped it closed with a practiced motion. She dropped it back into her purse, and then just stood there, frozen, as if she'd forgotten where she was. The vendor told her the price, still holding out the sundae. Clay noted how expensive everything was in the city. The woman stared at the cup with its melting sauce, as if she'd never seen ice cream before. Then came another cry from the common, not human, but something between a startled yelp and a wounded howl. Clay turned and saw the frisbee-trotting dog, a medium-sized brown Labrador. He guessed being held down by a man in a business suit. The man had the dog in a necklock and appeared to be chewing on its ear. Clay couldn't believe what he was seeing, but as he watched, the man tore the ear off the side of the dog's head. The dog screamed, an almost human sound, and ducks exploded from the nearby pond. Behind him, someone cried out an inarticulate sound of aggression. It might have been wrassed or something like it, and the chaos was just beginning. Clay spun back toward the ice cream truck just as the woman in the pantsuit lunged through the serving window, her fingers clawing for the vendor. She caught the front of his white tunic, but his reflexive backward step broke her grip. Her heels left the pavement, and Clay heard the scrape of fabric and the ping of buttons as her jacket dragged along the counter's edge before she dropped back to the sidewalk, the sundae disappearing from view. A smear of ice cream and sauce marked her wrist and forearm. Her composed, public face, the mask people wore in the city, had vanished, replaced by a feral snarl that narrowed her eyes to slits and bared both sets of teeth. Her upper lip turned inside out in a grotesque display. Her poodle darted into the street, trailing its red leash, and a black limousine ran it down before it reached the middle of the road. One moment fluff, the next, gore. Clay knew he was in shock. He understood it clinically, but that didn't lessen his amazement. He stood there, portfolio in one hand, shopping bag in the other, mouth hanging open as somewhere on Newberry Street, something exploded with a dull roar. The two girls with the matching haircuts, Pixie Light, the blonde, and Pixie Dark, the brunette, had been listening to the peppermint phone together. Now Pixie Light dropped her phone, the plastic shattering on the sidewalk, and seized the pantsuited woman around the waist. Clay thought she was trying to restrain the woman, either from attacking the vendor again or from chasing her dead dog. Some part of him admired the girl's quick thinking. Her friend was backing away, hands clasped between her breasts, eyes wide with fear. Clay dropped his portfolio and shopping bag and started forward to help. Across the street, a car swerved onto the sidewalk in front of the Four Seasons, forcing the doorman to scramble out of the way, and more screams erupted from the hotel's forecourt. Then, before Clay could intervene, Pixie Light lunged forward with snake-like speed, her young teeth bared, and sank them into the woman's neck. Blood sprayed in a torrent. The girl bathed her face in it, maybe even drank, then shook the larger woman back and forth like a rag doll. When she raised her blood-smeared face to the sky, she howled in something that sounded like triumph. She was insane, Clay realized, completely insane. Pixie Dark cried out in confusion, asking what was happening, who they were, who she herself was. At the sound of her friend's voice, Pixie Light whipped her head around, blood dripping from the points of her short hair, her eyes like white lamps in a blood-dappled face. She dropped the dying woman and leaped at the girl she'd been sharing a phone with only moments before. Clay didn't think. If he'd stopped to consider, the brunette might have been killed. He grabbed the top of the small treasure shopping bag and swung it at the back of Pixie Light's head as she sprang forward, her hands clawing at the sky. The glass paperweight connected with a muffled thunk, and the girl crumpled to the sidewalk at her friend's feet. The vendor cried out in confusion, his voice improbably high. Clay's heart was hammering, but he called for help, trying to get the man to assist with the woman bleeding out on the sidewalk. Another explosion shook the day, and a car swerved across Boylston Street into the Four Seasons courtyard, mowing down pedestrians and plowing into a previous crash. Steam rose from the first car's radiator, and the shrieks from within suggested catastrophe. The vendor, still not emerging from his truck, suggested terrorists might be responsible, and Clay was certain he was right. He knelt beside the fallen woman, whose twitches had become weak, and told himself they had to help her. Then Pixie Dark, forgotten for a moment, began screaming again, asking who she was. She smacked herself in the forehead, spun in a dizzy circle, then ran headfirst into a lamppost, rebounded, and did it again. Clay yelled at her to stop, scrambled to his feet, slipped in blood, and nearly fell. When she looked at him, her nose was broken and gushing, a purple contusion rising on her brow, one eye crooked in its socket. She opened her mouth to reveal a ruin of expensive orthodontic work, and laughed at him, a sound he would never forget, before running away down the sidewalk, still screaming. Behind him, an engine started, and amplified bells began playing the Sesame Street theme. The ice cream truck was pulling away from the curb just as a window shattered high in the hotel, and a body plunged to the sidewalk, exploding on impact. More screams, more horror. Clay shouted for the vendor to come back to help, but the man was already swerving into the center lane, bells still tinkling. Clay gave up the chase and watched the truck go, standing with one foot on the curb and the other in the gutter. He was about to turn back to the unconscious girl and the dying woman when another duckboat appeared, not loafing but roaring at top speed, yawing wildly, some passengers pleading for the driver to stop, while others just clung to the metal struts. A man in a sweatshirt grabbed the driver, but the driver threw him off with a guttural roar and aimed the unwieldy craft at the ice cream truck. A woman near the front of the tourist boat begged God for mercy, and for a moment Clay flashed back to the Red Sox victory parade, the team riding in these same duckboats through a cold autumn drizzle. Then the duckboat hit the ice cream truck broadside, flipping it like a toy. It landed on its side, still playing the Sesame Street theme, and skidded back toward the common, sparks shooting from the friction. Two women dashed out of the way just in time, holding hands, as the truck bounced onto the sidewalk, went airborne, and crashed into the wrought iron fence surrounding the park. The music hiccuped and stopped. The duckboat driver had lost the last shreds of control. The ungainly vessel looped back across Boylston, passengers clinging to its open sides and screaming, then mounted the sidewalk some 50 yards down from where the ice cream truck had come to rest. It smashed through the display window of an upscale furniture store called City Lights, the glass exploding inward in a vast unmusical crash. The boat's stern harbor mistress, painted on it in pink script, rose 5 feet in the air, momentum fighting mass, and though it settled back with its nose among scattered sofas and chairs, a dozen people had been thrown forward, out of the boat and out of sight. Inside the store, a burglar alarm began to clang. A mild voice spoke from Clay's right elbow, repeating the same exclamation of disbelief. Clay turned and saw a short man with thinning dark hair, a small mustache, and gold-rimmed spectacles, asking what was happening. Clay struggled to push words out through his shock, explaining that the ice cream vendor had suggested terrorists. The short man pointed out that he didn't see anyone with guns or bombs, and Clay had to concede the point. Then his eyes found his shopping bag and portfolio on the sidewalk, the spreading blood from the dead woman's throat creeping toward them, and his mind seized on the drawings inside. He hurried back to retrieve them, the little man keeping pace beside him, both of them flinching as another alarm joined the chorus from the hotel. The short man saw the dead woman and recoiled. Clay told him she was dead, that the girl with the bitten teeth had done it. The little man couldn't believe it, and Clay wished he was joking. Another explosion rattled them from up Boylston, and the smell of smoke was growing stronger. Clay picked up his belongings and moved them away from the blood, explaining unnecessarily that they were his. The short man, dressed in a dapper tweed suit, stared at the crumpled body in horror. 3 young men sprinted past them on the sidewalk, laughing and cheering, one carrying a Panasonic carton, and the one at the end stepped through the blood, leaving a fading footprint as they ran on toward Chinatown. Clay knelt and checked the unconscious girl's pulse, finding it slow but strong. Relief washed through him. She was just a kid, and he didn't want to think he'd killed her with his wife's gift. The short man shouted a warning, but the SUV that swerved off Boylston into the park was nowhere near them, ripping through the wrought iron fence and ending up bumper deep in the duck pond. A young man floundered out, babbling gibberish, scooping water into his mouth, and then wading away into the trees. Clay insisted they needed to get help for the girl, but the short man argued they needed to get off the street before they were killed. A taxi and a limo collided nearby, the taxi driver flying through his windshield and landing in the street, bloody and screaming. The little man was right, but Clay couldn't bring himself to leave the unconscious girl, even as his rational mind told him to find cover. He told the short man to go on without him, but hesitated. He didn't know how to finish the thought. The short man asked what he'd do, then winced as another explosion sounded behind the hotel, black smoke beginning to rise and stain the sky. Clay had a sudden inspiration. He'd call a cop, using the dead woman's cell phone. She'd been using it just before everything went wrong. He trailed off, replaying the sequence of events. The power-suited woman had called her friend Maddie. One of the girls had received a call, the other had listened in, and all 3 had gone crazy. His eyes moved from the dead woman to the unconscious girl to the shattered remains of the peppermint-colored phone. Sirens rose in the distance, and Clay wished he was back in Kent Pond, Maine. Then came the biggest explosion yet, a shotgun blast from the east that made him leap to his feet. He and the short man looked at each other wildly, then toward Chinatown in the north end, where a dark plume of smoke was rising above the buildings. Across the street, a police car and a fire truck pulled up in front of the Four Seasons. Clay glanced over in time to see another jumper launch from the top story, followed by 2 more from the roof, the pair from the roof apparently brawling on the way down. A woman's voice shrieked in horror, begging for no more. The first jumper hit the police car, splattering the trunk with gore and shattering the back window. The other 2 struck the fire truck as firemen scattered. Another woman fell from a lower floor, tumbling and striking a policeman who'd been looking up, killing him as she killed herself. Another explosion roared from the north, and Clay and the short man shared another look as more smoke blotted out the sky. The short man accused the terrorists of using planes again, and a third explosion from the northeast seemed to confirm it. Clay pointed out that was Logan Airport, struggling to think, his mind offering only a half-baked joke about why they'd blow up the airport instead of the Hancock Building or the Prudential. The short man only wanted off the street. Half a dozen more young people sprinted past, running lootless, and one of them pulled out a cell phone and pressed it to his ear as he ran. Clay saw a second police unit had arrived across the street, and for a moment He considered walking over to them, no need to use the dead woman's phone after all, but crossing Boylston seemed impossible now, and he wasn't sure he wanted to use a cell phone anyway. Clay hesitated, weighing the risk of crossing Boylston Street. Even if he made it, would the police come over to check on one unconscious girl when they had so many casualties across the way? The firemen were already piling back onto their hook and ladder truck, likely heading toward Logan Airport or another disaster. Then the short man with the mustache spoke in a low, tight voice, warning him to watch out. Clay turned west along Boylston, back toward downtown, where a man in his 50s was approaching with a butcher knife. He wore the remains of a gray suit, shirt and tie shredded and blood-stained, and he advanced in long, flat-footed strides, the blade cutting short arcs through the air. He broke the pattern only once, slashing at himself, drawing fresh blood through a new rip in his shirt. As he closed in, he hectored them like a backwoods preacher speaking in tongues, his babble incomprehensible but fervent. Then he drew the knife back to his hip, telegraphing a sweeping stroke that Clay's visual sense immediately recognized. The short man screamed a warning, but he was frozen, eyes huge behind his spectacles. Clay realized the madman was targeting the smaller of them, easier prey. For a moment, Clay felt both fear and a sudden protective fury, as if he'd seen a bully about to attack a smaller kid. Without thinking, he thrust his portfolio between the oncoming knife and the little man. The blade punched through with a hollow thunk, stopping just short of the little man's belly. The little man finally snapped out of his paralysis and scrambled aside, shrieking for help. The madman's face showed vacuous perplexity as his attack was blocked. Clay felt a dismal outrage. The blade had gone through all his dark wanderer drawings, his characters, his fantasy creatures. He imagined he heard them moan, furious. He drove the man backward with the portfolio as a shield, the leather bending into a V around the knife blade. The madman tried to pull his weapon free but couldn't, and Clay shoved him back, planting a foot to trip him. The madman fell, and Clay stood over him, panting. The little man, weeping and distraught, kicked the fallen attacker in the neck, sending him back down. The madman choked and spluttered. Clay pulled at the knife, wincing at the slimy blood on the handle, and heard his characters murmuring in the darkness of the portfolio. He couldn't help making a pained noise. The little man asked if he was cut, his concern touching Clay even through his distress. Clay said he wasn't. Another explosion shook them from the north, and the lunatic tried to get up again. The little man kicked him back down, and the madman grabbed for his foot. Clay pulled his new acquaintance away just as the lunatic latched onto the little man's shoe, yanking it off. Then a policeman was there, one of the responders from across the street, and Clay felt a surge of relief. The cop knelt beside the babbling lunatic, his service automatic already in his hand. He murmured something casual to the madman, almost offering himself, and when the man lunged for his throat, the cop slipped the muzzle of his gun against his temple and pulled the trigger. Blood sprayed from the opposite side of the man's head, and he fell back, arms flung out dramatically. Clay and the short man stared at each other, then back at the cop, who holstered his weapon and took a leather case from his pocket. Clay noticed the cop's hand was shaking slightly, which somehow reassured him. The gunshot had cleared something in Clay's hearing, and now he could hear other shots cracking in the distance, punctuating the chaos of the day. The officer produced a business card from his leather case and held it between two fingers, his other hand resting on his weapon. Blood pooled at his feet from the dead man's shattered head, and nearby the woman in the pantsuit lay in her own congealing blood. He asked Clay his name, and Clay gave it. The officer tested him with simple questions, the president, today's date, and Clay answered correctly. Then he turned to the short man, who gave his name as Thomas McCourt and his address in Malden. When asked about the president's opponent in the last election, McCourt answered correctly, but he threw up his hands at the question about Brad Pitt's wife, saying he only knew she was some movie star. The officer handed Clay his card, identifying himself as Ulrich Ashland, and explained that they might be called to testify. Clay saw through the rationale. The officer had wanted to kill the madman. Ashland confirmed it, saying they were putting as many of them out of their misery as fast as they could, but he would deny it if questioned. He added that the attackers were everywhere, some killing themselves, most attacking others. Another gunshot rang out across the street, followed by 3 more in rapid succession from the Four Seasons forecourt. Ashland compared it to Night of the Living Dead and started back toward Boylston Street, his hand still on his gun, when another officer called urgently from across the street, telling him they had to go to Logan, all units. Ashland checked for traffic. There was none. The street momentarily deserted and started to cross. Halfway, he turned back and told them to get inside, under cover. They'd been lucky once and might not be again. Clay asked if his officers used cell phones. Ashland said no, they had radios in their cars and on their belts. Clay told him not to use cell phones to tell the others. When Ashland asked why, Clay pointed to the dead woman and the unconscious girl, explaining they'd been using phones just before they went crazy. The officer on the other side shouted for Ashland to hurry, and he trotted away, repeating his advice to take cover. Clay turned to Tom McCourt, who was retrieving his shoe from near the dead man's hand. Tom sat on the curb to put it on, lamenting that the laces were broken, and began to cry. Clay told him to do the best he could, and started working the butcher knife out of his portfolio, wiggling it free with ugly scraping sounds. He asked if Tom could tie the broken laces, and Tom was about to answer when a mechanical drone grew into an approaching roar. A private plane came over the buildings between the harbor and the common, dropping fast, banking drunkenly over the park. It settled into the canyon of Charles Street, then tilted and struck a building, spinning and slamming into another, disappearing in bright petals of orange-red fire. The shockwave hammered across the park, sending ducks into the air. Clay realized he was holding the knife, having pulled it free while they watched the crash. He wiped it on his shirt carefully, then slipped it into his belt. A fragment of an old comic book line came to him, and he murmured it without thinking. Tom asked what he'd said, and Clay deflected the question, telling him they should leave. Tom agreed, but he seemed distracted by the inferno on the far side of the common, where only the plane's tail was visible. Clay felt the first waves of heat against his face, and started walking along the southern side of the common, the direction he'd been heading before everything changed. Tom hurried to keep up, and when he asked if Clay often talked nonsense, Clay said yes, just ask his wife. Tom asked where they were going. He'd been headed for the tea, but now he wasn't sure being underground was a good idea. Clay said he had a room at the Atlantic Avenue Inn, a few blocks away, and Tom brightened, saying he knew it. They could check the TV, and Clay wanted to call his wife. Tom asked if the room phone would be safe, and Clay stopped, realizing he hadn't considered that possibility. Before he could answer, a brawl broke out at the tea station ahead of them. People scattered, most running into the park in all directions, a few fleeing into the street. Clay felt a pang at the sight of 2 with their arms around each other. 4 people remained at the tea station, and they fell on each other with the same vicious, hysterical violence Clay had already seen. Men and women, young and old, fought with fists, feet, nails, and teeth. One man stumbled. A woman dropped on him, and he swept up a cell phone from the pavement, smashing it into her face. She screamed in rage, grabbed his ears, and shoved him backward into the stairwell, both of them thrashing as they disappeared into the gloom. Tom murmured for them to cross the street, tugging at Clay's shirt, and they moved together toward the other side. Clay let Tom lead him across Boylston Street, trusting either to his new companion's watchfulness or simple luck. They made it to the other side and stopped in front of a bookshop, watching the unlikely victor of the tea station battle stride into the park toward the burning plane, blood dripping from her gray hair. Clay recognized the type, a tough, indomitable woman near retirement age, the kind he'd taught alongside in rural Maine schools. He tried to make a wry comment about it, but what came out was a watery croak. His vision swam, and he realized he was crying too, swiping at his eyes with his arm. Tom told him to let it come, and Clay stood there in front of the old bookstore window and wept for the dead woman, for the 2 girls, and for himself, because Boston wasn't home, and home had never felt so far away. Beyond the common, Boylston narrowed and choked with wrecked and abandoned cars, the chaos of the city fading into an eerie, deserted calm. They no longer had to dodge rogue vehicles, but alarms still blared from all directions. The street itself was empty. Officer Ashland's warning to get under cover echoed in Clay's mind as they walked 2 blocks east, still a block from his hotel, and encountered another lunatic, a young, muscular man who burst from an alley, naked except for new sneakers, brandishing car aerials in each hand. He hurdled car bumpers and sprinted across the street, babbling nonsense, his body moving in a grotesque rhythm. Tom clutched Clay's arm until the man disappeared, and Clay felt a sudden, absurd burst of happiness, like drawing to an inside straight. They moved on. The doors of the Atlantic Avenue Inn were locked. Clay stood there trying to process the impossibility. Tom pressed his forehead to the glass and peered inside, reporting a dead bellman on the floor. Another explosion shook the north, and Clay found himself making a joke about not wanting his luggage carried. Tom laughed, then slapped the glass and shouted for someone to open up, threatening to break the glass with a curbstone if they didn't. Clay saw a teenage girl in a blood-stained white dress standing farther up the street, watching them with haggard, shocked eyes. He asked if she was all right, but she backed away when he approached. A bald head rose from behind the reception desk, the clerk who'd checked Clay in the day before. He hesitated, then crossed to the door, detouring around the body, and unlocked it with 2 keys. He told them to come in. Hurry. But when he saw the girl, he said not her. Clay said yes, her, and called to her, but she fled, her dress flying behind her. Clay watched the girl flee, and worried she might die out there, but the desk clerk dismissed it as not his problem, asking if they were coming in or not. He corrected the clerk's mispronunciation of his name, and lingered a moment longer before Tom urged him inside, saying there was nothing to be done. Clay knew he was right, and the hell of it was that acceptance. He followed Tom in, and the clerk double-locked the doors behind them. The clerk identified the dead bellman as Franklin, a man who'd worked at the inn for 35 years and had a broken neck. The attacker had come from the elevator, killed him with 1 punch, and then gone out. The clerk's fussy, affected accent grated on Clay, and he found the man's combination of fear and gossipy curiosity distasteful. When the clerk asked what was happening outside, Clay told him he must have a pretty good idea, given that he'd locked the doors. Tom asked about the TV, and the clerk said the cable had been out for half an hour. When Tom asked about the radio, the clerk gave him a prissy look as if he were joking. The girl in the blood-stained dress appeared at the door again, pounding frantically and looking over her shoulder. Clay started toward her, but Tom reminded him the door was locked. Clay turned to the clerk and demanded he unlock it. The clerk refused, crossing his arms. Clay pulled the butcher knife from his belt, amazed at how naturally it came to hand, and threatened the clerk, telling him to open it or he'd cut his throat. Tom grabbed a high-backed chair and ran it at the double doors, shattering the glass panels. The girl cringed away as a massive construction worker appeared behind her, grabbing her by the neck. The chair legs punched through the glass, 2 of them striking the man in the shoulder as Tom staggered backward, dazed. The big man roared gibberish, blood streaming down his arm, and the girl pulled free but fell to the sidewalk. Clay was suddenly framed in the shattered door panel, having crossed the room without conscious memory. He shouted at the man, using crude insults to distract him, and the big man whirled toward the sound. The construction worker lunged onto the blade of the knife, the steel sliding into his throat and releasing a torrent of hot blood. Clay pushed forward, feeling the knife encounter resistance before ripping through gristle and out the back of the man's neck. The big man collapsed, and Clay pulled the knife free easily. He could see the girl now, screaming on the sidewalk, and he tried to calm her. Her name was Alice Maxwell. She told them she and her mother had come from Boxford to shop, taking a cab from South Station. She remembered the driver's blue turban and nothing else until the clerk let her in. Clay thought she remembered more, especially when she started trembling at Tom's question about cell phones. She claimed not to remember, but Clay was sure one of them had been carrying one. Everyone did these days, except him and Tom, whose cat had broken his phone. They talked with Alice in the lobby, Clay asking questions while she stared at her scraped knees and shook her head. They'd moved Franklin's body behind the desk, despite the clerk's protests, and the clerk had retreated to his inner office. When Clay pressed him about the TV being out, the clerk made a bitter comment about being open to the world now, and Clay responded that Boston was already open to the world. He'd seen a plane crash, heard explosions, and knew more planes were hitting Logan. A heavy thump from above punctuated his point, but the clerk only flapped a hand and stared at the wall. Clay and Tom moved the two high-backed chairs against the shattered door, blocking the view from the street, if not providing real security. They lowered the sun blind over the lobby's main window, casting faint prison bar shadows across the turkey-red rug. With Alice's minimal story told, Clay finally went to the telephone behind the desk. He glanced at his watch, 4:22 p.m., a logical time that felt utterly disconnected from the chaos that had unfolded. It seemed like hours since he'd watched the man bite the dog's ear, yet also like no time at all. Sharon would be home by now in Kent Pond, and he needed to talk to her, to make sure she and Johnny were all right. But the thought of Johnny was dangerous. The panic rat in his mind threatened to break free. If he could confirm they were okay, he could plan his next move, but if he acted stupidly, he'd only make things worse. He didn't have a cell phone, and he was almost certain Sharon didn't either. She would have given him the number if she'd gotten one. But Johnny had one. The red phone he'd wanted for his birthday, the one that played his favorite TV theme. He wasn't supposed to use it during school hours, but those were over now. Clay and Sharon had encouraged him to take it because of the separation for emergencies. Clay clung to the hope that Johnny often forgot to charge it, leaving it dead on his desk or windowsill. Still, the thought of that red phone ticked in his mind like a bomb. He touched the landline, then withdrew his hand. Another explosion sounded in the distance, and he reminded himself not to assume there were any safe lines. He looked across the lobby and saw Tom squatting beside Alice, murmuring to her, touching her shoe. The man was good, and Clay was increasingly glad they'd found each other. The landlines were probably all right, but probably wasn't good enough. He called for Mr. Riccardi, and when the clerk didn't answer, Clay threatened to come in and get him, warning he might put him out on the street. Riccardi protested that Clay was a guest of the hotel. Another thump from above made Alice look up. A heavy piece of furniture, perhaps, and Clay wondered about the meeting rooms on the second floor. Riccardi finally admitted he'd tried to call out. He'd called the fire department about a wastebasket fire but got a busy signal. He'd called the police when things started going downhill, but a man told him to clear the line and hung up. When he called again after Franklin's death, woman told him that if Franklin was dead and the killer had run away, he didn't have a problem. She advised him to lock himself in and shut off the elevators. Then she hung up. He'd called his wife in Milton, and she'd begged him to come home, reporting gunshots, explosions, and a naked man carrying what might have been a child's body. She'd called him a son of a bitch and hung up when he refused. Clay had what he needed. The landlines were safe. He picked up the phone and dialed Maine, getting through the area code and the local prefix, almost completing the number before a recorded voice informed him all circuits were busy. He let the handset fall heavily to his shoulder, then put it back in the cradle. Tom argued that Clay was crazy to want to leave. They were relatively safe here, with the elevators locked and the stairwell blocked by piled boxes and suitcases. Even if someone pushed against the door, they'd only shift the pile enough to create a 6-inch gap, not enough to get through. Outside, the tumult seemed to be increasing. Alarms, shouts, screams, racing engines, the smell of smoke. Explosions came in spasms, one so close they all ducked, expecting the window to blow in. After that, they retreated to Mr. Riccardi's inner office. Tom's third point was that it was already 5:15. Trying to leave Boston in the dark would be madness. He gestured to the window overlooking Essex Street, crowded with abandoned cars, and at least one body, a young woman in a Red Sox sweatshirt lying face down with outstretched arms, as if she'd died swimming. He questioned whether Clay thought he could drive his car out of this. Clay had already given up on driving. He started to say he wasn't planning to, but another thump from overhead made the ceiling shudder, accompanied by the sound of breaking glass. Alice shrank into herself. Tom asked what was up there, and Mr. Riccardi explained it was the Iroquois room, the largest meeting space, filled with supplies and audiovisual equipment. Clay didn't need the description finished. He could picture a trolley of glassware upended by some madman rampaging above them like a trapped bug. Alice spoke up unprompted, asking about someone named Doris. Riccardi identified her as the head housekeeper, who'd last been heard from on the 3rd floor. She'd reported a wastebasket fire out, but hadn't answered her pages since. Alice asked if Doris would have investigated the sounds from the 2nd floor, and Riccardi allowed that she might have. Tom pressed him about how many people might still be upstairs, and Riccardi guessed only Doris, since the day housekeeping crew left at 3 and the night crew didn't come on until 6. Most guests were out on business at this hour. Tom expressed concern about the madman upstairs finding the stairs, but Clay suggested these people weren't capable of thought, more like bugs trapped between a window and a screen. Riccardi eagerly pointed out that if the man found the door blocked, he'd use the fire door to the alley, setting off an alarm. Clay tried to make a larger point, but Tom saw through him. He was going anyway, worried about his wife and son, and he wanted company. Clay admitted. He wanted company but insisted that wasn't why he was trying to persuade them. The sirens had stopped. The smell of smoke was stronger, and he believed things were going to get worse, not better. Alice suddenly spoke rapidly, remembering her mother's last call trying to leave a message for her father about dry cleaning and her extra uniform for an away game. Then the crash came. Her mother had choked and bitten the cab driver, his turban falling off, blood on his face. Alice's voice broke as she admitted using karate on her own mother, breaking her nose, and escaping only by reaching behind her to get the door open. Clay said flatly that her mother would have killed her, and Alice agreed in a whisper, looking from Clay to Tom as she concluded it had been the cell phones. It was the cell phones, all right. Clay pressed for a sense of the scale, asking about cell phone saturation in Boston. Riccardi, regaining a sliver of animation behind his desk, offered a statistic that felt almost absurd. China now had as many devices as America had people. It was a number Clay couldn't bear to picture. Tom caught on, sketching the only theory that fit a terrorist signal, perhaps subliminal, carried by the phones themselves, turning users into the violent and mad. It was an idea lifted from science fiction, Tom conceded. But then again, so had the modern cell phone seen just a generation earlier. Clay agreed, adding that even overhearing a call seemed potent enough to cause damage, citing the fate of the girl he'd seen. What made it insidious, he realized aloud, was that the very chaos would drive people to their phones to seek answers. Tom finished the thought that was exactly what they must be doing, dialing into the disaster. Both men had witnessed it. Riccardi, still focused on the immediate threat, questioned why this speculation should change their course, especially with night falling. An answer came in the form of a distant rolling explosion, followed by a staccato series of others that faded southeast. Overhead, another muffled impact shook the ceiling, accompanied by a cry of frustration. Clay reasoned that the insane would lack the initiative to leave the city, just as the creature trapped upstairs couldn't find its way to the stairs. Tom grasped the implication with a jolt: they would stay. It was a simple, terrible truth he had overlooked until now. Alice ventured a quieter idea, suggesting that darkness might offer a different kind of safety, making them easier to forget if they could simply get out of sight. Prodded by Tom, she shared her experience hiding in an alley from a pursuer. Despite her terror and exhaustion, she had watched the man pace the entrance like a caged animal, seemingly unable to process her disappearance once she was out of his direct line of sight. He had eventually wandered off. She regretted not following her first instinct to join the group earlier, blaming her own foolishness. A new, massive blast from the east cut Clay off. The shockwave shattered the lobby window, and Riccardi, his eyes wide in the half-light, speculated on a source: the new fuel station on Neeland, a hub for taxis and sightseeing boats. Clay couldn't confirm it, but his mind's eye painted the image of concrete and steel burning like a torch in the fading day. He wondered aloud if a modern city, made of such fire-resistant materials, could burn as Chicago once had. Alice dismissed the old lantern myth, but Tom countered with a reminder of the World Trade Center. Riccardi noted that those were airplanes full of fuel. As if summoned, the acrid smell of burning gasoline seeped through the shattered windows and under the door. Tom granted Riccardi a grudging point for his guess. Riccardi opened the connecting door to sniff the air, declaring the odor was already fainter. Clay chalked it up to wishful thinking, or a nose growing accustomed to the stench. Tom suggested the wind was pushing the flames and smoke toward the ocean, adding that the nearby hospital was likely burning now, along with any occupants trapped inside. Alice recoiled from the idea. Tom predicted the fire could reach the Wang Center by nightfall, turning everything east of the highway into ash. Riccardi offered their position to the west as a safe haven, but as Clay peered out the window, he saw only a single figure on the far side of the street, a man running in a jerky, panicked rhythm, frequently glancing over his shoulder, almost colliding with a fruit display before disappearing around a corner. Clay couldn't hear him, but he saw the man's lips moving. The street was otherwise empty, filled only with smoke, soot, and ash. Tom conceded the point the city would burn, and only the insane would stay. Clay felt the truth of it, but allowed himself to focus only on Boston. The wider world was still too much to bear, as was the fate of his own family. A selfish, unbidden thought surfaced. Why did this have to happen today of all days, right after he had finally succeeded? Alice asked to come along. Clay agreed, and extended the same offer to Riccardi. The desk clerk refused, his pride wrapped in a decision to stay at his post, his eyes betraying his fear, even as his words were resolute. Tom gently tried to reason with him, pointing out he wouldn't be blamed for abandoning a burning city. But Riccardi insisted he would remain for his boss, only hinting he might change his mind if the manager returned. Alice pleaded, but he only shook his head, folding his arms tighter over his chest. They cleared the barricade, and Riccardi unlocked the front doors, revealing a street choked with swirling ash that danced like black snow in the dying light. Clay led them out, their immediate goal the cafe next door. Riccardi announced he would relock the doors and resume his post, ready to listen for their call if trouble found them. Clay gave the man's thin shoulder a squeeze, a gesture that made Riccardi flinch but hold his ground. Tom promised they'd be quick, and urged Riccardi to shout if anything went wrong on his end, though Clay privately doubted the man would. It was a strange intuition, but one he felt certain of. Alice tried one last plea, but Riccardi only turned his face away, a decision hardening in his eyes that Clay recognized as the choice to risk death rather than face change. They moved on, and Clay set his priorities: gather food and water while the electricity still held. The power gave out just as they finished wrapping sandwiches in the cafe's white-tiled kitchen. Alice screamed in the sudden dark, but emergency lights flickered on to reveal her clutching a bread knife, her eyes wide and startled. Clay told her to put it down, but she insisted on keeping it, so he promised to fashion a belt from a tablecloth to hold it. They stashed the sandwiches and bottles of water in brown paper bags. The cafe's dining room was frozen in an eerie state of preparedness, tables set for a dinner that would never come. The neatness of the place, the folded napkins and dark little lamps, struck Clay with a painful sense of loss. He tried to lift the mood with a parlor trick he used to perform for his son, a smooth tablecloth pull, but he was out of practice, and the glasses and silverware only slid a few inches. Still, Alice laughed, and even Tom cracked a smile. Clay fashioned the cloth into a belt for the girl, sliding the bread knife into place, and Tom complimented his resourcefulness. Another explosion shook the building, and the displaced glass tumbled from the table to shatter on the floor. Clay refused to read it as an omen, even as he felt its weight. He admitted he wanted to go back to the inn, both to retrieve his portfolio and to give Riccardi one last chance to join them. It was a reluctant fondness he couldn't fully explain. Tom confessed a similar odd attachment, likening it to an acquired taste for anchovies on pizza. They made their way back through the ash-filled street, where alarms rang out and the smell of smoke had intensified. Tom helped Clay clear the chair from the broken window, revealing a dark lobby where the only light was a guttering emergency lamp and the buzzing of a dying battery. They called for Riccardi, but received no answer. Alice began picking the remaining glass from the window frame. Clay insisted on going in for his portfolio, the originals. Tom worried about the possibility of the thumper from upstairs having gotten to Riccardi, But Clay reasoned that if the crazed man had come down, they'd have heard him. Alice was less certain they couldn't assume the rules yet. Clay climbed through the window, promising to keep calling out, a lifeline to keep panic at bay. The cafe was too exposed, and he didn't want them coming in after him if things went wrong. Alice reassured him she'd seen enough horror movies to know better. Clay called out that he was all right, setting the portfolio on the reception desk before hesitating. He glanced back, seeing the silhouettes of his companions framed in the day's last light, and continued his running commentary as he moved toward the inner office. Tom's alarmed voice cut through, but Clay's attention was seized by the sight in the center of the room. Mr. Riccardi's body hanging from a light fixture by a drape cord, a white plastic bag, the kind the hotel provided for laundry, pulled over his head. He heard Alice's voice rising toward panic, and managed to respond mechanically, his mouth working without conscious thought. His mind replayed Riccardi's final words, the fear and humility behind the boast. He backed out slowly, half expecting the corpse to animate and pursue him, and was struck by a wave of homesickness so acute it brought back the memory of his mother leaving him at the school gates, telling him to face it alone. The weight of that word sick was something he understood anew. He crossed the lobby, retrieved the portfolio from the desk, and felt a certainty that a dead hand would reach out for him from the dark. The building's final emergency light flickered and died as he approached the window. He handed the portfolio out, and Tom took it. Alice asked where Riccardi was. Clay bluntly told her he was dead, and by his own hand. The shock of the admission seemed to paralyze him further, though he noted Alice's grief, and understood she couldn't know the man had been ready to leave her outside. A scream, inhuman and devoid of emotion, echoed from the west, pure madness, and he felt Alice's body tremble against him like a live wire. Tom proposed heading north to his place in Malden, and Clay agreed, even managing a dark joke about a policeman they'd met earlier. Alice was not convinced, but she was grateful for the attempt at levity. The street lights flickered on as they walked east, and Alice kicked a discarded cell phone into the gutter. She credited 5 years of soccer. Later, from the Mystic River Bridge, they watched the city burn between the harbor and Calm Avenue. The wind drove the flames into a furnace roar, and the moon rose through the smoke, glowing a sickly orange. The bridge was crowded with refugees who watched in silence as fires spread to the harborfront condos. Amplified announcements had urged people to evacuate on foot, but the contradictory orders had since fallen silent, leaving only the roar and the rhythmic crumping of imploding windows. Clay wondered how many were trapped between the fire and the sea. Tom asked if he remembered their earlier question about whether a modern city could burn, and Alice, distraught, urged them to keep moving. Tom estimated 2 miles to his house, but pointed to a glow on the horizon that looked like the fires of Revere. He assured them the wind was blowing in Malden's favor, adding a grim caveat. The bridge's lower deck was littered with abandoned vehicles, but it was the pedestrians who dominated the space, moving slowly and looking back at the burning city. Clay noticed the crowd seemed older, with few children, and almost no teenagers. He understood then the younger generation had been more connected, more vulnerable. He also noticed the cell phones discarded on the roadway, crushed and destroyed like dangerous creatures that had been stamped out. A plump woman with neat gray curls and cat's eye glasses broke away from the stream of refugees and approached them, her expression one of sweet, almost maternal interest. She carried a shopping bag and a book, and seemed harmless enough. No sign of the phone-induced madness they'd fled, but Clay felt his instincts tighten. The situation was too ordinary for the chaos around them, and he saw Tom also watching her with wariness. She asked Alice her name, and when Alice finally answered, the woman commented on its meaning, claiming it meant, "Blessed of God." Tom corrected her gently, but his attempt to excuse themselves was brushed aside as the woman continued walking alongside Alice, speaking of loss and tribulation, her eyes taking on a glint that revealed a deeper fervor beneath the kindly surface. Tom's muttered disgust showed he saw it too. The woman's fixation on Alice intensified as she began to preach, declaring the disaster a biblical judgment and the fleeing crowd a sign of the end times. She urged the girl to listen to the word of God, casting the men with her as agents of temptation, and Clay watched Alice's distress rise until she covered her ears and cried out. The woman's ranting grew more fervent, her voice rising, her Bible held aloft. Clay hit her, pulling the punch at the last moment, and the blow connected cleanly. The woman's eyes rolled back, and she buckled. Alice caught the falling Bible, and Tom caught the woman under her arms. The neatness of it felt almost choreographed. The aftermath left Clay shaken, more than the earlier violence or the sight of Riccardi. He had hit a harmless-looking old woman, and his hands trembled as he registered the act. Tom insisted it was justified. She had been terrorizing a grieving girl, and they moved her to the side of the road, propping her against a sign. As she came to, she fixed on Clay with dazed recognition. Tom snapped his fingers to get her attention and warned her off with a cold, hard tone that surprised Clay. The woman sneered at their concern for the girl, but Tom cut her off, his small fist raised in a gesture that felt like a portent of the brutal world to come. Alice told Tom it was enough, and he returned the woman's belongings to her lap, even slapping the Bible back into her hands as a final sharp gesture. He started to leave, then turned back to deliver a warning. In a lawless world, her kind of aggressive righteousness might make her a target. Tom delivered a final warning to the woman, his voice carrying a grim authority. He told her the old rules no longer applied. The police wouldn't protect her brand of righteous anger anymore. The lions were loose, and the loudest mouths might be the first to be devoured. She tried to defend herself with her Bible, but Tom stood his ground, his smile cold. He noted the end of free speech had come that afternoon and suggested it was just a word to the wise. Turning away, Clay saw his upper lip trembling slightly, but he only asked if they were ready to go. As they walked toward the ramp, Alice expressed her amazement, and Tom explained he'd grown up among such believers. His own mother and aunts had been their kind. When Clay asked where his mother was now, Tom replied she was in heaven, unless she'd been conned out of that too. At the foot of the ramp, they came across two men fighting over a stolen keg of beer. It was a raw physical brawl, but it felt normal compared to the earlier madness. The victor, a bald man in a Celtics jacket, was bloody but undaunted, even when he noticed them watching. He demanded to know what they were looking at, but Tom's mild response and mention of his address seemed to diffuse the tension. The man asked what had happened, and when Alice explained it was the cell phones, he dismissed the devices with contempt, saying he'd never owned one. He confirmed the city was burning and gave them a sardonic warning about the chaos to come. As they left, he called after them, asking where the loonies had gone, and Clay realized he didn't have an answer. A few minutes later, Tom led them to his house, a trim and handsome home with a pillared porch illuminated by the returning moonlight. Alice called it beautiful, but her voice sounded strained, bordering on hysterical. The house was dark, like the rest of the street, but Clay felt a prickle of unseen eyes and wondered if the phone crazies were lurking nearby. They started up the walk, but Alice stopped to pick up a small child's sneaker from the pavement. Tom said he lived alone except for his cat Rafe and didn't know where it had come from. Alice held onto it despite Clay's suggestion to toss it away, and as Tom fumbled for his keys on the dark porch, they heard the cat's welcoming cry from inside. Tom knelt, and the cat leaped into his arms, purring as it sniffed his mustache. He murmured a welcome, forgiving the animal for its earlier mischief. He carried it through the dark porch, Alice close behind, and Clay followed, locking the door before catching up. Tom guided them down a wide hallway toward the kitchen, apologizing for the darkness and warning them about furniture in the way. Clay bumped a table, rattling something fragile, but it settled back into place. The kitchen was pitch black, and Clay found himself missing the small comforts of normal life, the glow of a microwave, the hum of a refrigerator. Tom found the table and guided Alice to a chair. She yelped when the cat brushed against her leg, startling them both, but quickly dismissed her reaction as foolish. Clay told her to go easy on herself, that it had been a long day, and she laughed in a brittle, unsettling way that reminded him of her earlier near hysteria. She caught herself and brought it under control. Tom left to fetch light, leaving Clay and Alice in the dark. She admitted she was scared and wondered if daylight would bring relief. He said he didn't know. She asked about his wife and son, and he confessed his helplessness, explaining their separation and his fear for them, especially for his son who had just started middle school. He kept thinking the boy might have been home, but the possibility of his cell phone haunted him, a panic that tightened his grip on her hand until he forced himself to relax. She listened, her own thoughts turning to her father and his inability to cook, a mundane worry that seemed absurd but real. When Tom returned with a Coleman lantern and flashlights, the kitchen sprang into sharp, shadowless light. Alice asked him to draw the curtains, and Clay agreed. Being the only lit house on the block felt dangerous. Tom closed the curtains and the door to the hall. Alice placed the tiny sneaker on the table and spun it, its laces clicking rhythmically. Clay wished she would let go, but Tom didn't respond to his unspoken thought, instead handing out sandwiches and offering iced tea. He even fed the cat. Clay tried the phone, but it was dead. He ate mechanically, his appetite absent. Alice set hers aside, saying she was too tired and couldn't stand the smell of her own dress, which reeked of sweat and blood. Alice spun the tiny sneaker on the table, its laces clicking as it twirled beside her barely touched sandwich. She confessed she could still smell her mother's perfume on it. The admission hung in the air, and Clay's mind conjured a disturbing image of her as a paper doll, hollow and empty, stripped of her dress. A distant explosion punctuated the silence. Tom broke the spell, offering to lend her clothes and a place to sleep. He suggested a pair of jeans and pajamas, and she accepted a flashlight instead of the lantern. He led her upstairs, and Clay heard water running briefly before stopping, a basinful drawn from the taps. The cat jumped onto Tom's chair and began grooming itself, indifferent to the chaos outside. Clay found himself alone with the cat and his thoughts, wondering if Alice might be on the verge of a breakdown. He spoke to the animal, joking about it, but the cat's steady green gaze seemed to mock him. He closed his eyes, but the image of Alice and the memory of the blood and violence pressed in. Tom returned, reporting Alice was already asleep after discarding her blood-soaked dress. Clay tried to lighten the mood with a joke about nominating the cat for president, but the humor fell flat. Tom mentioned the portfolio left on the porch, and Clay admitted he was glad to be here, though his thoughts were consumed by his family. He revealed his plan to head north at first light, and invited Tom and Alice to join him, acknowledging he didn't want to head west into the industrial towns. Tom didn't argue. They discussed the possibility of standing watch, but Clay dismissed the idea, though he conceded a crazed mob was a real threat. He suggested sleeping on the enclosed porch to keep watch, and Tom reluctantly agreed. Clay asked if Tom had a gun, and Tom admitted he didn't. His thoughts turned to the police officer they'd seen earlier, the cold efficiency of the killing. Tom's voice wavered as he recalled the sound and violence of the moment, and Clay felt his own stomach lurch in sympathy. They shared a grim understanding to survive. They might have to harden themselves against their finer sensibilities. Clay noted he hadn't seen anyone with a gun since leaving the city, and Tom explained Massachusetts's strict gun laws, which made it nearly impossible to carry a weapon openly or concealed. Tom added that even owning one for home defense was tightly regulated, and Clay agreed that this might have saved lives during the Exodus, as the brawl over the beer keg could have been far bloodier. But Tom admitted that, given the chaos, he wouldn't mind having a pistol now. Clay asked which neighbors might be armed, and Tom immediately pointed to Arnie Nickerson, a gun enthusiast with NRA stickers and a hunting truck. Clay suggested breaking into his house the next day to take his weapons, but Tom balked, warning of the man's paranoid security measures and alarm signs. Clay argued that the old rules didn't apply anymore. Civilization had collapsed, and they needed protection for the journey north. He volunteered to approach the house openly, with his hands raised, to test the waters. Tom was skeptical, pointing out that the people they'd seen earlier, though not insane, had been driven to violence. The possibility of a crazed but non-phone adult survivor was still real. Clay pressed the point, asking if Tom wanted to travel over 100 miles north with only knives for protection, knowing others would have guns. Tom admitted the Nickersons were likely not home. They were always on their cell phones, a habit that might have sealed their fate. He reluctantly agreed to consider the plan in the morning. The conversation turned to the whereabouts of the phone crazies. Tom speculated that the signal might have contained a secondary directive to kill themselves after a set period, and they might be dead in their hiding places. Clay found the idea doubtful but couldn't rule it out entirely. Tom argued that the technology that could create such a devastating signal could also include a self-destruct command. He saw it as a logical extension of the first attack, a way to dismantle society completely. Clay, worn out, suggested they get some sleep. Tom, catching himself, laughed and agreed, apologizing for his intensity. The words of reassurance Clay had just offered Tom felt hollow the moment they left his mouth. He wanted to believe the threat had simply expired, but the thought of his own son, Johnny G., seized him and choked off any further speech. Because if Johnny had reached for that red cell phone, if he'd heard the same corrupt signal that had turned the teenage girl and the suited woman into mindless savages, then Clay wasn't sure he wanted his boy to still be breathing. The terror of that possibility gutted him completely. Tom reached across the table, and Clay found himself grasping the other man's slender, fine-boned hand in both of his own. He watched himself do it from a strange distance, as though he were a spectator at his own breakdown. And when he tried to speak, the words seemed to come from somewhere outside him, pushed past his lips by some force he couldn't control. He admitted the depth of his fear not for himself but for his family, and above all for his son, and the tears he hadn't realized were falling trapped hot down his cheeks. Tom offered comfort, a promise that everything would work out, but Clay knew better. That kind of reassurance was just a reflex, a verbal placeholder people used when they had nothing real to give, as empty as saying someone would heal or was in a better place. Hours later, after Clay had posted himself on the porch to keep watch and finally succumbed to exhaustion, the screams tore him out of a pleasant dream. In that dream he was a small boy again, crouched under a bingo table at the Akron State Fair, surrounded by the legs of seated women and the sweet smell of sawdust, while a caller's voice boomed out the numbers. For a fleeting moment, his sleeping mind tried to reinterpret the shrieks as the Saturday noon whistle, but the illusion shattered instantly. He'd convinced himself that the streets would stay quiet, and he could afford to rest, yet some part of him must have known Alice would not sleep peacefully, because when her cries registered, there was no disorientation. One instant he was a child in Ohio. The next he was thrashing on Tom's porch couch, tangled in his comforter, as Alice's voice climbed to a register that seemed capable of cracking glass, pouring out the accumulated horror of the day in a relentless, piercing wail. He fought to free his legs from the blanket, hopping awkwardly toward the interior door while his panicked gaze swept Salem Street. He was certain lights would flicker on in the dark houses, that some armed neighbor like the gun collector Nickerson would appear and demand silence at gunpoint, or worse, that Alice's cries would draw the phoner hordes like a beacon. He didn't share Tom's comforting delusion that the crazies had all simply died. But the street remained dark and still, the glow of the distant Revere fire seeming to have faded. No movement, no angry shouts, just the consuming silence of a neighborhood holding its breath. He finally tore himself free of the comforter and stumbled inside, halting at the foot of the stairs and peering up into the impenetrable darkness. From above, he could make out the cadence of Tom's voice, low, steady, soothing, while Alice's screams fractured into ragged gasps, then sobs, then broken words. He caught one, nightmare, and listened as Tom murmured endless, reassuring falsehoods about a morning that would somehow be brighter. In his mind's eye, Clay could picture them, two figures in matching monogram pajamas, sitting side by side on the guest bed. He could have drawn it perfectly. The image almost made him smile. When the girl's cries finally subsided, he returned to the porch, wrapped himself again in the comforter, and sat on the couch, scanning the visible stretch of street. To the east, the business district's traffic light was a dark silhouette. To the west, more silent houses, all submerged in the same profound blackness. He murmured into the night, wondering where the wanderers had gone, the ones who still had their wits, who had fled north or west. But there was no answer. Maybe Tom was right after all. Maybe the phones had programmed them to fall dead at a certain hour. It seemed too convenient. But then again, so had rewritable CDs once upon a time. The street was silent. The house was silent. He leaned back, closed his eyes, and told himself he'd only doze. But sleep took him fully, and this time there were no dreams. Sometime before dawn, a stray dog padded up the front walk, peered in at the sleeping man bundled on the couch, and moved on without urgency, as though it sensed that the pickings in Malden would be rich for a long while yet. A hand on his shoulder shook him awake. Clay opened his eyes to find Tom bending over him, dressed in jeans and a work shirt, pale and unshaven, with a grizzled look on both sides of his mustache and his hair still sticking up. Morning light flooded the porch. His watch read 6:20. Tom told him he needed to see something, his voice low and troubled. Clay looked out at Salem Street, saw only a dog trotting past a couple of dead cars half a block away, carrying something in its mouth, and caught a faint smoky tang in the air, likely from Boston or Revere. The wind had dropped, at least. Tom led him inside, down the hall toward the kitchen, explaining that he'd gone to make coffee before remembering there was no power for it. A half-finished glass of iced tea sat on the counter. He'd been glancing out the window over the sink, just checking his garden out of habit, and saw something that made him uneasy. He gestured for Clay to look for himself. Clay peered through the glass. A neat brick patio gave way to a yard that was part lawn, part garden. At the back, a high board fence stood with its gate hanging open, the bolt apparently snapped or forced, and sitting in the garden beside an ornamental wheelbarrow was a man in a mechanic's coverall and a greasy cap, eating the soft interior of a split pumpkin and spitting out the seeds. The name stitched on his uniform read George. Clay could hear the wet sounds of the man's mouth working. It was one of them, Clay breathed. Tom confirmed it, and noted that where there was one, there would likely be more. When Clay asked if the intruder had broken the gate, Tom said he must have it had been locked the day before. He mentioned that the man, George, actually worked at the local gas station, had seemed normal once, even friendly. Now he was just another vacant creature, sitting in someone's garden and eating raw vegetables. Behind them, Alice's voice broke the morning quiet, asking what was happening. Tom turned, dismayed, but Clay insisted she had to see. He smiled at her, noticing how she looked somehow rested despite the nightmares, cute in her borrowed pajamas, barefoot and tousled. He told her it wasn't a car wreck, just a man eating a pumpkin in the backyard. She came between them, rising on her toes to look out, her arm brushing Clay's and carrying the lingering warmth of sleep. After a long look, she turned to Tom with an edge of accusation, reminding him that he'd claimed the affected people had all killed themselves. Tom hedged, but she pressed. He'd sounded so certain. Then she pointed out a detail: the pumpkin eater had used the wheelbarrow as a tool to break open the pumpkin. That seemed different from the senseless violence they'd witnessed before. Not peaceful exactly, but different. Clay understood what she meant. The aggression they'd seen in Boston had been blind and chaotic, a mindless rush toward destruction, whereas this was something else, though he couldn't quite name it. Then Alice spotted two more figures entering through the open gate, a woman in a torn pantsuit and an elderly man in jogging clothes, limping badly. The woman's blouse was shredded, revealing her undergarments. The old man's left foot was bare and caked with dried blood. They moved into the yard with the same vacant purpose, the woman making a repetitive sound and heading for the cucumbers, the old man standing motionless for a moment before shuffling toward the pumpkins. The old man's bare foot was a ruin of dried blood and dirt, the remains of a sock flapping loosely from his ankle. His long white hair hung around his face like a shroud, and the woman in the tattered pantsuit moved through the garden with a repetitive guttural sound, dismissing the pumpkin eater entirely as she knelt and began pulling cucumbers from their vines, biting into them with vacant purpose. The old man simply stood at the garden's edge for a long moment, motionless as a machine that had finally wound down, his tiny gold reading glasses glinting in the early light, and Clay found himself looking at a face that had once been intelligent and was now utterly vacant. The three of them pressed together at the kitchen window, barely breathing. The old man's gaze drifted to George, who was still absorbed in his pumpkin breakfast, showing no aggression toward the newcomers. The old man limped forward, bent with obvious difficulty, and began tugging at a pumpkin near George's feet, less than 3 feet away. Clay tensed, remembering the savage violence they'd witnessed outside the Boston Tea Station, and waited for the explosion. Alice's hand clamped on his arm, cold now, her whispered question hanging in the air. He could only shake his head, watching. The old man tried to bite the pumpkin directly, bumping his nose instead, and the moment should have been comic but wasn't. He pushed his askew glasses back into place with a gesture so ordinary that Clay felt a flash of vertigo, wondering if perhaps he himself was the one who had lost his mind. The woman discarded her half-eaten cucumber and crawled toward some late tomatoes, her hair hanging in her face, the seat of her pants filthy. The old man spotted the ornamental wheelbarrow and carried his pumpkin to it, then seemed to notice George sitting beside it. He cocked his head. George gestured with an orange-stained hand toward the wheelbarrow, a gesture Clay recognized, an invitation, and Tom murmured from beside him, half in wonder. The old man dropped to his knees with obvious pain, grimaced, raised his face to the sky with a grunt, and lifted the pumpkin over the wheel. He studied the angle for a long moment, his elderly arms trembling, and then brought it down, splitting it open in 2 meaty halves. What happened next was instant. George dropped his own pumpkin, lunged forward, and seized the old man's head in his orange-smeared hands. The crack of the breaking neck was audible even through the glass. The old man's white hair flew, his spectacles disappeared into the garden bed, and his body spasmed once before going limp. George dropped him, and calmly picked up a fresh piece of pumpkin. Alice's scream was cut off by Tom's hand over her mouth, her terrified eyes peering over his fingers. Outside, the woman in the shredded blouse glanced around casually, plucked a tomato, and bit into it, red juice running down her chin. She and George sat there in the garden, eating vegetables, and the image triggered the title of one of Clay's favorite paintings, The Peaceable Kingdom. He muttered it aloud without realizing, and Tom's bleak response confirmed the nightmare not anymore. They stood frozen at the window for another 5 minutes, until a distant alarm began to bray, hoarse and tired, as if it would soon run down. Clay asked about it, and Tom speculated it might be a generator failure at the Safeway, but he sounded uncertain. Then Alice shouted for them to look. The woman had risen and was walking toward the east side of the house. George got to his feet, and Clay braced for another killing, Tom reaching to shield Alice. But George only followed the woman, trailing her without aggression. Alice moved toward the kitchen door, and they followed, tracking the 2 figures through the dining room window, watching their segmented forms pass behind the Venetian blinds. Nada glanced toward the house. George was now so close behind the woman he could have bitten her neck, but he didn't. They moved up the hall to Tom's office, where the blinds were closed but the shadows of the 2 outside swept across them. Alice pushed onto the porch, which was flooded with brilliant morning sunlight, and stopped. Tom joined her, and for a moment they stood like siblings, making no effort to hide. Tom's curse came out breathless, and Alice began to cry the weary, gasping sobs of a child who was becoming accustomed to punishment. Clay caught up and saw the woman cutting across the lawn, George still matching her stride for stride, almost in lockstep. At the curb, George swung to her left, becoming her wingman. Salem Street was full of them. Clay's first panicked estimate was 1,000, but his artist's eye quickly corrected him. It was an overreaction, driven by the shock of seeing the street populated at all, and by the realization that every single figure was one of them. The vacant faces, the eyes that seemed to look through rather than at the dirty and disheveled clothing, the occasional naked body, the random gestures and cawing sounds. A man in briefs and a polo shirt repeated a salute, a heavy-set woman with a split lower lip revealing all her teeth, a teenage boy carrying a blood-caked tire iron, an Indian man wriggling his jaw and chattering his teeth, a boy Johnny's age walking with a dislocated shoulder flopping uselessly, showing no pain, A pretty young woman eating from the red stomach of a crow. Some moaned, some made noises that might have been words, and all of them were moving east, toward Malden Center, drawn perhaps by the alarm or the scent of food. Tom muttered something about zombie heaven, but Clay didn't answer. The people out there weren't exactly zombies, but the distinction didn't matter. If any of them noticed the three in the house and decided to come after them, they would be overwhelmed. Barricading themselves in the cellar wouldn't help, and the plan to retrieve guns from across the street was suddenly laughable. The dread that filled him was for his wife and son, who were almost certainly facing similar horrors somewhere out there. But this wasn't a comic book, and he wasn't a hero. They might be safe for the moment, but the immediate future looked bleak. Alice wiped her tears with the heels of her hands and made an observation. The people outside moved like birds, a flock with a single wordless purpose. Clay saw the truth of it immediately. Remembering how George had followed the woman instead of attacking her, two vacant minds operating in strange accord. He gave her an impulsive hug, grateful for her insight. Tom didn't follow, and Alice teased him about missing nature documentaries, but Clay pressed the point, explaining how birds gathered on telephone wires in such numbers that the lines sagged, how they all took flight at once, swooping in unison without collision. He recalled the flock mind concept from school, the comparison to ants and bees, and then asked Tom if he recognized any of the people passing by. Tom pointed out a few: the Indian man from the bakery, chattering and wriggling his jaw, the pretty young woman who worked at the bank, and then, with visible pain, the pregnant woman in the stained smock, Judy Scottoni, his neighbor's daughter-in-law, who had always been kind to him. The sight broke his heart. A gunshot cracked from the direction of the town center, then a brief scream that cut off abruptly, but the figures in the street didn't react, continuing their steady eastward march. Clay and the others watched in the shadows, noting the strange order in the procession. It wasn't military precision, but there was an unmistakable cohesion, best expressed in the silent, synchronized passage of their shadows across the pavement, like waves of bombers in old wartime newsreels. Clay counted over 250 before giving up, noting the mix of men, women, and teenagers, including many children Johnny's age. There were few kids under 10, and he didn't want to think about what had happened to the youngest ones, whether orphaned or in the care of adults who would answer their phones. Tom asked if Clay really believed they shared one mind, and Alice suggested it was the only logical explanation. They had no individual minds left to fall back on. Clay agreed. The migration thinned over the next half hour but didn't stop, the group sometimes shifting into odd formations, 3 men walking abreast, then a conga line of 2 men and a woman, then a bare-breasted woman and a gawky girl in tandem, then a dozen more forming a hollow square like Napoleonic infantry. In the distance, Clay began to hear gunfire and screams, sporadic at first, then closer the unmistakable roar of automatic weapons. Other sane people, armed and desperate, were defending themselves, but others hadn't been lucky enough to be indoors when the sun came up, and Clay thought of George the mechanic, the snap of the old man's neck, the glasses disappearing into the beats. "Stay! Stay!" Alice said she needed to sit down in the living room, away from the sight and sound. Clay offered to take over the watch, but Tom insisted on staying. They agreed to spell each other, and as Clay led Alice back down the hall, Tom called after them with a suggestion they should all try to rest during the day. Clay questioned the wisdom of that given the chaos outside, but Tom pointed out that the crazies had gone inside at nightfall. They had. They might do so again. The realization hit Clay like a physical blow, and he felt a painful surge of hope. He called Tom a genius, but Tom dismissed the praise with dry self-deprecation. Alice perked up and went upstairs to find day clothes. Clay sat on the couch, trying to imagine what Sharon and Johnny might have done, and drifted into a brief doze, dreaming of them barricaded in the school gym. He woke to Alice calling from upstairs, saw he'd been asleep for almost 20 minutes, and went to her room. She'd found khakis and a sweatshirt, and on the floor sat a large portable stereo, a ghetto blaster that she'd found in the closet. The batteries looked fresh, and she thought about turning it on to find a radio station, but she'd been afraid. Clay understood the fear. The device felt like a loaded weapon. He felt the same urge to reach for it, the same temptation to see if any signal remained. Tom appeared in the doorway, explaining his sister had given him the boombox 2 birthdays ago. He'd taken it to the beach once with Van Halen and Madonna CDs, but it hadn't been the same, and he hadn't used it since. He assumed all stations were off the air. Alice disagreed, mentioning the automated Robo-80s stations that were satellite-fed from giant radio computers in Colorado. She licked her lower lip, which she'd been biting nervously, and pointed out that the same satellites carried cell phone signals. If someone could hack the right satellite, they could hijack the system. Tom conceded the possibility, recalling the microwave towers that had sprung up everywhere in the last decade. Tom floated the idea that a local radio station might provide news, a sense of direction, but Alice cut him off with a rising, frantic edge. She asked, what if the same corrupt signal was being broadcast over the airwaves? What if they tuned in to whatever her mother had heard, or her father, who had loved his fancy new phone with all its bells and whistles? Her laugh was a dizzy mix of hysteria and ruefulness, as she imagined them listening to the same thing that had destroyed her parents and the people outside. The thought clearly terrified her. Tom hesitated, then cautiously suggested that one of them could take the risk, while the other two stayed back. Clay shut that down immediately. Alice echoed him, her voice cracking, pleading for them both to stay together. They stood around the boombox in uneasy silence, and Clay found himself thinking of old science fiction novels where the world ended and the heroes rebuilt it with tools and technology. He remembered thinking how someone would inevitably have to pick up a tool or turn on a radio, but not this morning. Feeling a strange sense of betrayal, he put the stereo back in the closet and closed the door. Later, Clay was on watch while Alice ate sandwiches in the kitchen and Tom dozed on the living room couch, snoring contentedly. The orderly migration began to break down. At first Clay noticed a few wanderers moving against the flow, then sensed a subtle slackening in the pattern. He dismissed it as the effect of a few outliers, but then he looked at the shadows. The neat herringbone patterns were distorting, dissolving. More people were heading west now, many carrying food from what was likely the safe way. Judy Scatoni lugged a tub of melting chocolate ice cream that had slathered her entire front, making her look like a grotesque minstrel figure. Mr. Potawatomi had abandoned vegetarianism and was eating raw hamburger meat by the handful. A fat man in a dirty suit carried a partially defrosted leg of lamb, and when Judy tried to take it from him, he struck her viciously in the forehead with it. She dropped like a pole-axed steer, falling heavily onto her crushed ice cream. The milling increased, and violence flared sporadically, but it didn't approach the all-out frenzy of the previous afternoon. The alarm in Malden Center had run down, and gunfire crackled only in the distance. Clay watched for any sign of the crazies trying to break into houses, but they only wandered across lawns, never escalating beyond trespass. They grabbed at each other's food, fought, sometimes bit, but mostly they just drifted. A few lay dead or unconscious in the street, including Judy. The sense of purposeful flocking had loosened and fallen apart. By noon, Clay was struggling to stay awake. He found Alice dozing at the kitchen table, her head on her arms, the small sneaker she'd found clasped loosely in her hand. She woke groggily and clutched the shoe to her chest when he asked her to take over the watch. He carried a chair to the end of the hallway, positioning it so she couldn't be seen from outside. She paused at the living room door and pointed out the cat sleeping on Tom's belly, and Clay grunted in amusement. He asked her to keep watch for a few hours, then wake him, or Tom, if anything happened. Alice agreed, but she looked worried, noting that the flock had fallen apart. She wanted to know what time they'd first noticed the flocking, thinking that charting the behavior might matter. Clay was too tired to engage, barely able to keep his eyes open, and told her he'd think about it after some sleep. She said it couldn't get much worse and told him to go upstairs. In the guest bedroom, he slipped off his shoes and lay down. The room was pleasant, full of afternoon sun, and for a moment it was easy to forget the dangers, easier, even, to forget that his estranged wife might be dead and his son might be lost. But his body demanded rest, and the panic rat in his mind only twitched before settling. He was asleep, almost as soon as his eyes closed. Alice shook him awake, the little purple sneaker now tied around her wrist like a strange talisman, swinging back and forth as she roused him. The light in the room had shifted to late afternoon, and Clay realized with a start that he had to urinate, a sure sign he'd slept for hours. He sat up quickly, almost appalled to see it was 6:15. He'd been out for over 5 hours, but then again, he'd slept poorly the night before, too, his nerves frayed from the upcoming presentation to the comic book people. He grabbed Alice's wrist, asking if everything was all right, why she'd let him sleep so long. She told him he'd needed it. Tom had slept until 2, she until 4, and they'd been watching together since then. She urged him to come downstairs and see something amazing. When he asked if the crazies were flocking again, she nodded, but now they were moving in the opposite direction. He emptied his bladder and hurried down. Tom and Alice stood in the doorway to the porch, arms around each other's waists, watching the street. The sky had clouded over, deepening the shadows. Only a few people remained on Salem Street, all moving west at a steady clip. A group of 4 marched over the litter of bodies and discarded food, followed by a group of 6 moving in such perfect unison that they seemed like a single entity, their arms swinging together. Behind them limped a teenage boy, bawling inarticulate sounds. Tom noted that they'd left the dead and unconscious behind, but it actually helped a few who were stirring. Clay asked about the pregnant woman, and Tom confirmed she'd been one of the helped. Clay wondered if that meant they were acting like people again, but Alice quickly corrected him. One of the men they'd tried to help couldn't walk, and after he fell repeatedly, one of his rescuers grew frustrated and killed him, tearing out his throat with his teeth. Alice had looked away but heard the squeal. Now the street was almost empty. 2 more stragglers limped by, but they moved so unevenly that there was no sense of unison. Clay asked where they were going, and Tom suggested Alice's theory that they were heading indoors before dark. Clay pressed for details. Had any gone into houses along the block? They hadn't seen any. Alice added that not as many had come back as had gone down to the center, suggesting many were still in Malden Center or beyond, perhaps gravitating toward public buildings like school gymnasiums. The thought troubled Clay. Alice brought up the movie Dawn of the Dead, where the dead returned to the mall, and Tom dissolved into helpless laughter at the absurdity of it all, the dead going shopping, as it were. Clay found himself laughing too, and Alice, though a bit miffed, joined in. She then pointed out that if the crazies were flocking and roosting in public buildings, they could be mowed down by the hundreds, even thousands. The laughter died. Alice's smile had turned serious, beautiful, and chilling. She said they ought to chart the flocking behavior when and where, because if it could be charted, it could be exploited. Clay realized that Alice had become the de facto leader of their small group. Tom had courage but wasn't a natural leader, and Clay himself was struggling with a growing depression, dreading what he might find in Kent Pond. Tom's own grief was simpler. He hated to leave his cat. Alice, however, had already processed her losses and was moving forward with a cold practicality. She suggested propping the door open for Rafe, assuring Tom the cat would be fine, that there would be plenty of forage for a long time. Tom reluctantly accepted, kissing the cat between the ears before setting him down. Rafe walked off toward the kitchen without looking back. The 3 of them prepared to leave, Alice now firmly in charge, insisting they travel light and scavenge what they needed along the way. She declared they were the 3 musketeers, all for one, and one for all, and proposed they head for the Nickerson house to find weapons. Tom corrected the name, but it was clear they were ready to move. Clay's portfolio, scarred and bent from the knife slash, leaned against the living room wall as they prepared to leave. He glanced at it on his way out, fighting the urge to touch it, and thought of the characters he'd lived with so long in his imagination: Wizard Flack, Sleepy Jean, Jumping Jack Flash, Poison Sally, and the Dark Wanderer himself. Just 2 days ago he'd believed they might become stars. Now, they had a hole through them, and only a cat for company. He murmured a quiet farewell to them, self-conscious but unashamed it was the end of the world after all, and as Sleepy Jean might have said, it beat a poke in the eye with a rusty branding iron. He followed Alice and Tom out onto the porch into a soft autumn rain. Tom had his trilby, Alice had her poncho hood, and Tom had found Clay a red sox cap that would keep his head dry for a while. From the porch's slight elevation, they could see roughly 2 blocks of Salem Street. In the failing light, it appeared completely deserted except for scattered bodies and food litter. Each of them wore a knife in the scabbards Clay had fashioned, and they hoped the Nickerson house would yield better weapons. Clay still wasn't sure he could use the butcher knife in cold blood. Alice took charge, making sure Tom would lead them to the Nickerson house. She reviewed their protocol. If they encountered anyone, they'd stop, shine their lights, and announce themselves as normal people. Clay suggested that flashlights might indicate safety, but Alice cut him off, repeating her father's caution about assumptions. She brushed at her eyes rain or tears, he couldn't tell, and he wondered if Johnny was somewhere crying for him. He hoped so. That would mean his son was still capable of memory. They set off into the rainy darkness. Gunshots popped in the distance like fireworks, and the air carried the stench of burning. Clay wondered when the smell of decay would rise from the city. Alice reminded them of their cover story. If they met other survivors, they were looking for friends and neighbors. For now, they needed to get to those guns. In the Nickerson house, they found carnage. Alice made it to the living room before she vomited, and Tom nearly fainted when he saw the bodies in the kitchen. Clay stepped between Tom and the horror, steadying him, and sent him to care for Alice. Then he steeled himself and entered the kitchen with a Coleman lantern held high, stepping around dried puddles of blood. The girl lay on her back by the center island, her head cocked at a terrible angle, her dead eyes bulging. Her blonde hair was matted dark on the side that had taken the fatal blow. Her mother reclined against the cherrywood cabinets, her hands ghost white with flour, her legs splayed and bitten. A gunshot wound had obliterated the left side of her face. Her right eye had drifted upward, as if trying to look inside her own skull. Flies buzzed around her. Clay gagged and turned away, trying to control himself. He knew he couldn't think of them as props in a movie. He forced himself to look at other things on the floor, and there was the gun, lying between the fridge and a cabinet. He saw where it had been mounted on the wall between the TV and the can opener, a testament to the Nickersons' gadget-loving nature. Alice called from the living room, reporting that they'd found a cache of guns in the basement. Tom had said he was taking care of her. She asked if he was coming, and he told her to stay out of the kitchen. He was beyond grossed out now, but he needed to examine the scene. 2 objects lay on the bloody floor, a rolling pin and a cell phone covered in blue and orange daisy decals. Clay could reconstruct what had happened. Beth Nickerson had been making a pie when her daughter, who must have received the pulse through her phone, attacked her. Beth had struck out with a rolling pin, not in hate but in pain and fear, knocking Heidi down. But it wasn't enough. Heidi had bitten her mother's leg savagely, and Beth had finally grabbed the kitchen gun and ended it. Clay gently pulled down the dead woman's skirt, covering her stained underwear. He couldn't bear to leave her exposed like that. Heidi, perhaps no older than 14, had been reduced to the savage nonsense language that came with a full dose of the pulse guttural sounds that were the only remains of human speech. The first blow from the rolling pin had only knocked her down, and she had turned on her mother's legs with her teeth, not nipping but biting deep enough to reach bone. Clay could see the tooth marks and ghostly impressions left by her braces. Beth Nickerson, probably screaming in agony and unaware of what she was doing, had struck again, much harder. He could almost hear the muffled crack as the girl's neck broke, a beloved daughter dead on the kitchen floor, her braces still on her teeth, her cell phone lying by her outstretched hand. Clay doubted Beth had paused to consider before grabbing the gun from its wall-mounted clip. He thought she would have acted without hesitation, wanting to catch up with her daughter's fleeing soul, while the explanation for what she'd done was still fresh on her lips. He crossed the kitchen and picked up the gun. From a gadget lover like Arnie Nickerson, he'd expected an automatic, maybe with a laser sight, but this was a plain Colt .45 revolver. It made sense his wife would be more comfortable with a simpler weapon. Clay swung out the barrel with practiced ease. He'd drawn 1,000 variations of this gun for his comics. Only one chamber was empty. He shook out another round, knowing what he'd find: cop-killer bullets. Fraggers. No wonder the top of Beth's head was gone. He looked down at the remains of the woman in the corner and began to cry. Tom called from the basement, reporting an impressive arsenal, including an automatic weapon that would have gotten Arnie a long prison sentence. He asked if Clay was all right. Clay wiped his eyes, safetied the revolver, and stuck it in his belt. He laid his knife on the counter they were trading up and asked for 2 more minutes. Tom's cheerful "yo" made Clay smile despite his tears. Give a mild-mannered gay man a room full of guns, and he starts talking like Stallone. He found a box of ammunition under the dish towels and pocketed it, then joined Tom and Alice downstairs. Both were now wearing holstered automatics, and Tom had an ammunition bandolier slung over his shoulder. The basement was a gadget lover's paradise. A huge plasma TV, a smaller one with a video game hookup, a vintage jukebox, and 2 gun cabinets with broken glass fronts. Alice had used a wrench from the garage to break the locking bars. She picked up a weapon wrapped in a blanket, a Russian assault rifle by the look of it. Clay thought it might be a Kalashnikov. Tom had found 6 boxes of ammunition to match. Clay explained the fire selector, and Alice was impressed by the potential rate of fire rounds per second, not per minute. He assured her he could figure out how to shoot it, though it might take a box of ammo to learn. Alice asked if such a weapon was legal in Massachusetts, and Tom replied that it was now. They agreed it was time to go north. The next morning they camped in a barn on an abandoned horse farm in North Reading, watching from the door as the crazies flocked southwest on Route 62 in the rain. By noon they were gone. Around 4 they began flocking back, many carrying food, some helping each other. Clay, Tom, and Alice saw no murders that day, but a few of the crazies were carrying boom boxes. Tom worried that they might be programmed to set them up and broadcast the pulse again, to catch those who'd missed it the first time. Alice disagreed. She thought the crazies were getting smarter, not on their own, but through some kind of shared consciousness. Telepathic group think, Tom suggested, and Alice agreed. Clay thought she was right, and he also thought they needed to find a road atlas. Alice, tired and close to breaking, said she wanted to take a nap. She squeezed her little sneaker as she spoke, and Clay couldn't help noticing how beautiful she was and how fragile. Clay's dream had been a cruel comfort. A picnic with Sharon and Johnny behind their old house in Kent Pond, the sun warm and the day bright, until Sharon pointed out a flock of crows so vast it blotted out the light. Then a tinkling sound, like the ice cream truck's music, but he knew it was a ringtone. Johnny had gone under the blanket to answer his cell phone, and when Clay dove after him, reaching through the overpowering smell of hay, he found only the cold glass paperweight he'd bought as a gift, its dandelion fluff suspended like a pocket fog. He woke to Tom shaking him, glad to escape the nightmare, preferring even the strange dreams of the bingo tent. Alice had heard him muttering in his sleep, warning someone not to answer. Clay said nobody should have answered, that everyone would have been better off, and Tom quipped about the irresistible lure of a ringing phone. Clay's dark humor surfaced, and Alice laughed until she cried. They found a road atlas in Ballardvale and continued north, staying in the rural corridor between Interstates 93 and 95. They met travelers heading west, who told of horrific traffic jams and wrecks, one reporting a tanker explosion that had incinerated a mile of northbound traffic on I-93. The stench, they said, was like a fish fry in hell. Near Andover they encountered more flashlight people and heard a persistent rumor that the New Hampshire border was closed, with state police and deputies shooting anyone who tried to cross, saying were crazy. A bitter-faced elderly man they walked with confirmed it, saying the state's motto had become a grim joke. Alice doubted the story news didn't travel that fast anymore without phones, and Tom agreed, calling it an urban myth. Still, they decided to cross at the most out-of-the-way spot they could find. On the outskirts of Andover, a man with flashlights rigged to his temples approached them. Roscoe Hand of Methuen warned them that the border was closed, citing people who'd been turned back that very night. He said they were burning bodies at Salem and Nashua, and the smell was like a pig roast. He was taking a party of 5 west, and he advised them to travel at night if they insisted on going north. The crazies, he said, didn't go out after dark. Alice pressed him on whether the crazies were getting smarter. Hant was dismissive, but he told a disturbing story he'd watched a woman caught out in Topsfield, trying to act like one of them. The crazies had sensed her difference somehow. They smelled her, he said, and torn her apart in the street. He added that the crazies liked music, but that didn't make them any less dangerous. Clay absorbed the story, knowing it was solid information, and saw Alice clutching her talisman. He didn't want her to hear it, but she had. The world was full of such stories now, and they might form patterns if they listened to enough of them. The stranger, Roscoe Hant, speculated that the woman had only been seeking shelter, spotting the motel's familiar sign and thinking it would offer a safe room for the night. But before she could reach it, a group of them had rounded the corner, moving with that unsettling synchronized gait they'd all come to recognize. He demonstrated, marching stiffly like a mechanical toy, though it wasn't quite right still. They understood what he meant. He paused, leaning against the wrecked truck and rubbing his face with his hands, clearly disturbed by what he was about to share. He wanted them to grasp a crucial truth. This was why they couldn't afford to be caught in the open, nor be fooled by the occasional phoner who seemed to be regaining some normalcy just because they'd managed to activate a CD player. When Tom pressed him, he confirmed he'd witnessed it twice. Most recently a man swinging a boombox so violently it skipped the music, but it was playing. They were drawn to music, sure, and maybe they were recovering pieces of their minds, but that was precisely why caution was paramount. Alice pressed him for the woman's fate. Hant explained that she'd tried to blend in, to mimic their behavior. He'd watched from his window, hoping she could maintain the act long enough to break for safety, because he'd noticed they disliked entering buildings. When asked how they detected her, he could only guess. Perhaps they smelled her, or touched her thoughts, or sensed she was somehow different. Whatever the reason, the outcome was horrific. They'd torn her apart in the street. It had happened that morning in Topsfield. He warned them not to be lured by the sight of phoners walking with boomboxes playing friendly tunes. They'd be safer staying well away. And he advised against heading north, even if the border guards didn't shoot. Despite his warning, after a brief discussion in the parking lot, they decided to go north anyway. They paused on a pedestrian bridge over Route 495. Clouds were gathering, but the moon broke through long enough to reveal 6 empty lanes, an overturned tractor-trailer, and a pair of abandoned police cruisers, one tipped on its side. The truck's rear half was charred black. A few exhausted-looking people trudged westward in the breakdown lane, making slow progress. Tom remarked that it made the situation feel real. Alice disagreed, saying it looked like a movie special effect, the kind of CGI spectacle she'd watch with popcorn and a Coke. The only thing that made it real to her was the small sneaker she held up by its lace. She urged them to keep moving. Highway 28 was choked with vehicles, but much more open than 495. By 4 in the morning, they were nearing Methuen, Hant's hometown, and took his story seriously enough to seek shelter before daylight. They chose a motel at the junction of routes 28 and 110. The parked cars looked long abandoned, and the roads were only passable on foot. Clay and Tom waved their flashlights and called out that they were normal folks coming in, but there was no response. Alice was tired and sore, and dawn was approaching. Clay picked up a discarded CD, a Michael Bolton album, and Tom joked about their improving taste. Alice didn't recognize the artist, and Tom tossed it aside. They forced the locks on 3 adjoining units as quietly as possible and slept through most of the day undisturbed, though Alice later thought she'd heard music in the distance, perhaps only in a dream. The motel lobby had a smashed display case with maps for sale. Clay carefully extracted ones for Massachusetts and New Hampshire, avoiding the broken glass, and noticed a dead man behind the counter with shards of glass protruding through his cheeks, the same glass from the shattered case. He thought briefly of Mr. Riccardi. Tom and Alice waited just inside the door. Under the Coleman lantern's glow, they plotted the night's route, studying the new maps alongside their road atlas. Clay tried to cultivate fatalism about Sharon and Johnny. They were either all right or they weren't, but his resolve wavered. He reminded himself he was lucky to be alive, and that he'd found good companions unlike many others he'd seen. But worries crept in. What if Johnny had taken his phone to school? The thought chilled him. Tom noticed his grim expression and asked if he was all right. Clay deflected, mentioning the corpse behind the counter. Alice traced a promising squiggle on the map, a road called Dosty Stream Road that crossed the state line and connected to New Hampshire Route 38 east of Pelham. It was only a few miles to the border, and the route seemed relatively clear. They agreed to try it. Clay was determined to reach Maine by any means necessary, even if it meant crawling through brush like an illegal border crosser. If Tom and Alice chose to stay behind, he'd be sorry to leave them, but he had to know. The road was mostly clear, only a few abandoned vehicles and one wreck. They passed 2 houses with lights and generator noise but decided not to stop, fearing a hostile reception or the pointlessness of asking to use a phone that wouldn't work. Even if they found a vehicle, driving up to a guarded border in a stolen SUV seemed unwise. So they walked. At the state line there was nothing but a small bilingual billboard. The only sounds were the drip of moisture from the woods and the occasional rustle of an animal. They paused briefly to read the sign, then moved on, leaving Massachusetts behind. As they emerged from the back roads onto a main highway, the solitude of their journey dissolved. The road was dotted with small groups of refugees, trudging north with a weary indifference to one another that Clay found disheartening. They passed a man and a woman pushing shopping carts, each carrying a sleeping child. The cart with the boy who looked about 7 lost a wheel, spilling the child onto the pavement. Tom caught him, softening the fall, but the boy scraped his knee and began to cry. The man retrieved his son, sat down at the roadside, and made a gentle show of comforting him, kissing the scrape until the boy calmed and drifted back to sleep against his shoulder. The man looked exhausted, aged beyond his years by the ordeal, but he assured them they'd be fine and that they could move on. Before Clay could suggest they travel together, the woman with the other cart, a girl still sleeping, reacted with hostile suspicion, demanding they leave and accusing them of wanting to take her children. She grew increasingly frantic, ranting about their burdens and even offering the kids to anyone who'd take them. When Clay offered to carry the boy, she pulled a small gun, and Tom and Alice drew their own weapons in response. Clay told her they were leaving, and she cursed them, seemingly oblivious to the guns trained on her. The other refugees on the road simply hurried past the confrontation, ignoring it entirely. They walked on, Alice's hand on Clay's wrist, Tom walking backward with his gun ready. As they continued along Route 102 east of Manchester, they heard faint music drifting from somewhere ahead. Tom identified it as an old big band tune, Baby Elephant Walk. Alice was amused by his knowledge of the song. 2 elderly but fit men caught up with them, one carrying a frame pack and the other a rucksack and a rifle. The man with the pack corrected Tom, identifying the music as Lawrence Welk's version, not Les Brown's. He reminisced about watching the show with his wife. His companion made a cryptic comment about Dodge having a good time, which nobody understood. As the music changed to Calcutta, the 2 men prepared to move on, wishing them well. The pack-carrying man advised them to find shelter within the next hour before dawn, and mentioned an important rule: when they settled in a place, they should leave their shoes on the stoop. This signaled to other travelers that the spot was taken and helped avoid accidents. He explained that shoes weren't of interest to the crazed ones, so they were safe. He emphasized that there were plenty of places, so there was no need for conflict. Alice asked how he knew all this. He said he listened to people's stories and shared what he learned. They thanked him, and he and his companion continued on their way, soon disappearing into the night. Tom marveled at the idea of Lawrence Welk's music being played in this new world, while Alice remained puzzled by the Dodge remark. As they approached Guyton, the music resolved from a distant murmur into a clear, mellow sound, a jazz trumpet or saxophone, so smooth it was almost lulling. Clay had hoped to find its source on the town common, perhaps some elderly survivor with a battery-powered speaker system, but the common was mostly empty, occupied only by a few people eating by lantern light. The music was coming from further north, and as they passed through the shopping district onto Academy Avenue, they noticed the homes here were nicer, but most had shoes lined up on their stoops, a sign that they were already occupied. Ahead of them, a trio of middle-aged travelers, a woman limping badly, supported by two men, were inspecting each house for an empty one. They reached the entrance to XIII Academy, where an old man leaning on a cane and a weary-looking boy of about 12 stood by the pillars. The old man called out to the trio, offering shelter, but the woman curtly refused, too exhausted to care. The group moved on. As Clay, Tom, and Alice approached, the old man prodded the boy Jordan to make the pitch. Jordan, skeptical and exhausted, muttered that no one would come in they'd tried before and failed. But Clay felt drawn to find out what the old man wanted, partly because Jordan reminded him of Johnny, but mostly because the boy's defeatism struck him as a dangerous acceptance of the new world's cruelty. If everyone gave up, there'd be nothing left worth saving. The old man encouraged Jordan to try again, promising shelter and insisting they should see something first. Reluctantly, Jordan approached them, his lantern fizzing, his eyes shadowed with sleeplessness. Tom agreed to hear him out, but cautioned they needed to find shelter soon, as dawn was approaching. Jordan assured them there was plenty of room dormitories, and even the headmaster's residence, XIII Lodge. He mentioned he was a scholarship student who didn't have a cell phone, and the other boys had mocked him for it. Now, he was one of the lucky ones. Tom observed that Jordan seemed to have gotten the last laugh, but the boy's expression betrayed only weariness and sorrow. They agreed to meet the headmaster. The headmaster, Charles Ardai, walked briskly up the hill despite his cane, avoiding the trash that littered the drive. He spoke with a lecturer's vigor, explaining how he'd always distrusted cell phones, calling them devil's intercoms, and had let his own run flat without ever recharging it. He was wary of their radiation, especially so close to the brain. At the top of the hill the road split. The headmaster led them toward an archway beneath which a river of garbage flowed. The music, now Bette Midler's Wind Beneath My Wings, grew louder. Clay was unsettled by the scene and suggested they might not want to proceed, but the headmaster assured them it was safe, comparing their situation to a game of musical chairs. As long as the music played, they had nothing to fear. He promised a quick look, then they'd retire to the residence. Alice pressed Jordan for more details about what they would see, but he only replied with a cryptic, "Wait." Clay's reaction to the scene on the soccer field was a choked, strangled sound, shock overriding any coherent thought. After everything they'd survived, he'd believed himself prepared for anything, but this was beyond imagination. The field was packed with phone crazies lying motionless, leg to leg, shoulder to shoulder, their faces turned up to the dark sky like sardines in a tin. Tom was equally appalled, pressing a fist to his mouth. The headmaster warned them to catch Alice, who looked about to faint, but she steadied herself, though her eyes had a fixed, drugged quality. Jordan explained that more of them were under the bleachers, the hurt ones unlikely to recover, and the headmaster corrected his grammar with weary familiarity. Clay demanded to know how the boom boxes were rigged together, assuming the headmaster had orchestrated it, but Alice and the headmaster both denied this. Tom mused that the crazies must be dedicated music lovers, avoiding buildings where the CDs and players were stored. The headmaster cut them off, noting the sky was lightening, and Jordan recited a lesson about vampires needing to be inside before cockcrow. The headmaster urged them to look and understand this was something they hadn't known existed. Clay realized all the faces had their eyes open, though they weren't seeing. Something was deeply wrong here. The flocking behavior was only the beginning. The sight of those blank, upturned eyes filled him with a primal horror. A bird sang in the distance, and the headmaster startled, then tottered. Tom caught him, and they hurried toward XIII Lodge, the headmaster leaning on Jordan. Alice offered to help, but the headmaster insisted Jordan was enough. They took care of each other. Tom asked about the sign on the scoreboard, and Jordan told him it read "Welcome Alumni to Homecoming Weekend." The realization that there would be no homecoming this year broke his composure, and as they reached the headmaster's residence, he began to cry. The following afternoon, they sat on the back porch, having eaten hamburgers grilled by the headmaster. He explained the meat was safe because the freezer had run until noon the previous day, but they needed to eat early to avoid attracting attention. The headmaster and Jordan shared their observations. The flocks left at the same time each morning, foraging in town, and returning later than before, likely due to slimmer pickings. Clay asked about the music and the trance-like state the crazies entered at night. Jordan said it was all soft music, their lullabies, and the headmaster agreed, adding there might be more to it. He leaned forward, insisting he needed to be frank. He wanted their help to do something terrible. The time was short, and he wouldn't stand by while these things stole not only his school but the daylight itself. He'd attempted it alone, but he was old and Jordan was too young. He didn't want the boy involved. Jordan protested, but the headmaster silenced him. He acknowledged their weapons and his own unreliable rifle, but pointed to the gasoline pump at the motor pool. Gasoline might serve to end the flock's lives. He saw the horror on their faces and nodded, his expression hardening. It wouldn't be murder, he insisted. It would be extermination. He couldn't make them help, but regardless of their decision, they had to pass on a message to everyone they met about what was happening to the phone crazies. The headmaster's answer to Alice was clear. The message had to go to everyone they met, to all who had been robbed of the daylight. He leaned forward, his eyes sharp and burning, his fingers trembling slightly, a tremor Clay hadn't noticed before. He emphasized that time was running out, and Jordan confirmed his fear. Clay pressed for details, asking if it was connected to the music in the boomboxes. The headmaster corrected him. The boomboxes weren't wired together. There was one master disc, and the other simply picked up and rebroadcast the audio, their red power lamps glowing in the dark. Jordan added that he could hear the music coming from their open mouths, a faint whisper. Clay dismissed this as imagination, but the headmaster believed the boy. When Tom suggested telepathy, the headmaster agreed it was close enough. They discussed the flocking behavior and how it had evolved. The headmaster argued they were in the early stages of a short, brutal war. He and Jordan had witnessed the crazies killing normal people, and the boy recounted a traumatic memory of a man and woman being caught by a group of them, unable to help. Back at the field that night, the headmaster led them down to observe the sleeping flock. He demonstrated their trance-like state by poking one with his cane, provoking no reaction. Tom noted the batteries in the boomboxes, and Clay calculated they'd need to exterminate at least 1,000 of them more than he'd thought. The headmaster theorized they were rebooting, and what was returning each day was no longer human. Clay knelt to listen, confirming Jordan's claim. A faint whisper of music emanated from the young man's mouth. He stood up, shaken, realizing the headmaster was right. They needed to destroy the flock as soon as possible. Clay leaned in close to the young man's partly open mouth, hesitating before forcing himself nearer until he could see the glint of saliva on the man's lip. For a moment, he thought it was his imagination, but as he drew closer, almost close enough to kiss the motionless figure, he heard it, a faint whisper of Dean Martin's voice, a syllable ahead of the music from the boomboxes. He stood abruptly, his knees cracking loudly in the silence, and Tom's lantern light caught his stunned expression. When Tom asked if he'd heard what he thought he'd heard, Clay confirmed it with a nod and urged them to head back. Halfway up the ramp, he grabbed the headmaster's shoulder, his conviction hardened. He agreed with Ardai. They had to eliminate as many of the flock as possible, as quickly as they could, because this might be their only chance. The headmaster concurred, noting grimly that this was war, and in war you killed your enemies. Back at the lodge, over hot chocolate in the formal parlor, the headmaster outlined a plan using gasoline from the motor pool and sprayers from the greenhouse. But before discussing strategy, Clay pressed him for his theory on what was happening. Jordan chimed in, explaining that the pulse had wiped people's brains like a computer hard drive, leaving only a primal core. Alice connected the dots, and Jordan elaborated human brains were organic circuitry, and what remained after the wipe was a raw, murderous imperative, the prime directive. The headmaster expanded on this, drawing on Freud, Jung, and Darwin to argue that humanity's core is madness, and the prime directive is murder. He suggested the pulse had stripped away the thin veneer of civilization, exposing that terrible truth. Tom objected, citing human achievements, but the headmaster countered with examples of both human greatness and atrocity, insisting the pulse had simply exposed what was always there. Clay asked about the mutating behavior, but the headmaster deferred to Jordan, who explained the brain's dormant capacity, the 98% unused, and how the pulse might have triggered something latent, a mutative trigger that allowed the flock to develop telepathic abilities. Jordan theorized they were becoming a single organism, their powers only in their infancy. Tom was skeptical, but Alice and the headmaster leaned toward agreement. Clay raised the chilling possibility that the Knights, currently their refuge, might not remain safe for long. The weight of the conversation settled over them, and Alice clutched her sneaker talisman in the silence. Alice declared her intention to destroy the flock on the soccer field, not as an act of vengeance for humanity, but for her lost mother, father, and friends Vicky and Tess, who had always carried their phones and were now sleeping in places just like that field. She asked if they could actually do it, and the headmaster, with a grim, pitiless grin, said they could try. The next morning, defeated and exhausted, they sat outside the damaged greenhouses. The plan had seemed simple: fill sprayers with gasoline, load them onto a pickup, drive across the field, and set it alight. But reality had been a series of obstacles: a locked shed, a cap instead of a plug, missing hoses, unmarked keys, and only 8 small sprayers containing weed killer or plant food. They'd scrounged for hours, finding little but frustration in a few leaf sprayers. The idea of wiping out 1,000 phone crazies with 80 gallons of gas now seemed absurd. They considered driving to a hardware store downtown, but the streets were too choked with wrecks. Even exploring side streets seemed like more donkey work with uncertain payoff. Clay, however, had a sudden inspiration. He remembered the Citgo station across from the school and the 2 trucks parked beside it, propane trucks. He shared his realization with the headmaster, who caught on immediately, his eyes lighting up with a pitiless smile. Tom and Alice pressed for details, but before Clay could explain, the music from Tunnyfield died abruptly, not fading but swooping down as if cut off. Jordan noted they were up early. Tom gripped Clay's arm, pointing out that one boombox was still playing faintly. The wind carried the stench of decay and the ghostly strains of Lawrence Welk, followed by a distant moth-like moan from the northwest. Then the flock on the field answered with a much louder, hollow groan that rose toward the sky. Tom spotted a reddish-orange glow on the horizon, and the distant moan came again, followed by another answering cry from the field. The headmaster guessed it might be Glens Falls or Littleton burning. Tom remarked grimly that the flock had heard or felt the destruction of their kind. Alice hoped they had. Another groan rose from the field, and the master boombox continued playing. After 10 minutes, the others joined in, the music swooping back up as the old man led them back to Cheatham Lodge. The music eventually clicked off, and the world fell into an eerie silence, broken only by a distant gunshot waiting for the dawn. The morning sun cast red rays through the trees as the phone crazies filed off the soccer field in orderly patterns, fanning out toward downtown Gayton as if nothing had happened the night before. Clay remained suspicious and argued they should move quickly on the Citgo station, even if it meant risking daylight encounters. From the dining room, they watched the exodus. Afterwards, Clay found Tom and the headmaster in the kitchen drinking tepid coffee. Before he could explain his plan, Jordan pointed out that some of the crazies had stayed behind, about 100 of them, and were removing dead bodies from under the bleachers. The headmaster identified the building they were carrying them to as the indoor track, with a steep drop-off on the far side where the bodies would be dumped. Jordan recognized one of them, Noah Chutsky, from the drama reading club, and the sight unsettled him. Then, a development: 24 of the worker bees peeled off toward the greenhouses in a V formation, returning 20 minutes later with wheelbarrows and handcarts, which they used to speed up the disposal. Tom noted it was a step forward cleaning house and using tools. Clay didn't like it, and Jordan gloomily agreed. They slept until 1 in the afternoon. After confirming the body detail had finished and joined the foragers, they headed to the fieldstone pillars at the academy entrance. Alice insisted on coming along as lookout. Despite Clay's suggestion he and Tom could handle it alone. She even armed Jordan with a pistol, and the headmaster reluctantly agreed. They crossed the street to the Citgo station, where 2 propane trucks were parked. Clay spotted a cryptic chalk message on the asphalt, "Cashwalk don't you know foe," but didn't dwell on it. The propane trucks were empty but unlocked, and the keys were hanging in the office. As they prepared to leave, 2 phone crazies wandered up the middle of the street, a man eating Twinkies and a woman holding an upside-down book about dogs. They passed the pillars, and the woman reached for the man's Twinkies. He slapped her, and she made a sound, "Aw!" to which she replied with a grunt. She reached again, and he punched her in the neck, continuing to eat. She stopped and looked at him. He stopped too, his back mostly to her. Clay felt a strange shortness of breath, a sensation like climbing stairs too fast. Tom whispered if he felt it too, and Clay nodded, pointing to the desk where papers were fluttering, and ashes and an ashtray were circling lazily, pushing cigarette butts toward the center. The keys on the board began to jingle faintly. The woman held out her hand and made the same sound, "Aw!" and the air grew heavy with an unseen force. From the office of the guidance Citgo, Clay watched the strange negotiation unfold through the dusty glass. The man in the ruined suit clutched his box of Twinkies to his chest like a miser with gold, his sticky mouth working as he grunted out a refusal. The woman across from him was insistent, her demand growing sharper, and as she pressed her claim, Clay felt something shift in the air, a tension building that had nothing to do with the two of them. The keys on the board began to chatter against each other. A dead fluorescent tube overhead flickered with phantom current, then died again. Out on the concrete island, a nozzle clattered free of its pump without anyone touching it. Then the man's resistance simply collapsed, his shoulders sagging as he surrendered his treasure. The oppressive weight in the air vanished with his defeat, the keys falling silent, the ashes in the ashtray completing one last lazy spiral before settling. Clay could only mark the evidence of what had happened by the fallen nozzle and the tiny cluster of cigarette butts in the metal tray. The woman took 2 Twinkies, wrappers and all, and began to eat, and Clay allowed himself a small measure of relief, though it was thin comfort. They shuffled off together toward town, the woman pausing only once to spit out a piece of cellophane, utterly indifferent to the book she'd dropped earlier. Tom broke the silence, his voice low and disturbed, asking what they'd just witnessed. Clay admitted he didn't know, but it unsettled him deeply. He handed Tom a set of keys to the propane trucks and asked if he could drive a stick shift. Tom confirmed he could, and Clay offered a dry remark about straight men having an instinct for such things, though Tom barely registered the joke. His attention was fixed on the departing pair, his throat pulsing with anxiety as he muttered about how the world had turned against people like him. Clay agreed that things would get worse for everyone if the phoners mastered whatever power they were developing, and urged them to move. Tom hesitated at the door, pulling Clay back with a question: should they tell the others what they'd felt? Clay considered the burden they were already carrying: Jordan's clinging protectiveness toward the headmaster, Alice's compulsive grip on her talisman, the exhaustion etched into all their faces. And then there was the plan for tonight, a horrifying necessity that weighed on his imagination like a stone. He agreed to keep it quiet, then told Tom to take the hill in low gear. Tom wondered how many gears a truck like that might have, and Clay quipped that one forward was all they needed. Tom pointed out the problem of getting out of the parking space, and Clay dismissed it with dark humor. What good was the end of the world if you couldn't drive through a fence? They did exactly that. Later, at XIII Lodge, Alice paced the hall in a fever of anxiety, pausing at the bay window to scan the empty slopes with a sneaker tied to her wrist. She reported to the others in the kitchen that the phoners weren't coming back, then speculated aloud about a mass migration southward, like birds. She resumed her frantic circuits, and the headmaster compared her to Ahab hunting his whale. Tom mumbled something about a musician being right about that, confusing the old man, but Tom waved off the need for explanation. Jordan checked his watch and observed that last night's return had been later than this, offering to reassure Alice, though Clay doubted it would help. She had to process this in her own way. Jordan acknowledged he was just as freaked out as she was. Alice returned to the kitchen, insisting that the afternoon's encounter with the Twinkie pair was evidence of bad voodoo, and vanished back into the hall before anyone could respond. The headmaster asked Jordan if he'd sensed anything, and Jordan admitted he had felt a strange prickling on his neck. The headmaster turned to the others, but Alice burst back in before they could answer, flushed and wide-eyed, announcing that the phoners were coming. From the window they watched the converging lines of figures climb Academy Slope, their shadows spinning like a vast pinwheel as they coalesced. Alice tore the sneaker from her wrist and squeezed it compulsively, insisting that the phoners would see the damage and turn back. They had to be smarter now if they were picking up books again. Clay thought they would return regardless, driven by instinct, with nowhere else to go as darkness fell. A scrap of a childhood lullaby drifted through his mind. Alice confessed she felt like she was going to explode, then laughed wildly at the irony. They were the ones supposed to explode, not her. She snapped at Tom when he tried to respond, but he only offered a calm observation about letting things be what they were. She dismissed him as New Age, comparing him to her father, and wiped away a tear. Jordan, irritated by the constant noise of her squeezing, asked her to stop, and she looked surprised before looping the sneaker back around her wrist. They watched the procession pass beneath Tunney Arch with eerie order, streaming down the ramps and spreading across the field. The last stragglers, injured but still moving in tight groups, arrived before sunset, and within minutes of the evening star appearing, Dean Martin's voice drifted out over the grounds. Alice admitted she'd worried for nothing, calling herself a putz, but the headmaster assured her that the real fools were the ones out there with cell phones. Tom wondered aloud about his cat, and Clay found himself thinking of his son and his estranged wife, the weight of that worry settling back onto him. At 10 that night, with the moon waning and a restless wind sweeping across the field, Clay and Tom positioned themselves in the band alcove at the home end of Tunney Field. A waist-high concrete barrier, thickly padded on the field side, stood before them. Behind them, rusting music stands and ankle-deep litter collected in the alcove, while Alice, Jordan, and the headmaster waited at the turnstiles, the old man leaning heavily on his cane. Debbie Boone's saccharine voice poured from the speakers, and Clay knew the usual rotation of soft hits would follow, unless this night changed everything. The wind carried the stench of decay from the marsh beyond the indoor track, mingled with the rank sweat and dirt of the packed forms sprawled across the field. Clay forced himself to acknowledge what they were about to do. These creatures, however altered, had once been human, and he wouldn't hide behind rationalization. Tom's low question broke the silence. What was he waiting for? Clay deflected, claiming nothing, but the truth was, he was wrestling with the enormity of it. He drew Beth Nickerson's Colt from his holster, fully loaded. Alice had offered him the automatic rifle, but he'd refused, believing the revolver's specialized ammunition fragmenting rounds that would ignite the propane tanks was the right tool. She'd argued that the automatic could shred the trucks, and he'd conceded the point but insisted their goal was ignition, not destruction. If the Colt failed, he could fall back on the weapon she'd nicknamed Sir Speedy. A strip of bunting tore loose from the scoreboard and danced across the field before snagging briefly on one of the propane trucks, then flying off into the darkness. The truck sat in the center of the field like strange metal monuments, surrounded by the sleeping phoners, some pressed so close they were wedged against the wheels. Clay thought of passenger pigeons, how hunters had clubbed them by the thousands as they roosted, and how the species had vanished. But birds couldn't seek revenge. These things could. Tom asked again if he was sure, and Clay admitted he wasn't. There were too many unknowns, too many consequences, but he was going through with it anyway. Tom urged him to get it over with, offering a crude dismissal of the music that had been playing. Clay raised the revolver, steadying his right wrist with his left hand, and sighted on the leftmost tank. He planned to fire twice into each, with one round left for emergencies. If that failed, he'd try the automatic. He warned Tom to duck if the explosion came, and Tom braced himself, face contorted with anticipation. Debbie Boone was building to a crescendo, and Clay felt a sudden urgency to act before she finished. He pulled the trigger. There was no need for a second shot. A brilliant red blossom erupted in the center of the tank, and the dent he'd seen in the metal vanished in a swelling inferno. He shouted for Tom to get down and shoved him to the concrete as the world turned white-hot. A deafening roar and a percussive bang shook through his bones, and shrapnel screamed overhead. Tom might have screamed, but Clay couldn't be sure over the second whoosh of flame that turned the air to furnace heat. He grabbed Tom by the collar and scruff of his neck, dragging him backward up the ramp toward the turnstiles, squinting against the blinding glare. Debris rained around them. A heavy object, possibly an engine block, crashed into the stands. The twisted metal under his feet had been music stands moments before. Tom was on his feet, glasses askew, and they scrambled up the ramp like fugitives from a biblical cataclysm. Their long shadows stretched ahead of them, and Clay realized falling debris was everywhere: limbs, a bumper, a woman's head with hair ablaze. A second or third explosion sent him sprawling, and for an instant he lay there, staring at discarded trash, overwhelmed by the conviction that they'd had no idea what they were doing, and would pay for it with their lives. Tom's hands hauled at him, and then Alice was there too, yanking him up, her face streaked with blood and her eyes blazing. Behind them, propane roared like a dragon. Jordan and the headmaster emerged from the smoke, and Tom shouted for Jordan to pull the old man aside. A burning torso landed at Alice's feet, and she kicked it away with the instinct of years of soccer. A piece of flaming shirt landed on her head, and Clay swept it off. They shoved past a blazing tire with a sheared axle at the top of the ramp, holding their breath against the oily smoke, and stumbled through the turnstile. Under Tawny Arch, they turned to watch the column of fire consume the bleachers and press box. Tom's face was pale around his eyes but reddened across his cheeks, half his mustache singed off. He asked if Clay had known the explosion would be so massive, his voice muffled and distant in Clay's ringing ears. Clay denied it, his own voice raw and cracked, insisting he'd never have stood there with a pistol if he'd known how powerful it would be. Tom managed to grin despite everything, remarking on the torn shirt, and Clay felt a surge of conflicting emotion: rage, relief, affection. Jordan wanted to return to the lodge, and the headmaster agreed, trembling badly. Alice wiped gore from her face, with an almost absent motion, her eyes gleaming with a terrifying exultation that Clay recognized from old comic art. A kind of panic eye, he thought. She declared nothing could have survived, but Clay felt a cold certainty that they'd made a terrible mistake. Tom gripped his arm, asking what was wrong, and Clay admitted the truth: they'd miscalculated. Tom's question hung in the air, sharp and searching, probing whether this was the same kind of psychic disturbance they'd felt at the gas station. Clay dismissed the comparison, insisting it was simpler, and worse: they'd made a terrible mistake. He knew it with certainty now. They had to leave tonight, immediately. Tom accepted this without argument, calling for Alice. She followed them a short way down the path toward the lodge, then stopped to look back at the inferno. The press box and bleachers were fully engulfed, the stars blotted out, the moon reduced to a wavering ghost in the heat haze above the flames. She exulted in the destruction, declaring everything crispy and gone, starting to chant a crude cheer. But before she could finish, a cry rose from behind them, not the distant spectral sound they'd heard before, but a nearby agonized scream of something that had awakened to find itself burning alive. It was a single, aware entity, and it was in torment. Alice shrieked and covered her ears, her eyes bulging in the firelight. Jordan grabbed the headmaster's wrist, desperate to undo what they'd done, but Ardai told him it was already too late. An hour later, they stood at the front door of the lodge with slightly fuller packs, having gathered supplies. Clay had pushed Tom and Alice to move quickly, and now he kept darting to the living room window to check the fire. The gas jet was finally burning lower, but the bleachers and press box still blazed, and Tawny Arch glowed like a horseshoe. Nothing on the field could have survived. Alice was right about that, but twice on their way back, They'd heard ghostly cries from other flocks carried on the wind. Clay told himself he didn't hear anger in those sounds, but he didn't fully believe it. It had been a mistake, but what else could they have done? They'd felt the gathering power firsthand, seeing what two of them could do. How could they have let that grow unchecked? Caught between action and inaction, he muttered to himself about the impossibility of the choice. He turned from the window, resisting the urge to check his watch. He was close to panic, and if he gave in, it would infect the others, especially Alice, who had only a thin hold on her composure, maintained mostly for Jordan's sake. Clay hurried back to the hall and saw Tom coming down the stairs alone. His ears were still muffled, his voice strange to his own ears, and he asked where Jordan was. Tom explained that the boy refused to come without the headmaster, insisting he couldn't be made to leave. Alice burst out of the kitchen, newly washed but still bearing the burn of the explosion on her skin, and ignored Clay completely as she dropped to her knees and tore open her pack. He asked what was happening, and Tom pointed to her wrist. The sneaker was gone. Clay felt a sickening lurch in his gut. He watched as she frantically unloaded her pack, scattering clothes and batteries, cracking her spare flashlight on the tile floor. This wasn't a petty fit. It was raw terror. He knelt beside her, gripping her wrists, feeling the frantic pulse under his fingers. Her eyes held agony, not panic. She'd poured everything into that talisman, her parents, her friends, Beth Nickerson, and her daughter. The horror of Tunny Field. She sobbed. That she'd thought she packed it but couldn't find it anywhere. Clay lifted the wrist with a shoelace and showed her how it had come untied. The loops were too long now. He recalled the last time he'd seen the sneaker, when she'd helped pull him up after the second explosion, her arms covered in blood and debris. He thought it had fallen off sometime after that. She whispered that it had been her luck, tears spilling down her cheeks. Tom wrapped an arm around her, insisting that they were her luck now. She asked how he could be sure, and he told her that she'd found them first, and they were still here. She hugged them both, and the three of them stood locked together in the hall, surrounded by the scattered remains of her belongings. The fire had claimed Hackery Hall before the wind finally died around 4 a.m, halting its spread. Dawn revealed a campus reeking of propane, charred wood, and roasted flesh beneath a sky choked with gray-black smoke. Cheatham Lodge remained occupied, a chain of loyalty binding them together. The head couldn't travel without a car, the roads were impassable, Jordan wouldn't leave the head, Alice wouldn't leave Jordan, Tom wouldn't leave Alice, and Clay found himself unwilling to abandon any of them, though a guilty part of him was horrified to realize these new companions had come to matter more, in this moment, than his own son. He'd hoped daylight would ease his certainty that they'd made a fatal error, but it hadn't. They watched from the living room window as the ruin smoldered. Nothing emerged from the wreckage, only the crackle of fire consuming what remained of the bleachers and the athletic offices. The 1,000 or so phoners who had been roosting there were nothing but ash and char, their smell thick and sickening. Clay had vomited once he knew the others had too. Jordan insisted they should have gone on without him, and the head, that they'd have been fine, but Ardai ignored the boy and fixed Clay with a probing look, asking what had happened at the service station the day before. Clay sensed the old man saw something in him, an animal wariness perhaps, and pressed for details. Clay described the struggle over the Twinkies, the strange physical phenomena that had accompanied it: fluttering papers, circling ashes, jingling keys, a falling nozzle. Tom confirmed the odd shortness of breath and the charged, thunderous quality of the air. Then the tension had simply dissipated when the woman got her way. Alice asked why they'd kept this from the others, and Clay admitted it wouldn't have changed their plan. They were going to burn the nest regardless. Tom agreed. Jordan suddenly asked if they thought the phoners were becoming psionics, capable of telekinesis and levitation, and pointed out that the telepathy was what truly frightened them. Tom touched his singed mustache and conceded the thought had crossed his mind. Jordan argued that since the Gayton flock had died without knowing who destroyed them, they couldn't have transmitted the information to other flocks. The headmaster winced, clutching his midsection, and asked Jordan to fetch his antacid. Tom asked if it was an ulcer, and Ardai dismissed it as stress. Alice asked about his heart, and he answered evasively, accepting the water and pill from Jordan. After swallowing, he told the boy he should go with the others. Jordan protested, insisting there was no way the phoners could know, but the head looked to Clay and Tom for confirmation. Clay saw no point in arguing. Jordan's face was stubborn on the surface, terrified underneath, and daylight was their time now. He tousled the boy's hair and announced he was going to sleep. Tom mentioned shaving off the rest of his mustache, and Alice joked about wanting to watch. Later, in the shared bedroom, the headmaster appeared at the door without preamble, his face pale except for 2 burning spots of color on his cheeks. He asked Clay if he'd planted the seed about his heart, and Clay realized what the old man was planning. Ardai told him he would be found dead in his bed that evening, and Clay was to explain it as a heart attack brought on by the previous night's events. Clay understood immediately the head was removing himself so Jordan would leave. If the boy suspected suicide, he might follow suit or be consumed by grief. Clay argued for waiting another day, but Ardai insisted the screams they'd heard were rage and the phoners would come. Even if they couldn't read minds, he asked what Clay proposed to stay until winter, until he died of old age. Clay had a wife and child to find. Clay claimed he'd made peace with their fate, but Ardai saw through the lie, asking if Clay's son had made peace with not knowing. Clay called it a low blow, but the head pressed on. The equation was simple. Clay couldn't stay, and he couldn't go. Clay started to object that this was like putting down a horse with a broken leg, but Ardai cut him off, insisting horses didn't practice euthanasia, but people did. Tom entered the room, and with hardly a pause, the head shifted to an almost casual question about whether Clay had ever considered commercial illustration. Clay dismissed the possibility of commercial illustration, explaining his style was too flamboyant for mainstream houses, though he'd done some small press work including jackets for Edgar Rice Burroughs' Mars novels. The headmaster brightened at the mention of Barsoom, waving his cane enthusiastically before grimacing and rubbing his chest, blaming heartburn. He excused himself to lie down, and Tom watched him go, then asked Clay if he thought the old man was all right. Clay said he was fine, then pointed out that Tom had abandoned his plan to shave off the rest of his mustache. Tom admitted he'd changed his mind with Alice around. She could be casually cruel about certain things. Clay dismissed this as paranoia, and Tom joked that he was already missing his analyst after only a week. Clay agreed with a flat, exhausted voice that he desperately wished they were out of there, and Tom offered reassurance that things would be all right. Clay shot back that Tom's persecution complex and delusions of grandeur didn't make him a reliable source. Tom conceded the point, but added that poor self-image balanced him out, and before he could finish, Clay acknowledged that it was too late for today. There was a strange peace in that acceptance. Tom started to say something about Jordan, but Clay was already asleep. He woke with a start, certain he'd screamed aloud, but Tom's undisturbed form in the other bed, a cloth over his eyes, proved otherwise. The room was dim, the shade drawn, the house eerily silent except for a distant bird and a faint, persistent alarm. His heart hammered in his chest, his mouth dry as sawdust, and he lay still for a moment, trying to pin down the nightmare that had jolted him awake. It had been worse than the old dream of baby Johnny falling apart in his hands, that one he could understand, a father's fear. This was something else. He moved to the desk, found blank stationery with the Gayton Academy letterhead, and began to sketch the figure from his dream before the details could fade. He'd seen himself, Tom, Alice, and Jordan, lined up on platforms in a vast field, surrounded by thousands of ruined faces and tattered bodies. A special man, had approached each of them, placing his hand over their heads, like an auctioneer appraising livestock, and proclaimed them insane in Latin while the crowd roared back, "Don't touch!" in a single telepathic voice. Clay focused on that man, capturing his gaunt frame, his noble but scarred face, the torn cheek and drooping lip, the Harvard hoodie. The eyes eluded him, both aware and dead, but he sketched as much as he could. He was about to print the university name when he heard soft, muffled weeping from below. He knew it was Jordan. He pulled on his jeans and found Alice on the second-floor landing, cradling the boy against her chest. She looked up, alarmed, And Clay asked if she'd had a nightmare too. She hadn't. She'd heard Jordan crying. He told her to stay put, retrieved his sketch from the bedroom, and woke Tom, who confirmed he'd also dreamed of being called insane. Clay hurried back to Jordan, who was now sitting with Alice, looking small and dazed. The boy remembered being on stands, displayed like wild animals, and being declared something, though he couldn't quite say what. Clay finished the thought in saying. Jordan's eyes widened in recognition. When Clay showed him the sketch of the scarred, hooded figure, Jordan flinched away, burying his face against Alice. Tom, who had followed, confirmed the torn cheek and drooping lip from his own fading dream. Alice, who hadn't dreamed at all, studied the drawing but didn't recognize the man. Jordan shuddered and said the man had been showing them to the crowd. Alice started to shake her head in response to Clay's question, but before she could speak, a prolonged rattling and a series of heavy thuds erupted from the front door of XIII Lodge. Alice screamed. Jordan clutched her tighter, and Tom grabbed Clay's shoulder in alarm. More rattling followed, and Clay shouted for guns already moving. There was a moment of paralysis on the sunny landing, then another long rolling crash like bones tumbling snapped them into action. Tom bolted for the third floor, Clay following, skidding on the stairs. Alice pushed Jordan away and ran for her own room, leaving the boy huddled against the newel post. Within minutes they regrouped at the foot of the stairs, armed Tom with Sir Speedy, Alice with a 9mm in each hand, Clay with Beth Nickerson's .45, though he couldn't remember retrieving it. The afternoon light in the lodge had dimmed dramatically, and Clay realized why every visible window was crowded with phone crazies, their ruined faces pressed to the glass. Dozens or hundreds of them. They were silent, their expressions carrying a haunted avidity, and that charged, spinning tension was back in the air. Clay half expected their weapons to fly from their hands and turn on them. Tom made a grim joke about feeling like lobsters in a tank, and Clay urged calm, suggesting they wait for the phoners to make the first move. Instead, another heavy thump came from the porch, and the creatures at the windows drew back in orderly rows, retreating to a position between the lodge and the smoking ruins of the soccer field. They settled like a ragged army battalion, all eyes fixed on the house. Jordan, who had crept down, noticed the soot and char on their hands and feet, and realized they'd been to see what had been done to their friends. He could feel their rage, he said, and Clay could too. That heavy, thundery pressure was unmistakable. Tom asked why they didn't just use their psychic powers to make them kill each other, and Alice wondered if they could make heads explode. Jordan didn't know, and asked where the Raggedy Man was. Clay showed him the sketch, and they confirmed none of them had seen the figure except in the shared dream. Clay suddenly understood what the phoners were waiting for, and what they'd left. He headed for the front door despite Tom's objections. He was certain they weren't meant to be killed, or they'd already be dead. Jordan agreed weakly. Clay opened the door to find the Raggedy Man himself standing at the head of an arrowhead formation of 21 phoners, his torn cheek clumsily stitched, his split lip drooping. Before the door, bearing the welcome mat, was a heap of melted boomboxes. Alice shrieked and lunged forward, dropping one of her guns to retrieve the baby sneaker that had tumbled from the pile. She cradled it to her chest. Clay raised his empty palms to the Raggedy Man, asking what he wanted. The figure smiled, a dead doll's expression with anger barely beneath the surface, and held up a finger weight. From Academy Avenue below, screams erupted, mingled with guttural cries. Alice demanded to know what they were doing to the people down there, raising her remaining gun, but Tom wrested it away before she could fire. Clay pulled her back as she clawed at Tom, screaming about the screams. Jordan watched, terrified. Tom checked the safety it had been on and asked if she wanted them all killed. Alice wept, insisting the phoners would never let them go, while more screams rose from the avenue. Tom argued that if they meant to kill them, they'd be dead already. The carnage below was a message. A few gunshots punctuated the screams, but mostly it was just agony and terror, lasting perhaps 10 minutes but feeling like hours. When the screaming finally stopped, Alice stood with her head bowed, her guns abandoned on a nearby table. Jordan held her hand, watching the Raggedy Man and his entourage through the open door, still unaware of the headmaster's absence, But Clay knew that awareness would come soon, and with it, the next ordeal. The Raggedy Man stepped forward and made a small, mocking bow, gesturing toward the road beyond Academy Slope, as if to say the way was theirs to take. Clay met his gaze and delivered a quiet threat they had the numbers to destroy them. But if the Raggedy Man wanted to survive the night, he'd better stay well behind the front lines. Clay would personally make sure he was the first to fall. The scarred figure responded with an exaggerated expression of alarm, his hands to his cheeks, while his followers remained stone-faced. Clay closed the door. Alice apologized dully for her outburst, admitting she couldn't bear the screams. Tom reassured her, pointing out that they'd at least recovered her talisman. Alice wondered if the sneaker had led the phoners to them, but Jordan suggested it was simply their way of acknowledging her. They'd known who they were all along, plucking the knowledge from their dreams. Clay agreed, adding that the Raggedy Man had probably picked his own face out of their shared nightmare. Alice protested. She hadn't dreamed of him, but Tom noted she'd been waking up. She'd hear from him soon enough. He then voiced his confusion if the phoners knew they were responsible. Why kill innocent pilgrims instead of simply breaking in and killing them? The question hung unanswered as Jordan slid off his chair, suddenly realizing the headmaster was missing. Clay tried to stop him, but the boy was already running up the stairs, shouting for the old man. Alice remained seated, fixated on her sneaker, while Tom followed reluctantly. When Jordan's shriek pierced the air, a sound of pure drilling horror, Tom moved first. Clay was frozen for a long moment, his mind racing through possibilities. Then Tom cried out in shock, telling Jordan not to look, and Clay forced himself forward. In the study, the headmaster sat behind his desk, his swivel chair tilted back, his one remaining eye staring at the ceiling. A sheet of paper on the blotter was covered in his fine, clear cursive, the word for insane written in 14 different languages, now stained with blood. The heavy fountain pen with which he'd written had been driven through his right eye and into his brain. The Raggedy Man had made him do it too old and arthritic to travel. He'd been left behind to serve as a message. Alice's broken voice asked why him and not them. What did they want? Clay thought of the gesture toward the road and understood the phoners wanted them gone. Beyond that, he had no answers, and maybe that was a mercy. They wrapped the headmaster's body in a fine linen tablecloth. Alice tried to sew it shut, but broke down in tears. Tom finished the job with quick, professional stitches, refusing Clay's attempts at levity. He was barely holding himself together. Clay had already done what he could, removing the pen from the head's eye, a grisly task that had produced sounds he knew he'd never forget. Outside, the phoners stood watch until dusk, then flocked silently away. Clay and Tom carried the shrouded body to the back porch. In the kitchen, the 4 survivors ate their breakfast as evening deepened. Jordan ate well and spoke animatedly, reminiscing about his time at the academy and the headmaster's influence on him, his cheeks flushed, his eyes bright with a feverish energy that unsettled Clay, Alice, and Tom alike. His mind was clearly tottering, but there was nothing they could do about it. After dark, Tom suggested Jordan rest, but the boy insisted they bury the head first in the garden behind the lodge, the place he'd loved best. He led them to the gardening shed, where they found shovels. Alice agreed to the plan, and Clay made Jordan promise he would rest afterwards. Jordan's impatience erupted as he paced the room, urging them to action like a child trying to start a game of tag. They dug the grave in the victory garden, lowering the shrouded form into the 3-foot hole among the beans and tomatoes. The exertion kept them warm until they stopped, and then the cold hit. The night had turned frosty, a heavy ground mist rolling up the slope, swallowing Academy Avenue, until only the steep roofs of the largest houses remained visible. Jordan, shivering despite his sweaters, wished someone knew good poetry, his voice finally breaking as he spoke of the head's love for verse, calling him old school. Alice folded the boy against her as he struggled, and then surrendered to the comfort. Tom offered to cover the grave and then recite something, promising he actually knew some poetry. Jordan accepted with weary gratitude. They filled the hole quickly, borrowing earth from elsewhere in the garden to level it, and Clay found himself sweating again despite the cold. Jordan insisted on helping using his bare hands, and by the time they finished, he was glassy-eyed and reeling. He demanded Tom deliver on his promise, and Tom stepped to the grave's head, removing his cap. Alice followed suit, and Clay realized he wasn't wearing one. Jordan mimicked removing and flinging his own hat, his smile frantic. Tom asked for quiet and respect, and Jordan pressed a finger to his lips, a gesture that let Clay see the grief still intact behind the boy's eyes. Tom began to speak, and Clay expected Frost or Shakespeare, but what came instead was a low, measured adaptation of Psalm 40, asking for mercy and protection, acknowledging sins and failing hearts. Alice wept quietly at the foot of the grave, holding her sneaker. Tom continued, calling for shame upon those who sought their ruin, and as he finished the first part, Jordan's voice broke an apology for the head's death, and then the boy collapsed. Clay caught him, found his pulse strong and regular, and Tom admitted it was a loose version of the psalm, suggesting they take the boy inside. Clay insisted he finish, and Alice agreed, calling the words lovely. Tom concluded with a plea for the Lord to think of them, the poor and needy, and not to delay. Clay and Alice said amen together. They carried Jordan inside, and Tom explained he'd learned the psalm from the Holy Hannahs at his childhood church, along with other useful skills. He predicted the boy would sleep through the afternoon. Alice worried about the Raggedy Man returning to find them still there, but Clay was too tired to care much either. They'd get another day's grace or they wouldn't. Around 4 a.m, Alice stumbled off to bed, and the two men sat in the kitchen drinking iced tea in silence. Just before dawn, a distant ghostly groan rose from the northeast, answered by a much louder cry from XIII. They went out into the fog, pushing aside the melted boom boxes, but could see nothing. They returned inside. Tom speculated the first cry might have come from Hooksett or Suncook, wondering how many the phoners had gotten and how they'd done it. Clay had no answer. Tom expressed a grim hope that it was a large number, then asked if they were going the next night. Clay said they'd go if the Raggedy Man let them live through the day. Tom agreed. There was no choice, but confessed he felt like cattle being driven to slaughter. Clay had the same feeling, but again asked himself why the phoners didn't just kill them. Tom yawned and asked if Clay could hold watch a couple more hours. Clay said he could, though he felt less like sleeping than ever. Tom stated a preference for dying his own way if it came to that, and Clay nodded, though he suspected the Raggedy Man's collective mind might have removed even that option. Tom took the guns upstairs, leaving Clay with a .45. At 8 a.m, Clay sat on a bench in the head's garden, too tired even to consider making a marker for the old man. The fog was thick, but the sun was burning through, and as he watched, something red materialized out of the dazzling white the Raggedy Man's hoodie, floating at first, then resolving into the figure itself, hood up, standing on the head's grave. Clay didn't reach for his gun. The Raggedy Man grinned, spreading his hands as if to say it was nothing, and Clay demanded he state his business. Clay tried to resist when the Raggedy Man's will invaded his voice, but he couldn't prepare for it. He managed to force out a command to stop, but the figure waited patiently. Clay insisted he could keep him out if he tried hard enough, and the Raggedy Man's expression seemed to ask if he was done. Clay yielded, and his voice was used to say they should go tonight, that the Raggedy Man could bring more, that he'd come alone. Clay conceded the point. Then his voice said they should go north. Clay asked where and why, and in response, an image appeared in his mind clear as if projected on the mist of the pink chalk words they'd seen scrawled on Academy Avenue, Cashwalk, don't you know F.O.? Clay admitted he didn't understand. The figure in the tattered red hoodie turned and withdrew, dissolving into the luminous fog until only the garment's color seemed to float for a moment, unoccupied, before that too vanished. Clay was left with a single small reassurance. Their path had already been pointing north anyway, and they'd been granted another day before whatever came next. That meant no one needed to keep watch. He decided to let the others sleep, and find his own rest as well. When Jordan woke, his mind was clear, but his sharp-edged intensity had dulled. He picked at half a stale bagel, listening with flat attention as Clay described that morning's encounter with the Raggedy Man. Only when the story ended did Jordan stir, retrieving the road atlas and flipping to the western Maine pages. He traced a finger to a town above Freiburg, and identified it as Cashwalk, with Little Cashwalk nearby, close to the state line. He'd recognize the name because of the lake nearly as large as Sebago. Alice leaned in to read the lake's name aloud, struggling with its syllables. Jordan explained the area was an unincorporated township called Tier 90, and from there the meaning behind the graffiti became obvious. Tom concluded it was a dead zone, free of cell and microwave towers. Jordan confirmed that, aside from satellite dishes, it would be exactly that, a place where nothing worked. Alice didn't understand why the phone people would direct them to a safe zone. Tom suggested the question was meaningless, since they'd been allowed to live at all. Jordan offered a darker possibility. Maybe they were being turned into weapons, living bombs meant to destroy the very refuge they were being sent to. The idea hung in the air while they considered it. Alice said they'd go and find out, but she refused to be anyone's bomb. Jordan reminded her of what had been done to the headmaster, and asked if she truly believed she'd have a choice when the moment came. As they resumed their northward trek, they passed houses whose doors gaped open or hung from broken hinges. Shoes still sat on most stoops, but the dead scattered across the lawns were mostly innocent travelers caught at the wrong time, identifiable by their bare feet, though the state of their bodies made footwear irrelevant. Many had been torn apart. For half a mile beyond the school, the road was lined with carnage. Alice walked with her eyes shut, letting Tom guide her like a blind woman. Clay offered the same to Jordan, but the boy refused, trudging the center line with his pack and his too long hair, looking down at his sneakers after only a few glances at the slaughter. Tom murmured that there were hundreds, noting a young girl curled around a stop sign, no older than 9, shoeless, with a nearby door standing open to mark where she'd likely been dragged out. Clay countered that some of the normies had been armed, and had fought back. He'd seen arrows and knife wounds among the phoner dead. Tom's reply cut deeper. They had caused this, and he questioned whether they could still call themselves part of any kind. Hours later, at a roadside picnic spot on Route 156, the question found its answer. They'd stopped for a cold meal by lantern light, finishing with stale cookies, when a group of 6 older travelers appeared, pushing shopping carts and carrying weapons, the first other survivors they'd encountered since leaving Guyton. Tom called out a friendly invitation to share their table. One of the women started to wave, then stopped, and Clay caught the loathing in a man's voice as he identified them as the Guyton bunch. Another told them to go to hell, and the group pressed on faster, the limping woman helped along by her companion. Alice jumped up, nearly overturning a lantern, and shouted after them, demanding to know what they'd done. One of the men called back over his shoulder that at least they hadn't gotten a bunch of normies killed. There were more of the phone people than survivors, and the phoners were willing to leave people alone if they were left alone in return, except for this particular group. Alice yelled back that believing anything the phoners said or thought was idiocy. The man raised his hand in a dismissive gesture and walked on. Watching them disappear, the 4 of them sat in silence at the carved table. Tom stated the obvious: they were outcasts. Clay suggested that maybe they were something else, if the phone people wanted them to go where the other normies were heading. Alice pressed him for what he meant, but he couldn't articulate it, not at that hour. Instead, he turned his thoughts to Kent Pond, to his wife and son. He needed to know if they were there, or if they'd left word. Tom gently pointed out how unlikely it was that they'd stayed, but Clay insisted it was still a destination. And until he reached that destination, he wouldn't have to face the deeper question why the Raggedy Man would send them to a place of safety if the people there already hated and feared them, or how such a place could truly be safe if the phone people knew about it at all. They moved slowly eastward, aiming for Route 19 and the Maine border, but the night ended before they could reach it. Every road in this part of New Hampshire seemed to funnel through Rochester, and Rochester was gone, burned to ash, its heart still smoldering with a sick orange glow. Alice took the lead, steering them in a wide westward arc around the worst of the ruins. Along the way they spotted the same chalk message scrawled on sidewalks, and once spray-painted across a mailbox. Tom tried for a bleak joke about federal prison, but the humor fell flat. Their path cut through the vast parking lot of the Rochester Mall, and they heard the music long before they reached it, some watered-down New Age jazz drifting from amplified speakers. The lot was buried in trash. Cars sunk to their hubcaps in rotting debris, and the wind carried the sour stench of death. Tom noted there had to be a flock nearby. It was in the cemetery beside the mall. They skirted south and west, but as they emerged onto North Main Street, they could see the red power lights of boomboxes winking through the trees. Alice suddenly proposed they torch this flock too, suggesting there had to be a propane truck somewhere. Jordan lit up at the idea, raising his fists for the headmaster. Tom disagreed. Clay surprised himself by almost siding with Alice. The music was unbearable, but Tom had spotted something else. He pointed to a side street, choked with stalled cars, all pointed away from the mall. Clay could picture the drivers reaching for their phones in the aftermath, desperate for news. Tom suggested they investigate carefully, staying off the sidewalk and under the trees, though he wouldn't say what he'd seen. Between the street and the cemetery, dozens of bodies lay rotting. As they reached the tree line, the music shifted to something softer, and Clay saw what Tom had noticed: armed men standing perimeter guard around the cemetery. Jordan saw it too when Clay turned his head, and the boy's shoulders sagged. Alice's defeated posture confirmed she'd spotted them as well. They retreated, Jordan whispering that the smell was making him sick. 4 miles north in Melrose Corner, they found another picnic area with a fire pit. They gathered wood, and Alice built a fire, heating canned beans. 2 groups of pilgrims passed without acknowledging them. Over the meal, Clay praised Tom's sharp eyes, but Tom dismissed it as luck. A trick of the light from Rochester's embers catching rifle barrels at just the right angle. He'd tried to convince himself it was just fence iron, but he knew better. Jordan suggested the guards might be phone crazies, but his voice betrayed his doubt. Alice pointed out that phoners didn't do night shifts. Jordan countered that they might need less sleep now, part of their new programming, a phrase that always chilled Clay. Tom finished the thought: phoners didn't need rifles. Alice concluded bitterly that the phoners had collaborators protecting them while they rested, and she wished them all damnation. Clay remained silent, troubled by how the man with the shopping carts had labeled them the Gatton Bunch, as if they were outlaws. He realized he'd stopped thinking of the infected as phone crazies and started calling them phone people. The question gnawed at him. When did a collaborator stop being a collaborator? When they became the majority, he supposed. Then the holdouts became fugitives. Or criminals. They pushed on to Hayes Station and spent the night at a rundown motel called Whispering Pines, within sight of a sign pointing toward Kent Pond. They didn't bother leaving their shoes outside the doors. There seemed no point anymore. That night, Clay dreamed he was back on that platform, immobilized and exposed, surrounded by thousands of eyes. The field was vast, bigger than any stadium he'd ever seen, with a skeletal tower blinking red on the horizon. His friends were lined up beside him, but now there were others on similar platforms stretching away in both directions. He recognized people from their journey: the naked man with the car aerials, now dressed, the pack-sack traveler, the limping grandmother. She pointed at them, identifying them as the Gatton Bunch, and the pregnant woman beside her sneered. A woman on a nearby platform called out for help, but the pregnant woman's telepathic reply was cold. She should have thought of that sooner. Clay realized no one was speaking aloud. This was all telepathy. The Raggedy Man walked down the line, passing his hand over each person's head like a judge pronouncing sentence, his ID bracelet flashing in the blazing light towers. He was walking on air, 4 feet above the ground. With each gesture he declared someone insane, and the crowd roared back in a single voice, "Don't touch!" Both the phone people and the normies united. In the dream, there was no difference between them anymore. He woke in the late afternoon, curled tight, and gripping a flattened motel pillow. Stepping outside, he found Alice and Jordan on the curb between the parking lot and the units, her arm around him, his head on her shoulder, his hair a wild mess. Clay sat down beside them. The highway ahead was empty except for an abandoned FedEx truck with its rear doors gaping and a wrecked motorcycle. Before he could finish asking if they'd dreamed the same thing, Jordan answered without lifting his head, declaring himself the insane boy from the dream. Alice claimed the role of the insane woman, then asked if there was actually some enormous stadium in Cashwalk, because she wouldn't go near it. Tom emerged and joined them, admitting he had plenty of issues but no death wish. Clay said he didn't think there was much more than an elementary school up there. High school kids got bused elsewhere. Jordan corrected him. It was a virtual stadium, like something inside a computer. He didn't care about that, though. What tormented him was the question of who would touch them if no one else would, if even the normal people shunned them. His voice cracked with adult pain as he asked if the Raggedy Man would touch them, because he could feel him watching. Clay tried to dismiss it, but the logic nagged at him. If the dream was being sent, then someone was sending it. Alice declared she'd rather go to Idaho than Cashwalk. Clay insisted he was heading to Kent Pond first, no matter what, and could reach it in 2 nights. He wanted them to come, but he'd understand if they didn't. Tom supported the plan, saying Clay needed closure, and after that, they could figure out the rest. No one objected. Route 19 had clear stretches that encouraged reckless drivers, sprinters, as Jordan called them, who tore past at high speeds, swerving around obstacles or abandoning their vehicles when blocked. They were mostly jerks, and the pattern held true for one particular driver. That night, a black Escalade screamed past, the driver leaning out to hurl an obscenity at Alice. She dismissed him with dry sarcasm. Moments later, they heard screeching tires and a crash. Clay ran, Alice outpacing him with a pistol raised. Tom struggled to keep up, breathless, wondering what they'd do if the victims were badly hurt. They found the Escalade on its side, airbags deployed, the driver dazed and bleeding from a forehead cut and a bloody nose. One passenger had stayed behind, a scrawny kid with acne scars and buck teeth, who kept babbling nervously. When he recognized Clay's group as the ones from the dreams, the driver told him to shut up. Alice offered to treat the driver's wound with hydrogen peroxide, but he recoiled, calling them poison. Clay pressed the driver about the dreams, specifically asking about the figure in the red hoodie. The driver confirmed it was Harvard, and his companion insisted these weren't dreams but broadcasts. If you didn't receive them, it meant you were poison. The driver warned Clay's group that they'd fucked up badly. Alice questioned why they'd believe the Raggedy Man, but the driver snapped at her. Jordan pointed out they had the guns, and the companion threatened that Harvard would punish them if they shot anyone. Clay said Harvard would do nothing, then pistol-whipped the driver across the jaw, opening a fresh wound. The driver staggered back, shocked. Clay told him to stay put for an hour and not cross paths with them again. They were being allowed to live as a gift. He added that he didn't know why the phone people wanted all the normies in Cashwalk, but roundups usually didn't end well for the cattle. The driver cursed him, but finally looked away. They moved on, but Clay knew they'd see Gunnar again. Gunnar and Harold had somehow gotten ahead of them, perhaps risking daylight travel while the others slept at the State Line Motel, just inside Maine. They might have hidden their new vehicle among abandoned cars at the Salmon Falls rest area. The details didn't matter. What mattered was they'd positioned themselves to strike from ambush. Clay barely noticed the approaching engine or Jordan's casual observation about another sprinter. This was familiar territory, and as they passed each landmark, the Lobster Pound, the Tasty Freeze with its giant soft-serve cone, the statue in Turnbull Square, he felt like he was drifting through a dream. He hadn't realized how little he'd expected to actually reach home until he saw that absurd plastic cone against the stars. Alice noted the road was littered for a sprinter, and they moved to the shoulder as headlights crested the hill behind them. The vehicle swerved around an overturned pickup with practiced ease, and Clay later realized Gunnar and Harold must have scouted the route carefully. They stood watching, Clay closest to the approaching lights, Alice to his left, Tom and Jordan beyond her. Jordan commented on the speed with casual curiosity, and Clay felt no warning, no premonition. He'd forgotten about Gunnar and Harold entirely. A parked sports car caused Harold to swerve slightly, a minor adjustment that might have thrown off Gunner's aim, or might not have mattered at all. Perhaps Clay had never been the target? Perhaps it was always Alice? The Chevrolet sedan roared past, Gunner kneeling in the back seat, leaning out the window with a chunk of cinder block. He let out a savage cry and hurled it. The block flew through the dark and struck Alice in the side of the head. The sound was unforgettable. Her flashlight tumbled from her hand, spraying light across the pavement. Clay dropped to his knees beside her, calling her name, but his voice was lost in the roar of Tom's automatic rifle, Sir Speedy finally getting its trial. Muzzle flashes strobing the darkness showed blood pouring down the side of her face in a torrent. Then the gunfire stopped. Tom was screaming that the barrel had pulled up, that he'd shot the whole clip into the sky. Jordan was screaming, asking if she was hurt. Clay stripped off his jacket, then his sweater, wrapping it around her head to stop the bleeding. Tom's flashlight found the cinder block matted with gore and hair, and Jordan began to shriek. Clay's hands felt like they were wearing warm, wet gloves as the sweater soaked through almost instantly. He wanted to call for help, to tell them to stop screaming and assist him, but his voice wouldn't come. All he could do was press the sodden fabric against the spongy ruin of her skull, remembering how she'd been bleeding when they first met, thinking she'd been okay then. Her hands twitched aimlessly, fingers kicking up dirt. Her feet twitched too, and the blood kept pouring out over his hands. He looked up and saw the evening star. She never fully passed out nor regained consciousness. Tom helped carry her up the slope to an apple orchard, a place Clay remembered visiting with Sharon and Johnny when things had been good. Jordan fretted about moving someone with a head wound, but Clay knew it didn't matter. She couldn't live like this. Jordan's face crumpled. They laid her on the grass. Tom offered water from a bottle with a nipple, and she took some. Jordan gave her the little sneaker, and she squeezed it, leaving bloody smears. Then they waited through the night. Around 11, she spoke about her father and leftovers, in a disjointed murmur. Her left hand lay still. Her right hand kept squeezing the sneaker in a rhythmic pulse. Clay asked if she wanted water, but she didn't answer. At 1:15, she asked about swimming. 10 minutes later, she laughed about dirty tampons, a natural, shocking sound that roused Jordan from dozing. He saw her condition and started crying, retreating when Tom tried to comfort him. Around 2:15, a large party of normies passed on the road below. Clay called down asking if they had a doctor. They stopped, murmured among themselves, and a woman's beautiful voice told them to leave. They were off limits. Tom called back a bitter biblical reference that translated to a curse. Then Alice spoke in a strong voice, declaring that the men in the car would be taken care of as a warning. Tom grabbed Clay's wrist, horrified that she sounded awake. Clay knew it wasn't her. It was the Raggedy Man using her as a loudspeaker. He just knew. The flashlights moved away, and Clay was glad. This was private. At 3:30, Alice spoke again. Fading roses, the garden over them rambled about snow and forts and birds in hands. Her voice trailed off, her breath misting in the cold night air. Jordan sat beside her, petting her still hand. She asked for a Slinky song, the one by Hall and Oates. Near 5, she said it was the loveliest dress ever. When Clay asked what color, she answered green. He asked where she'd wear it, and she spoke of ladies coming to the table, of Mr. Riccardi staying at his post. Her hand still squeezed the sneaker, but more slowly now. Her remaining eye turned to Clay, and she spoke again in that other voice. Your son's with us. Clay whispered that he was lying, clenching his fist to keep from striking the dying girl. Alice spoke once more about ladies coming to the table for tea, and then she fell silent. The first gray light was seeping into the eastern sky, when Tom sat beside Clay and touched his arm, offering a gentle warning. The Raggedy Man could have pulled the fact of Clay's son from his mind as easily as searching a database, and could be using Alice's dying words to torment him. Clay acknowledged this, but the possibility felt all too real. His thoughts drifted to memories of Johnny as a toddler, running to answer the phone with his childish chant, the oversized handset against his small face, a memory so vivid, it nearly undid him. Tom told him to stop, but Clay couldn't finish the thought anyway. Jordan's agonized cry drew them back to Alice. Her body had arched in a final convulsion, spine rigid, one eye bulging, lips pulled back. Then she relaxed, spoke a stranger's name, and squeezed the little sneaker one last time before her fingers went slack. A thin breath of vapor escaped her lips, and she was gone. When Jordan asked if she was dead, Clay confirmed it. He closed her eye and led them to a nearby farmhouse where they found shovels and buried her beneath an apple tree, the sneaker in her hand, as she would have wanted. Tom recited Psalm 40, struggling to finish, and each of them shared a memory of her. A small flock of phone people passed without bothering them. They were insane, untouchable, and Clay knew Gunnar and Harold would face their own reckoning. They slept through the day in the farmhouse and moved on toward Kent Pond. Clay no longer expected to find Johnny there, but he hoped for some word, some trace. The weight of sorrow pressed down on him like a leaden cloak. His old house stood on Livery Lane, a modest fixer-upper that had been their starter home and, they joked, would likely be their retirement home. They'd once imagined naming a daughter Olivia, making her the only Livy of Livery Lane. Now, arriving at the intersection just past midnight on a windy October night, Clay stared at the familiar stop sign with its spray-painted political message, nuclear power, and felt a desperate, irrational urge to stare through it into the past, to undo all the darkness. He began to run down the leaf-strewn street, weaving around stalled cars, past the body of Mr. Kretzky, the old barber who'd always had a Tootsie Pop for Johnny, lying half buried in leaves. His nose gone, Clay's mind raced with a terrible thought that he mustn't find them dead, and a darker, hateful wish that if one had to be dead, let it be Sharon. Their house was at the end, the garage empty. He turned and saw Tom and Jordan's lights approaching, then spotted a note taped to the back door, barely holding. He tore it free, heart pounding, and read it by flashlight. It was from Johnny, written in a child's shaky hand, describing the chaos, his friends Mitch and George, the cell phones, and his mother's fateful decision to take Johnny's phone to check on her sick mother. Johnny and his friends were heading to the town hall, where normal people were gathering, and he begged Clay to come get him. Tom gently warned that the town hall refugees would have scattered by now, but Clay insisted he had to see, had to find some word. Jordan asked what Johnny looked like, and Clay described him stocky, dark-haired. When Jordan clarified that a skinny blond boy lay dead on the street, Clay realized it was Johnny's friend George, and his hope fractured further. Tom pointed across the street, explaining that Clay had missed a body in his rush, a skinny blond boy with a red backpack, lying about 3 houses down. Clay recognized the description immediately. George Gendron, his son's friend, who had built a Puritan village with Johnny for a school project. He sat down heavily on the stoop, its familiar creak under his weight, and buried his face in his hands. They made their way to the town hall, navigating through streets choked with stalled vehicles and past burned-out houses still smoldering. Clay had covered George's body, but there were scores of other dead scattered along the route, crow-pecked and rotting, and he could do nothing for them. His mind kept circling back to George, wondering what had happened after Johnny taped that note to the door. Since only George lay in those bloody leaves, Clay could assume Johnny and Mitch had escaped, but Alice's warning about assumptions echoed in his thoughts. They reached the town hall parking lot, where a mired pickup truck and a woman's mutilated body marked the edge of the devastation. Tom warned Clay to stop spiraling about what might have happened if he found his son. The story would come out, and if he didn't, it wouldn't matter. Clay acknowledged this, but the loss of George, a boy he'd known, who'd eaten in his backyard, cut deep. Jordan stared grimly at the corpse, noting that the phoners had started caring for their own dead, but left normies to rot where they fell. He insisted they couldn't be trusted, and Clay and Tom agreed. The town hall doors bore the now familiar red graffiti Cashwalk equals no FO. Clay estimated Cashwalk was about 80 miles north, in an unincorporated township of woods and small villages. He pushed open the door and went inside, Tom and Jordan following. The building smelled of old cooking fires. On the bulletin board, hundreds of notes had been posted by refugees who'd gathered here, all pointing toward Kashwak as a promised sanctuary. Clay scanned them frantically, heart pounding, until he found a sheet with Johnny's looping scrawl, dated October 3rd. "You pulled it free. Careful not to tear it." The note told a harrowing story. Johnny and Mitch had survived, but George had been killed by a phoner. Worse, Johnny had seen his mother among the flocks. She was one of them now. He warned Clay not to be fooled if he saw her. Johnny and Mitch were heading to Kashwak with Mitch's mother, and Johnny begged his father to come get him. He signed it with love and a capital H. Clay's composure cracked at that last line. He kissed the signature and let out a raw cry of pain. Tom and Jordan rushed over, reading the note quickly. Clay declared he was going to Kashwak no matter what. Jordan cautioned against it, given what they'd done at Gayton Academy, but Clay didn't care. He was going to find his son. The refugees had left behind ample supplies when they departed for Kashwak, so Clay, Tom, and Jordan made a meal of canned chicken salad on stale bread, finishing with canned fruit. While they ate, Tom and Jordan excused themselves for a private conversation. Clay read Johnny's letter again, memorizing its desperate words, and found himself comparing the sharp grief of Alice's death to the hollow ache of his current situation. It felt like a different life, a different version of himself. When they returned, Tom delivered the news gently. They wouldn't be going north with him. Clay understood they had every reason to avoid Kashwak, given what they'd done at Gayton. Jordan tried to explain, but Clay cut him off, acknowledging that his son was all he had left. He let slip a bitter confession about Sharon, the terrible irony of worrying about Johnny's phone when it was his mother who'd been taken by the pulse. The words tasted like a deal with the devil, and he felt the weight of that admission. Tom and Jordan pressed their case. The phoners hated normies, and as flock killers, they'd never be forgiven. Clay countered that if the phoners were rebooting to a higher state, they might reach a live and let live understanding. Jordan dismissed that, invoking the image of a slaughterhouse chute. Tom laid out the math. They were marked 3 times over, and even the Raggedy Man's declaration that they were insane wouldn't protect them. Clay's response was darkly ironic. If they were insane and not to be touched, then he should be fine. There was nothing more to say. Tom and Jordan had decided to head west into Vermont, putting Kashwak behind them. Clay offered Route 11. As a shared starting point, it would take him north to 160 and them west toward Laconia. Jordan rubbed his eyes in that familiar gesture of exhaustion, and Clay felt the loss of both him and Tom already. Jordan wished Alice were still there to talk Clay out of his plan, but Clay knew she wouldn't have. Tom quoted Julius Caesar grimly, and Clay told him not to be such a pessimist. Tom admitted he was too heartsick to cheerlead. They walked east on Market Street for 2 miles, the sidewalks giving way to farms, until they reached the Route 11 junction. There, 3 people sat bundled in sleeping bags at the crossroads. Clay recognized the gray-haired man with the ponytail from his dreams, and Tom recognized the pregnant woman. The third man wore a Miami Dolphins cap, another figure from the dreams. The gray-haired man stood, raising his empty hands. The woman and the man in the cap did the same. After a moment, the gray-haired man introduced himself as Daniel Hartwick, a sociologist from Haverhill. The woman was Denise Link, and the man was Ray Huizinga. They were, like Clay's group, considered insane by the phoners. They shared a meal over a propane cooker while Dan explained their situation. They destroyed 2 flocks, one with gasoline, another with dynamite, and had been marked as well. They'd seen the Kashwak signs and had been heading north, though Denise had reservations because she'd lost her husband to the pulse. Dan said the phoners knew about Clay's son heading to Kashwak, and that the president of Harvard, their term for the Raggedy Man, had predicted they'd meet. Tom observed that the phoners were acting under a group imperative, like migration, and Dan agreed. Ray settled with his plate, rejecting the idea that what drove them was migration. Dan called it pure survival, and Ray agreed. They needed somewhere to hole up, plain and simple. Dan explained that the powerful dreams had started after they burned the first flock, and after the Nashua bombing, the president of Harvard had appeared in person with hundreds of followers. Clay noted the melted boomboxes left as a calling card, and Denise remarked that at least the phoner's taste in music was terrible. Tom produced Clay's drawing of the Raggedy Man, impressing Dan with the skill behind it. Clay deflected the compliment with self-deprecation, then asked about the distance between Guyton and Nashua, about 30 miles. When he pressed Dan about whether the hooded figure had spoken to him, Dan confirmed it had, through him, and described the experience as horrible. Clay shared that he'd experienced the same thing, and that you could resist it, but not if you wanted to hear what the phoner had to say. Dan theorized that the phoners couldn't truly speak, only vocalize, though they could think, just not in human terms. Jordan added a grim, "Yet." Dan glanced at his watch, and Ray mentioned that the Raggedy Man had told them to go north to Cashwalk, warning that their flock-burning days were over because guards were being set up. Tom confirmed they'd seen such guards in Rochester. Dan, as a sociologist, had questioned how the Cashwalk no-foe signs could have spread so fast in a shattered society. The answer was telepathy. The phoners wanted them to go north, and Jordan's fear crystallized. It was a slaughterhouse shoot, and Clay couldn't go there. But Dan had something to show them first, something the president of Harvard had demanded they see. Denise clarified. It came in dreams, not in person, and Ray figured it was the phoners checking up on them. Dan explained that the Raggedy Man was just a pseudopod of the group mind, the Overflock, and that similar entities probably existed worldwide. He warned against mistaking the figure for an actual man. It was the flock itself. Clay, his mind churning with a desperate hope of reaching Johnny before Cashwalk, pressed Dan to show them what he'd brought them there for. They followed Dan to a modest house with a collie-painted mailbox, the landmark from the dreams. There, Gunnar had been crucified between the window and door, naked except for blood-stained underwear, rail spikes driven through his limbs. Harold sat at his feet, throat cut with a shard of glass, a bib of blood on his chest. A cardboard sign hung around Gunnar's neck reading, "Justitia est commodatum." Tom translated, "Justice is served." It was punishment for killing Alice, for touching one of the untouchables. Dan confirmed it was also a warning to others, and that the phoners hadn't done the killing themselves. They'd made Harold crucify Gunnar, then cut his own throat. Clay acknowledged they'd seen similar reprisals in Guyton. Ray described the horror of the Nashua reprisals, and Jordan drew a parallel to what had happened to the headmaster. Dan proposed they walk back and decide whether to part ways or continue together, but Clay's mind was already made up. He would never abandon his son unless Johnny was dead or changed beyond recognition. Clay asked how they could possibly hope to reach the west, given that the nights were still their only safe window and the days belonged to their enemies, and they'd already seen what those enemies were capable of. Dan answered with a grim optimism, insisting he was almost certain they could shield their minds while awake, though it would take effort and constant vigilance. He proposed they'd sleep in shifts and keep their distance from the flocks. Ray added that survival meant pushing into western New Hampshire and then Vermont as fast as possible, away from any built-up areas. He turned his light on Denise, who was resting on the sleeping bags, and asked if she was ready. She confirmed she was, though she expressed frustration at not being allowed to carry anything. Ray answered warmly that she was carrying their child, and that was enough. They could leave the sleeping bags behind. Dan elaborated, saying there were stretches of back road where driving might be feasible. Ray believed some could be clear for miles at a time, and they had good maps. As he knelt to shoulder his pack, he looked up at Clay with a half-smile that held no warmth, acknowledging the long odds. He wasn't foolish enough to ignore them, he said, but they had destroyed 2 flocks and hundreds of their kind, and he had no intention of ending up on one of those platforms. Tom pointed out another advantage: the phone people wanted them alive. Dan agreed, suggesting they might actually make it. This was still early days for their enemy, and he suspected there were plenty of holes in whatever net they were weaving. Denise scoffed that the phone people hadn't even changed their clothes, and Clay found himself admiring her toughness. She was visibly pregnant, but she was resilient. He wished Alice could have known her. Dan laid out their best hope slip through the gaps and cross into Canada from Vermont or New York. 5 people were better than 3, but 6 would be even better. 3 to sleep while 3 stood watch during the days, resisting the telepathic pressure. He asked Clay directly if he would join them. Clay slowly shook his head. He had to find his son. Tom urged him to reconsider, but Jordan stepped in, telling the others to leave him alone. Clay had made his choice. Jordan embraced him, wishing him luck, but acknowledging that even if Clay found his son, they'd likely never cross paths again. Clay countered with a dark joke about hog-tying a telepath and using him as a compass, maybe even the Raggedy Man himself. He turned to Tom and offered his hand, but Tom ignored it and pulled him into an embrace instead, kissing both his cheeks. He reminded Clay that Clay had saved his life and begged him to let Tom return the favor by coming with them. Clay couldn't. He had to do this. Tom finally stepped back, saying he understood. He wiped his eyes, cursing his own inability to say goodbye properly. He hadn't even managed a farewell to his cat. Clay stood alone at the junction sign, watching their lights fade into the west. He fixed his gaze on Jordan's light until it was the last one visible, pausing atop the first hill as if looking back. It seemed to wave once, and then it vanished. The darkness was complete. Clay let out an unsteady, tearful sigh, shouldered his pack, and set off north along the dirt shoulder of Route 11. By around 3:45, he had crossed the North Berwick town line, leaving Kent Pond behind. He reasoned that there was no longer any reason to hide during the day. The phone people wouldn't harm him. He was off limits, and they actively wanted him to reach Cashwalk. But he had grown used to the nighttime routine. He caught himself thinking wryly that all he needed was a coffin and a cape. At dawn, cold and red, he found himself on the outskirts of Springvale, near a small caretaker's cottage beside the logging museum. It looked inviting. He forced the side door's lock and stepped inside, pleased to discover a wood stove and a hand pump in the kitchen, along with a well-stocked pantry untouched by looters. He celebrated with a large bowl of oatmeal, using powdered milk and generous sugar, topping it with raisins. In the pantry he also found foil packets of concentrated bacon and eggs, stored neatly like books. He cooked one portion and packed the rest. After a much better meal than he'd expected, he lay down in the back bedroom and fell asleep almost at once. In his dream, he found himself on a strange highway flanked by deep woods, not the familiar farms and towns of Route 11. Long tents stretched along both sides, and people stood in lines on the center stripe, waiting. An amplified voice, the Raggedy Man's, though Clay knew he was just a pseudopod for the flock, directed them to form 2 lines and keep moving. Everyone would get a chance to call a loved one before entering the no-fo zone. Clay wandered through the crowd, invisible to them, and realized he was seeing the conversion point on Route 160, the gateway to Cashwalk. It was phone bingo. He thought the tents where the game was played. He watched as a man took a phone, dialed 3 numbers, and held it to his ear, only to fall silent and slack-faced, as his mind was wiped. A facilitator pushed him forward and called the next person. Then Clay saw Johnny, his son, in his Little League hat and Red Sox shirt, reaching the front of a line. He ran toward him, pushing through dream people who couldn't hear him, and reached him, just as a woman, horrifyingly, Mr. Scottoni's pregnant daughter-in-law, now missing an eye, handed Johnny a Motorola phone. She urged him silently to dial 911. All calls went through that number. Clay shouted for Johnny to stop, but the boy turned away and punched in the digits. He put the phone to his ear and began to speak, asking for his father, and then his voice cut off. Clay watched the light drain from his son's eyes, saw his shoulders slump. The one-eyed woman snatched the phone away and pushed Johnny forward into Cashwalk, motioning for the next person in line. The Raggedy Man's amplified voice thundered in Clay's head, commanding order, and Clay woke screaming his son's name in the cottage, late afternoon light streaming through the windows. At midnight, Clay reached the outskirts of North Shapley, where a cold rain, almost sleet, the kind his estranged wife Sharon used to call slurpy rain, began to fall. He heard engines approaching and stepped off the familiar asphalt of Route 11 onto the paved lot of a 7-Eleven. Headlights pierced the drizzle, turning the rain into silver streaks, and he saw two vehicles racing side by side in the dark, a madness that seemed to define the new world. He positioned himself behind a gas pump, not fully hiding but not inviting attention either, and watched them tear past like a ghost from a lost era, spraying thin sheets of water. One looked like a vintage Corvette, though the only light was a dying emergency lamp on the store's corner, making it hard to be certain. The racers shot under North Shapley's dead traffic signal and were gone in a moment, their taillights like neon cherries fading into the dark. He thought again madness, and as he returned to the road's shoulder, he acknowledged that he was hardly one to judge. He was certain now that his phone bingo dream hadn't been entirely a dream. The phoners were using their growing telepathic abilities to monitor the flock killers. It made strategic sense. They might have trouble with groups like Dan Hartwick's that actively fought back, but Clay doubted they considered him a serious threat. The curious thing was, their telepathy seemed to work both ways, like a telephone line. While they kept watch on him, he could watch them in return, at least in his sleep. He believed there really were tents at the Cashwalk border, and at similar conversion points elsewhere, where normies lined up to have their minds wiped. Business was likely slowing now, but the checkpoints, the changing points, might still be operational. The phoners used their group telepathy to coax people in, to dream them into compliance, but that didn't make them clever or calculating, any more than a spider was clever for spinning a web or an alligator calculating for lying still like a log. As he walked north toward Route 160, the road to Cashwalk, Clay thought the telepathic signal a low siren call. A pulse carried at least 3 messages: safety, belonging, and the chance to speak to loved ones. Come. That was the bottom line. And once you got close enough, choice evaporated. The telepathy and the dream of safety took over, and you lined up, listening to the Raggedy Man's directions. How could they keep this up, even with cities burned and civilization in ruins? Because the pulse wasn't over. Somewhere in some outlaw lab or madman's garage, a device still ran on batteries. A modem still emitted its shrieking signal, sending it to satellites or microwave towers. And where could you call and be sure it would go through? 9/11. That had almost certainly happened to Johnny. Clay knew he was already too late. So why was he still walking north through the drizzling dark? Because of the note on the storm door held by less than a 1/4 inch of tape, and the second one on the town hall bulletin board. His son had written the same plea both times, in capital letters. Please come. Get me. If he was too late to save Johnny, he might still be able to see him, and tell him he'd tried. He might hold himself together long enough to do that, even if they forced him to use one of the phones. As for the platforms and the thousands of watching people, he dismissed the thought. There was no football stadium in Cashwalk, he told himself. In his mind, Jordan's voice whispered back virtual stadium. He pushed it aside. He'd made his choice. It was madness. But the world was mad now, and that made him perfectly in sync. By 2:45 that morning, footsore and damp despite the hooded parka he'd taken from the Springvale cottage, Clay reached the intersection of routes 11 and 160. A major pileup blocked the crossroads, and the Corvette that had raced past him in North Shapley was now part of it. The driver hung from the severely compressed window, head down, arms dangling. When Clay tried to lift the man's face to check for signs of life, the top half of the body fell into the road, trailing a coil of intestines behind it. Clay staggered away to a telephone pole, pressed his suddenly burning forehead against the wood, and vomited, until he had nothing left. On the other side of the intersection, where Route 160 headed north, stood the Newfield Trading Post, its window advertising candies, maple syrup, and Indian crafts. It had been trashed and looted, but it offered shelter from the rain and distance from the gruesome discovery he'd just made. Clay went inside and sat with his head down until the faintness passed. He could smell bodies, but someone had thrown a tarp over all but 2, and at least those weren't in pieces. The beer cooler was smashed and empty. The Coke machine was merely broken. He took a ginger ale and drank it slowly, pausing to belch, and after a while he began to feel marginally better. He missed his friends desperately. The dead driver and his racing companion were the only sprinters he'd seen all night. He'd encountered no groups of walking refugees. He'd spent the whole night alone with his thoughts. Maybe the weather was keeping people indoors, or maybe they'd started traveling by day. There was no reason not to, if the phoners had switched from murder to conversion. He realized he hadn't heard any flock music tonight. Maybe all the flocks were south of here, except for the big one managing the cashwalk conversions. He didn't care much even alone. He'd take a break from the easy listening torture as a small gift. He decided to walk another hour at most, then find shelter. The cold rain was wearing him down. He left the trading post without looking back at the Corvette or the soaked remains beside it. He ended up walking until nearly daylight, partly because the rain let up, partly because there was little shelter on Route 160, just woods. Around 4:30 a.m., he passed a bullet-pock sign marking the entrance to Gurleyville, an unincorporated township. 10 minutes later, he passed the Gurleyville Quarry, a massive rock pit with sheds, dump trucks, and a garage at its base. He considered spending the night in one of the equipment sheds but decided to push on. He'd seen no other travelers and heard no flock music. He could have been the last person on Earth. He wasn't about 10 minutes past the quarry. He crested a hill and saw a small village below. The first building he reached was the Gurleyville Volunteer Fire Department. Its notice board reminded passers-by not to forget the Halloween blood drive, misspelled. In the parking lot, two phone people stood facing each other in front of an old pumper truck that looked like it dated from the Korean War era. They turned toward him when he put his flashlight on them, but then turned back to regard each other. Both were male. One about 25, the other twice that age. Their clothes were filthy and tattered. Their faces were cut and scraped. The younger man had a serious burn up one arm. The older man's left eye gleamed from within, folds of swollen, infected flesh. But their appearance wasn't the main thing. What struck Clay was the feeling in himself, the same shortness of breath he'd felt with Tom and the Gatton Sitco, a sense of powerful forces gathering. And it was night. Dawn was still just a rumor under the heavy cloud cover. What were these two doing awake at this hour? He snapped off his flashlight and drew Beth Nickerson's .45, watching to see what would happen. For several seconds, nothing seemed to the strange breathlessness, and the sense of imminent event might be all there was. Then he heard a high-pitched whine, like someone vibrating a saw blade between their palms. He looked up and saw the electrical wires in front of the fire station oscillating rapidly, almost too fast to follow. "Go away!" The younger man jerked the words out with tremendous effort, and Clay flinched. If his finger had been on the trigger, he would have fired. These weren't the meaningless grunts of earlier phoners, these were actual words. He thought he heard an echo in his head, faint and dying. "You go?" the older man replied. He wore baggy Bermuda shorts with a large brown stain on the seat mud or worse. He spoke with equal effort, but this time Clay heard no echo in his mind, which paradoxically convinced him he'd really heard the first one. They had forgotten him entirely. "Mine!" the younger man snarled, his whole body lashing with the effort. Behind him, several small windows in the fire station's wide garage door shattered outward. There was a long, charged silence after the younger man's outburst. Clay watched, mesmerized, his son's predicament momentarily pushed from his mind. He could sense the older man straining, thinking with visible effort, struggling to reclaim the language that the pulse had stolen from him. Then, without warning, the fire station's siren blared a single sharp whoop, as if a ghostly surge of electricity had passed through it, and the pumper's headlights and red flashers flicked on, illuminating the two figures and casting their shadows across the pavement. The older man spat out a challenge. "Hell, you say," the words coming like something he'd choked on. The younger man responded with a near scream of, "Me nuck," and in Clay's head, the whisper clarified it, "My truck." The dispute was simple. They were fighting over the old pumper, just as the earlier pair had fought over Twinkies. But this was happening at night, and they were almost talking again. They were talking. The talking ended when the younger man lowered his head and charged, butting the older man in the chest and sending him sprawling, though he tripped and went to his knees himself. They both scrambled up. Cursing, one cried, "Hell!" and the other, unmistakably, "Fuck!" and faced each other from 15 feet apart. Clay could feel their hatred pressing against his mind, pushing at his eyeballs, a palpable force. The younger man claimed the truck again. That knock. And the older man, after a jerky, almost mechanical motion, raised his arm and gave him the finger, delivering a perfectly clear, "Sit on this!" They charged again, their heads meeting with a sickening crack, and this time, all the garage windows blew out. The siren wailed once more before dying, and the fluorescent lights inside the station flashed on for a few seconds of pure chaotic power, accompanied by a burst of Britney Spears. 2 power lines snapped and fell near Clay, who stepped back hastily. They were probably dead, but he wasn't taking chances. The older man dropped to his knees, blood streaming down both sides of his head, and managed one final, perfectly clear declaration, "My truck!" before falling face first. The younger man turned to Clay, as if seeking acknowledgement of his victory. Blood poured from his matted hair between his eyes, around his nose, and over his mouth. His eyes weren't blank, they were insane. And in that moment, Clay understood with crushing certainty that if this was where the cycle led, his son was beyond saving. The young man shrieked, "My knuck!" over and over, the pumper's siren groaning in eerie agreement. Clay shot him before he could finish the word again, then reholstered his gun. He thought, with grim resignation, that they could only put him on a pedestal once. He was shaking badly, and when he broke into Gurleyville's only motel on the far side of town, sleep was a long time coming. In his dreams, it wasn't the raggedy man who came to him, but his own son, a dirty, blank-eyed child who responded, "Go hell, my knuck," when Clay called his name. He woke long before dark, but sleep was finished for him. He decided to start walking again, and once he'd cleared what little there was of Gurleyville, he'd drive. There was no reason not to. Route 160 looked mostly clear now, probably had been since the pile-up at the intersection. He simply hadn't noticed in the dark and rain. He suspected the Raggedy Man's people had cleared the way. Of course they had. It was a cattle chute. For him, likely the chute to the slaughterhouse. He was old business. They'd want to stamp him paid and file him away as soon as possible. He wondered if Tom, Jordan, and the others had found enough back roads to reach central New Hampshire. But the thought broke off as he crested a rise. Parked in the middle of the road below was a little yellow school bus from Main School District 38. Leaning against it, a man and a boy stood with their arms around each other in a gesture of friendship. Clay would have recognized anywhere. Another man came around the bus's front, long gray hair in a ponytail, followed by a pregnant woman in a powder blue t-shirt. It was Denise, unmistakably. Jordan spotted him, pulled free, and started running. Clay ran to meet him, and they collided 30 yards from the bus, Jordan shouting with hysterical joy, "It's really you!" Clay swung the boy in the air, kissed him, hugged him. Jordan wasn't Johnny, but for now, he would do. He set him down and studied his haggard face, noting the dark circles under his eyes. How had they gotten here? Jordan's face clouded. They hadn't been able to. They'd only dreamed. Tom strolled up, ignoring Clay's outstretched hand and embracing him instead, asking how he was doing. Clay replied he was fine, delighted to see them, but utterly confused. Tom explained with a tired, sweet smile that in the end, they simply hadn't had any choice. Jordan, the computer boy, was trying to say the same thing. Ray thought the roads were clear enough to reach Cashwalk by sundown, even at 30 miles an hour. Tom quoted a line from The Haunting of Hill House, Journeys End in Lovers' Meeting, and suggested he might finally get to meet Clay's son. They walked to the bus, where Dan Hartwick offered Clay a tin of Altoids with an unsteady hand. He looked as exhausted as the others. Clay felt like he was dreaming as he took one. Ray was behind the wheel, dolphin's cap tipped back, a cigarette smoldering, looking pale and drawn, staring out the windshield. He acknowledged Clay with a brief smile and a worn-out joke. Clay said he'd be glad to see them, but under the circumstances, he wasn't sure they'd want to hear that. Ray replied that there was someone up the road they'd definitely not be glad to see. They all looked north, and saw the Raggedy Man standing on the hill, surrounded by about 50 phoners, his dirty Harvard hoodie still bright against the gray sky. He waved at them twice, side to side, then turned and walked away, his entourage falling into a trailing V on either side. Soon they were out of sight. They stopped at a picnic area farther up the road. No one was hungry, but it gave Clay a chance to ask questions. Ray didn't eat, just sat on a stone barbecue pit and smoked, listening, seeming disheartened. Dan gestured at the picnic area and said they thought they were stopping here. Jordan had the clearest perception, and Jordan confirmed it was real. Ray agreed, slapping the rock to prove they were truly there together again, which was all the phoners had wanted. Clay admitted he didn't understand. Dan said neither did they completely. Tom said the phoners were far more powerful than he'd ever guessed. They'd messed with their minds hard, and they'd never had a chance. Clay noted how exhausted they all looked. Denise laughed bitterly and explained their ordeal. They'd left Clay and headed west on Route 11 until dawn. Grabbing vehicles had been useless because the road was a mess, with road reefs every quarter-mile or so. Ray had said it would improve past the Spalding Turnpike, but they'd decided to spend the day at a place called the Twilight Motel, a notorious spot Clay knew from the edge of the Vaughan Woods. There, Jordan had offered to make them the biggest breakfast ever, and the power was on, so he did a huge feast they all contributed to. Denise recounted this as Dan, Tom, and Jordan nodded, while Ray just lit another cigarette. Clay found it fascinating, because he knew the Twilight didn't have a dining room. It was a basic no-tell motel with cold showers and questionable amenities. The story grew stranger. There was a jukebox stocked with lively music, not the phoners' easy listening fare, and they danced for hours before eating another huge meal and finally crashing. Dan spoke with a beaten bitterness that unsettled Clay. This wasn't the same man who'd been so confident 2 nights ago, insisting they could shield their minds and that they might actually make it. Now, he laughed humorlessly, admitting they should have dreamed about walking because they'd been doing it all day. Tom added that he'd had a driving dream, and Jordan quietly confirmed it. Only an hour or so of driving, part of a dream within a dream, but that part had been real. Tom smiled and ruffled Jordan's hair, noting that on some level Jordan had known all along. Jordan explained it was virtual reality, like a video game. Not very good, but it might improve if the phoners improved. Ray muttered bitterly that the phoners couldn't maintain the illusion after dark. They had to sleep. Dan added that the purpose had been to wear them out so completely that even when night came and the control slipped, they couldn't figure out what was happening. During the day, the Raggedy Man and his flock maintained the mental force field that created the virtual reality. Denise agreed. They'd been caught in it. All of this had been happening, Clay calculated, while he slept in the caretaker's cottage. Tom added that wearing them out and turning them back north weren't the only goals. The phoners also wanted them all together again. They'd woken up in a rundown motel on Main Route 47, near Great Works, with a profound sense of dislocation compounded by distant flock music. Jordan had verbalized what they all felt. Their escape attempt had failed. They could try again, but they were exhausted and disheartened, and the phoners might have normie spies tracking them. They ate because they were starving, then slept for real until morning. Tom had been the first up, finding the Raggedy Man in the courtyard, who made a little bow and waved at the road, the same gesture Clay remembered. Tom could have shot him but saw no point. They got back on the road, walking up Route 47, then felt themselves mentally nudged onto a winding woods road heading southeast. No visions or dreams this morning. The phoners knew they'd gotten the point. Dan, in his bitter tone, asked for a cigarette, and Ray tossed him the pack. Tom described the mental nudging as intrusive and hard to describe, with the constant sense of the Raggedy Man and his flock moving alongside them, sometimes visible, often not. So the phoners weren't just flocking at dawn and dusk anymore. That was changing. Dan added that Jordan had a theory, and they constituted a special occasion. He lit a cigarette, coughed, and mentioned that the phoners could levitate, a handy way to navigate clogged roads. A mile up the woods road they found a cabin with a pickup, keys in it. Ray drove while Tom and Jordan rode in the bed. They weren't surprised when the road bent north again. The mental beacon guided them onto more tracks, until they mired in a bog, but an hour's hike brought them out on Route 11, just south of the junction with 160. Tom noted 2 fresh phoner corpses, downed power lines and snapping crows. Clay thought of telling them about the Gurleyville Fire Department but held back. It didn't seem relevant. The force driving them hadn't led them to the school bus Ray had founded while exploring the Newfield trading post, as the others scavenged sodas from the same cooler Clay had raided. They'd stopped once to build a fire at the Gurleyville quarry, eat, change into dry footwear and rest. They must have driven past Clay at the Gurleyville motel around the time he was waking up, because they were nudged to a stop shortly after. Tom declared the case almost closed, sweeping his arm at the landscape. Denise was grateful the mental pushing had stopped. At least for now, the first day had been the worst. Ray described the experience as surreal, like being in a children's story, where everything was fine even when it clearly wasn't. Dan admitted he'd believed as long as he could because he wanted to, but in truth, they'd never had a chance. Other normies might, but not flock killers the phoners meant to have them, no matter what. Clay asked what they thought the phoners had in mind. Tom answered with weary indifference. Death, at least he'd get decent sleep. Clay's mind caught on something Dan had said: their behavior was changing, and Jordan had a theory. Now Clay told them about the pair of phoners he'd seen fighting over a fire truck at night, both of them talking actual words, though the clarity came and went. Dan said they'd seen a dozen fresh dead since waking up, but it was hard to tell if they were reverting or just bodies not yet disposed of. Body disposal wasn't a priority. Tom said the phoners would move them along soon, probably not to the stadium treatment until tomorrow, but definitely to Cashwalk before dark. Clay asked Jordan for his theory. Jordan proposed there was a worm in the original program. Clay admitted his limited computer knowledge, remembering how Johnny had to teach him solitaire. The memory stung. Jordan explained that a computer worm burrows in, corrupts files, and can spread virally, sometimes mutating. The Pulse was a program sent by modem still running, and there was a worm in it, rotting out the program more every day. Garbage in, garbage out. At conversion points, the phoners were giving normies bad programming, which made sense. Newest phoners were going down first, fighting, freaking out, or dying. Clay objected that he didn't have enough data, but Jordan insisted it was logical. The new phoners were rebooting unevenly, getting telepathy but still able to talk, not flocking as completely. They stayed up late and got up early, reverting to aggression. The newest would be the first to be messed up. Tom likened it to War of the Worlds, where invaders were killed by microbes. Our bodies tolerate poetic justice if the phone crazies died of a computer virus. Dan would settle for them killing each other. Clay kept thinking of Johnny and his plea, "Please come get me." Ray stood up and stretched, saying it wouldn't help unless it happened tonight. They'd be pushed on soon. He excused himself to take care of personal business, telling them not to leave without him. Tom called after Ray, reminding him he had the keys, and Denise made a sweetly sarcastic comment about hoping everything came out all right. Ray shot back that nobody loved a smartass, then disappeared. Clay asked what the phoners planned to do with them. Jordan suggested it might be like a closed-circuit broadcast, linking different areas. Maybe the whole world, and the size of the stadium seemed to support that. Dan noted the Latin they used was a kind of lingua franca. Clay wondered why they needed a common language if they were telepaths. But Tom said they still thought mostly in words, at least for now. They all agreed. The phoners meant to execute them. Jordan, Dan, Tom, and Denise all saw death as the likely outcome. Denise added her quiet agreement, her hand on her belly. Tom pointed out that Latin was the language of justice, and they'd seen it used before. Gunner and Harold. Clay nodded. Tom said Jordan had another idea, something Clay needed to hear. Jordan initially refused, but under pressure he explained because the phoners were telepaths. They knew who everyone's loved ones were. Tom's brother in Providence, Dan's sister, Jordan's floor proctor, Denise's husband, all would be their executioners if Jordan was right. Clay still didn't grasp the full horror until he realized Johnny. He saw the Raggedy Man holding a hand over his son's head, pronouncing sentence, and Johnny walking toward him, small, smiling, empty-handed, except for his teeth. Ray's voice broke the silence from up the trail, cursing, then calling for Clay. Ray asked if Clay knew what poison ivy looked like. He'd lived up here all his life, hadn't he? Denise stifled a laugh. Clay confirmed he did, and Ray asked him to come up alone, telling Denise to stop laughing. Clay left the picnic area, walking past the hiking trail sign and alongside a brook, noting the autumn colors and thinking that if death was inevitable, there were worse seasons to face it. He expected to find Ray with his pants down, but instead found him standing on pine needles, fully dressed, as pale as Alice had been, with burning eyes. Ray whispered urgently for Clay to come close. They didn't have much time. He said Clay was the one, because the others were too smart or too pregnant to trust. He didn't like it because Clay was still holding on to his kid, but the kid was over toast. Denise called out, and Clay could hear the smile in her voice. Ray told him to just listen. What the Raggedy Man wanted wasn't going to happen unless Clay allowed it. Ray pulled out a grimy cell phone and a scrap of paper with a number on it, telling Clay to put them in his pocket and call when the time came. He'd know when. Clay took the phone but dropped the paper, and Ray hissed at him to get it. Clay bent and picked it up. The first 3 digits were the main area code. He protested that the phoners could read minds and would find out, but Ray countered with a terrible grin. They'd just see he was thinking about a cell phone, like everyone else since October 1st. The phone had labels reading Mr. Fogarty and Prop Gurleyville Quarry do not remove. Ray commanded him to put it in his pocket, and Clay obeyed, distracted by the tight fit of his jeans. As he looked down, Ray drew Clay's .45 from its holster and pressed it under his own chin. He said Clay would be doing his kid a favor. That was no way to live. Clay shouted, "No!" But Ray pulled the trigger, the soft-nosed round taking off the top of his head. Crows erupted from the trees, and Clay screamed, drowning them out for a while. They barely began scraping a grave under the firs when the phoners pushed into their minds that same mental nudging Tom had described. Clay felt it for the first time. No words, just an insistent pressure. He shouted for them to let him finish, but the flock spoke through him, telling him to go now. He bargained for 5 minutes, but the voice came through Denise, commanding, "Go, now!" Tom wrapped Ray's remains in a headrest cover, dumped it in the shallow hole and kicked dirt over it, grimacing as the mental pressure intensified. They walked back down the trail, Jordan leading, pale but not as pale as Ray had been. Across the road a line of phoners stretched to both horizons, 400 of them at least, but the Raggedy Man was absent. Clay figured he'd gone ahead to prepare the way. As they approached the minibus, 3 phoners broke formation, 2 began fighting and biting, and the 3rd walked away down the road. Denise yelled hysterically for them all to fall out, but the deserter was quickly caught and killed by an elderly phoner who twisted his head. Dan noted Ray had the keys, but Clay said he had them and would drive. He opened the bus door, feeling the mental push and the weight of the cell phone in his pocket. A strange thought crossed his mind about Adam and Eve taking apples with them. He told everyone to get in. Tom gave him a look and said he didn't have to sound so cheerful. Clay smiled, wondering if it looked like Ray's death rictus, and said at least he wouldn't have to listen to Tom's bullshit much longer. Next stop, Cashwalk no foe. But before anyone could board, they were forced to throw away their guns. The compulsion to disarm wasn't a mental command, nor did Clay feel his motor control overridden. He didn't think the phoners could do that. Yet they couldn't even force the ventriloquism without some kind of permission. Instead, he felt an unbearable itch inside his head, just short of intolerable. Denise cried out and threw her little .22 as far as she could, followed by Dan's pistol and hunting knife, the latter landing blade first near the far side of the road without causing any of the phoners to flinch. Jordan dropped his own pistol, then tore into his pack with a whine and twitch, tossing away the one Alice had carried. Tom added Sir Speedy to the pile. Clay contributed Beth Nickerson's .5, feeling little regret it had brought bad luck to 2 people already. He addressed the watching phoners across the road, visualizing the Raggedy Man, declaring that all their weapons were gone and asking if they were satisfied. Then he felt his own voice turn against him, demanding to know why Ray had done it. Clay swallowed hard. It wasn't just the phoners who wanted to know. Dan and the others were watching him too, and Jordan clutched Tom's belt like a frightened toddler. He explained that Ray had said their way was no way to live and had used Clay's own gun to kill himself before Clay could stop him. Silence followed, broken only by crows. Then Jordan spoke flatly, declaring that the phoner's way was the only way. Dan echoed the same hollow tone, and Clay noted that unless they felt rage, they felt nothing. Dan ordered them onto the bus. Clay drove north, and within a minute, he saw the phoners moving alongside them, not on the shoulder, but above it, as if on an invisible conveyor belt. Ahead, they rose higher, forming a human arch against the gray sky, disappearing over the hill like riders on a roller coaster. But the symmetry broke when one fell, dropping to the roadside like a shot bird, spinning and kicking furiously. Tom observed grimly that evolution had come full circle: primates to man, man to phoners, phoners to levitating telepaths with Tourette's syndrome. Jordan asked what that was, and Tom admitted he didn't know. They all started laughing, even Jordan, as the bus rolled on past the endless procession of rising phoners. An hour later, they passed a sign for the Northern Counties Expo, October 5th to 15th, advertising Kashwakamok Hall and its unique North End, with slots and Indian bingo. Clay recognized it, a county fair, bigger and wilder because it was on unincorporated TR land, with the North End notorious in its own way, as infamous as the Twilight Motel. Before he could explain further, Denise pointed out two more bodies by the roadside, a man and woman locked in what could have been an embrace or a death struggle. They'd seen half a dozen others, and twice that many phoners wandering aimlessly south, some even trying to hitchhike the bus. Tom mused that it would be nice if they all fell out or dropped dead before tomorrow's plans, but Dan cautioned that for every casualty, 20 or 30 were still with the program. Jordan countered sharply, insisting the worm wasn't a small thing. It could cause a cascade failure, like the time a sore loser crashed a game server, forcing 500,000 players back to cribbage. Denise reminded him they didn't have a week. Jordan acknowledged that, but refused to stop hoping he didn't want to end up like Ray, who had stopped hoping. A tear rolled down his cheek, and Tom hugged him, promising he wouldn't grow up to be like Bill Gates. Jordan replied morosely that Bill Gates probably had a dozen cell phones. He sat up and wondered how so many cell towers were still running without power. Dan explained it was FEMA after September 11th. They'd installed long-life emergency generators on transmission towers nationwide to ensure communication wouldn't collapse in a crisis. Tom was incredulous. Denise joked that they should write their congressman, but he was probably insane now. Tom added he'd been insane long before the pulse. Dan said he'd give a lot to know why the phoners were so focused on rounding them up. Denise added that they were also making sure no one else followed Ray's example, though she wouldn't. Suicide was a sin, and she believed she was going to heaven with her baby. Dan admitted the Latin gave him the creeps, asking if the phoners could incorporate old human concepts into their programming if it fit their long-term goals. Jordan thought it was possible but wasn't sure it was self-generating and organic, like learning, all of them learning together through telepathy. Clay asked why the Latin bothered Dan so much. Dan explained that while Tom was right about Latin being the language of justice, it felt more like vengeance to him. The phoners couldn't really think. Not yet. They operated on a hive mind born of pure rage, and such an entity would naturally confuse justice and vengeance. Tom joked about Freudian speculation, but Dan insisted the distinction mattered, because vengeance usually ended up hurting more people than it helped. They rolled over the bright green words painted across the road, "Kashwak, don't you know foe," and Clay felt a jolt of recognition. It unsettled him, because he'd never been here before, except in that dream of mass conversions. But the evidence was all around: drifts of trash, soda cans in ditches, chip bags crackling under the tires. He could almost see the normies standing in double lines, eating snacks, feeling that strange mental itch and the push of an invisible hand, waiting their turn to call a loved one lost in the pulse, listening to the Raggedy Man's directions to keep moving and process everyone before dark. Ahead, the trees fell back, revealing a vast expanse of bare earth where a farmer's fields had been flattened by countless feet. One tent had blown away, but the other flapped against some trees like a long brown tongue. Jordan's voice was tight, as he said he'd dreamed of this place, so had Clay. Jordan described it as toll booths, and Clay agreed. Jordan added a detail Clay didn't recall from his own dream. Big cardboard boxes full of cell phones, heaps of them, and every normie got to make a call. Denise asked, when he dreamed this, Jordan said last night, his eyes meeting Clay's in the rearview mirror. He observed that the normies must have known deep down they weren't going to reach the people they wanted, but they did it anyway. Took the phones and listened, most without a fight. Clay suggested they were just tired of fighting, tired of being different, wanting to hear the old music with new ears. The phoners streamed onto a paved byroad, broader and smoother than the highway, disappearing into the woods. Beyond the trees loomed a steel gantry Clay recognized from his dreams. A parachute drop, maybe. A billboard at the junction showed a laughing family entering a wonderland of rides and exhibits, advertising the Northern Counties Expo and Keshwakamok Hall. Standing beneath it was the Raggedy Man, raising a hand in a stop gesture. Clay pulled up, seeing those eyes that seemed both dazed and malevolently curious. The Raggedy Man signaled to board, palms pressed together, then opening a pretty gesture, but his hands were filthy, and his little finger was broken in 2 places. Denise begged not to let him on, but Clay knew they had no choice. He hoped Ray was right about the cell phone in his pocket being invisible among so many thoughts about phones since October 1st. He opened the door, and the Raggedy Man climbed aboard, reeking of strong cheese, his torn lip drooping in a perpetual sneer. He sat in the seat facing Clay, and stared with strange, grinning curiosity. Tom demanded to know what they wanted. They had the world. What more could they want? The Raggedy Man formed the word even as Jordan spoke it. Justice. Dan scoffed that they had no clue about justice. The Raggedy Man gestured for them to get rolling, and as the bus moved, more phoners fell to fighting or wandered away. Clay noted they were losing troops, but the Raggedy Man only grinned. Half an hour later, they passed under a wooden arch welcoming them to the Northern Counties Expo. Dan gasped, and Denise screamed. The Raggedy Man sat grinning, his expression suggesting he knew something maybe about the cell phone in Clay's pocket. Beyond the arch the midway was half built, with rides still under construction, some tents blown away, others standing like breathing shapes. Only the Ferris wheel and parachute drop looked complete, their darkness making them seem like torture devices. A single red beacon blinked atop the drop. Beyond it, Keshwakamok Hall stretched long and low, draped in bunting and American flags. But the sight that stopped them was the open ground between acres of grassy mall crammed with phoners, shoulder to shoulder and hip to hip, thousands of them. Clay revised his estimate upward, 8,000 at least. Any hope of seeing Johnny or Sharon vanished. Tom tried a joke about the evening's entertainment, but his voice betrayed his fear. The Raggedy Man's brow furrowed, as if something puzzled him. Clay drove slowly up the midway, keeping his hands loose, not wanting to show tension. The Raggedy Man pointed at him and used Clay's voice to say, "No fool you, insanus." Clay responded with a dark joke about all of them being bozos on the bus, but the Raggedy Man's puzzled crease remained. Clay looked in the rear-view mirror and tried to tell Tom about the North End, but Tom's interest had waned. Jordan, however, was curious. Clay explained that the expo had once been a small agricultural fair until they added slots on reservation land, making it Maine's biggest fall fair. The Raggedy Man's brow cleared. Then Denise shouted a warning. An elderly woman with infected legs broke from the crowd, shambling toward the bus, hammering on the windshield with filthy hands. Her face wasn't blank but terrified, disoriented like pixie dark after the pulse. She begged, "Take me with you," both aloud and in Clay's mind. 9 phoners came for her, dragging her back, and Clay saw in her eyes that she was in hell. The Raggedy Man gestured to roll on. Clay drove through the ghostly handprint she'd left on the windshield. Clay continued his rambling explanation about the expo's history, his voice running on autopilot talk for the sake of talk, like a duckboat tour guide. He described how the fair had been nothing special, until a land survey revealed that the north end of Keshwakamok Hall sat on Micmac reservation land, leading to a deal that turned the space into a casino with slots, making the Northern Counties Expo Maine's biggest fall fair. They reached the parachute drop, and Clay started to guide the bus between it and the half-built funhouse. But the Raggedy Man signaled for him to stop, palms down. He stood and moved to the door. Clay opened it, and the Raggedy Man stepped off, then made a sweeping, bowing gesture. Denise asked what he was doing, and Clay said he wanted them to get off. He stood, feeling the hard shape of Ray's cell phone against his thigh, pulling his t-shirt down to cover it. Jordan asked if they were going to comply. Clay said they had no choice. "Come on," he said, "let's go to the fair." The Raggedy Man led them into the silent multitude, which parted to leave a narrow aisle. A throat, really from the drop to the double doors of Kashwakamok Hall. They passed a parking lot full of amusement company trucks, and then the crowd swallowed them. The walk seemed endless. The smell was almost unbearable, a ferocious mix of dirt, blood, urine, feces, infections, burned flesh, and rotting clothes. Clay sensed something else, too, something he thought might be the smell of telepathy itself, burning the brain like too much current. Jordan shouted for help. Denise had collapsed. Clay turned to see her on all fours, Jordan struggling to support her. He elbowed through the narrow corridor of phoners to reach her other side, shouting for them to get out of the way. Then he saw the blouse. Sharon's high-necked white silk doctor shirt, streaked with dirt and blood torn under the arm. Her face was cut, one ear torn half off, dark curds of something she'd eaten clinging to her mouth. She stared through him with that idiotic half-grin. He pushed her aside. "Give me some room, you bitch," and slid into her place, getting Denise up with Tom's help. They carried her the final 90 yards to the hall, where the Raggedy Man waited. Denise muttered. She was fine, but Clay and Tom wouldn't let her go. If Clay let go, he might look back for Sharon, and he didn't want to do that. The Raggedy Man grinned at Clay, and this time his grin seemed focused, as if they shared a joke. Then he made a phone mime gesture, thumb to ear, pinky to mouth, and Denise parroted, "No, for you," before snapping back to herself, telling him to stop. The Raggedy Man held the gesture, staring at Clay, and for a moment Clay was sure he glanced at the pocket where the cell phone was stowed. Denise repeated the parody, and the Raggedy Man mimicked laughter. Behind him, Clay felt the weight of the flock's eyes. The hall's double doors swung open, releasing faint scents of spices, jams, hay, and livestock, and anodyne to the stench outside. Dim emergency lights still glowed. The Raggedy Man gestured for them to enter. Tom spat a curse at him, and Denise spat in his face, telling him to take that back to Harvard. The Raggedy Man only grinned at Clay, like two fellows sharing a secret joke. Inside, they found themselves in a huge building with snack machines and slot machines. Dan found a crowbar and pried open a candy machine. Clay thought they were insane, eating Baby Ruths for dinner and paydays for breakfast. Then music began to play from the speakers outside. Not the usual phoner fare, but something slow and stately that made Clay's arms prickle with gooseflesh. Dan thought it was Albinoni. Tom corrected him. It was Pachelbel's Canon. Indeed, Denise said it sounded like the sound of memories, as if that was all they had. Jordan called them to a small window. They looked out to see thousands of phoners kneeling like Muslims about to pray, then lying down as one, producing a soft swoop of sound that sent debris spinning into the air. Clay said it was bedtime for the brain-damaged army. If they were going to do something, it had to be tonight. Tom pointed out the doors were locked, but Dan held up his crowbar. Clay doubted it would work. The hall had been a casino, with crowbar-resistant doors and windows too small for anyone but Jordan. He suggested they eat and sit quietly for a while. When Denise asked what they'd do, Clay said he'd been missing drawing. He'd draw in his head. Jordan was skeptical, but Clay told him it was better in some ways. Instead of erasing, he just rethought. The crowbar found its mark with a satisfying clang, and the candy machine's door swung open. Dan celebrated with a triumphant shout, brandishing the tool overhead and quipping about the underestimated usefulness of academics in a crisis. Denise, however, was already zeroing in on a gleaming rack of junior mints, her focus entirely on the prize as she reached in. The celebratory mood dimmed when Tom asked a question weighing on all their minds, whether anyone had spotted Clay's wife or son among the masses outside. Clay corrected his friend's mistaken use of his wife's name, then admitted he'd seen neither. His gaze drifted, however, catching sight of a Butterfinger bar that momentarily distracted him. They gorged themselves on the candy haul and then raided the soda machine. Afterward, they tested every exit in the hall, finding each one securely locked. Dan's crowbar proved useless against them. Tom suspected the doors, while appearing wooden, had steel cores beneath the surface. Clay mused that any serious attempt to force them open would likely trigger alarms, bringing whatever law remained in this fractured world down on them. Retreating deeper into the hall, the four of them gathered in a loose circle on the plush casino carpet, surrounded by rows of silent slot machines. Clay placed himself on the concrete floor with his back against the double doors, through which the Raggedy Man had mockingly welcomed them into their prison. His mind kept circling back to that other mocking gesture, the phone mime, thumb and pinky held to ear and mouth. He resisted the urge to chase the thought directly, knowing from experience that the indirect approach was better. Instead, he closed his eyes and leaned his head back, visualizing a comic splash page in his mind's eye. His old project, Dark Wanderer, was finished, but he conceived a new one, a tale of phoner hordes versus the last normies. Yet even as the image took shape, it felt wrong. The phoner ranks, he reasoned, had to be far more depleted than they appeared. He mentally tallied their losses, the initial violent chaos, the attrition from wounds and exposure, the ongoing attacks by flock killers. They seemed a multitude, but so had the passenger pigeons right up until extinction. And now there was this new weakness, this programming worm eating away at them, perhaps dooming them to an even shorter reign than the dinosaurs. Enough backstory. What was his image? Clay and Ray Huizinga in the woods, Ray pressing the barrel of Beth Nickerson's .45 under his chin, while Clay held a cell phone, the very phone Ray had lifted from the quarry. Clay imagined himself shouting a desperate warning about the dead zone, but it was too late. The panel exploded with a violence that scattered Ray's life across the foreground, a lone crow taking flight in the background. It was potent imagery, grim but compelling. The irony wasn't lost on him. Ray had taken his own life to hide the phone's existence, yet the Raggedy Man had known about it all along, revealed by that mocking gesture and Denise's eerie voice. Ray's sacrifice seemed meaningless, here where nothing worked. So why wasn't he more upset? A sense of calm was settling over him, the familiar feeling he got when picture and story finally merged. A feeling of approaching something important, almost happy, like the anticipation of a reunion. He had no reason for it, but it was there. In his mind's eye, a new image formed, a flashback panel with scalloped edges showing Ray's hand offering the phone and a slip of paper with a number. Another panel flashed the yellow school bus, the painted graffiti declaring Cashwalk, a no-phone zone. The voices of Denise, Tom, Dan, and his own filled the air around the image. Then a close-up of the Raggedy Man, his ruined face grinning, as he summed up the irony. Ray's scheme was impossible, and the phone was worthless. But if it was pointless, why did he feel something building? The music outside, replacing Pachelbel with Fauré and then Vivaldi, seemed to underscore a mounting revelation. The scene was set. The speakers, the half-built rides, Cashwacomic Hall with its hay and bunting. One final detail was falling into place. He snapped his eyes open and sat up abruptly, his body stiff from being still too long. His mouth was dry and his heart raced. He tried to speak and failed, then cleared his throat and called out to the others. The urgency in his voice brought Jordan scrambling to his feet, and Tom right behind him. Clay got to his feet on legs that felt wooden and uncoordinated, pulling the cell phone from his pocket as he walked toward the others. The one Ray had died for, because neither of them had remembered the essential truth about this place, the Northern Counties Expo. Up here, at the very heart of the dead zone, these things couldn't connect to anything at all. Dan's initial excitement curdled the moment he saw what Clay was holding. Not salvation, but another grimy, cracked cell phone. He voiced his skepticism, and the others regarded the device with a wary blend of fear and curiosity. Clay asked for patience, promising to explain. Dan sighed, resigning himself to the long night ahead as he cleaned his glasses. Clay walked them back the stop at the Newfield trading post, the discovery of the school bus. Denise remarked how distant that memory felt. Clay pressed on, pointing out that it was Ray who'd found the bus, and that it had been Ray's idea to stop at the Gurleyville quarry. Tom confirmed this, wondering how Clay knew. Clay answered that he'd visualized it, a version of the truth that felt right as the images clarified in his mind. He reminded them of their history. Dan, Denise, and Ray had destroyed 2 flocks, the second with dynamite, a skill Ray had from his road crew days. The realization dawned on Tom that Ray must have acquired explosives at the quarry while they slept. Denise noted Ray had been the one to wake them. Clay was now certain Ray had used that time to transform the bus into a rolling bomb, stowed in the luggage compartment. Jordan wondered aloud how much explosive was there. Clay admitted they wouldn't know until it detonated. Tom worked through the logic: a bomb in the bus, rigged to a cell phone detonator. Clay confirmed this was his belief, explaining that Ray likely found multiple phones at the quarry and wired one to the explosives, a method borrowed from insurgent tactics. Denise was stunned. Ray had done all this without telling them. Clay explained Ray's silence was strategic to keep the plan out of their minds, vulnerable to psychic detection. Dan let out a bitter, mirthless laugh, acknowledging Ray's sacrifice while pointing out the fatal flaw: the phones wouldn't work beyond the conversion tents. Clay agreed, his expression shifting to a knowing smile. That was exactly why the Raggedy Man hadn't taken the phone. He knew it was useless there, but Clay's smile held a secret. He knew something the phoners didn't. He turned to Jordan and asked if he could drive. Jordan's protest about his age was met with questions about go-karts, ATVs, and snowmobiles, all things he'd handled. Clay explained that the task wasn't far, just moving the bus from where it was likely parked. Tom interjected, questioning Clay's sanity, but Clay was resolute they were escaping before the promised execution. The small window was no match for Dan's crowbar. They worked in shifts, clearing the glass, and Denise patted the sill with her sweater. Tom asked Jordan if he was ready. The boy nodded, pale but composed, the lullaby music drifting in from outside. Clay outlined the plan one more time for Jordan. Check the bus for explosives and the other phone, ensure the phone was on, adjust the seat, start the engine, drive slowly between the parachute drop and the funhouse, and get as close to the flock as possible before returning to the window, using the hall as a shield. Dan couldn't resist a grim caveat about hoping for an explosion. Clay pulled Jordan into a fierce, quick embrace, followed by Tom and Denise. Dan offered a formal handshake that dissolved into a bear hug, momentarily warming Clay's opinion of the man. Then Clay made a step of his hands and boosted Jordan up, giving final instructions: dive into the hay, hands out and head tucked, to avoid a broken neck from the 10-foot drop. Jordan's fear was palpable, his face pale, and his voice tight as he urged Clay not to count, just to launch him. Clay thrust upward, and Jordan was gone. They crowded at the window, listening. For a terrible moment, silence. Then Jordan's shaky voice reported he was alive, but had hurt his elbow. Relief flooded through them as he confirmed he could move it. The tension broke into nervous laughter. Tom had prepared the ignition key, tied to his belt with thread. He lowered it to Jordan, who caught it. Tom gave him final, simple instructions. Do it if you can, no pressure, Jordan acknowledged, and Tom watched him go, praying for the boy's safety. He was, Tom whispered, a brave kid. Jordan had slipped out on the far side of the building, away from the main body of the flock. The others hurried to the midway-facing windows, tipping over a battered snack machine to use as a makeshift platform. From this vantage, Clay and Dan could see out easily. Tom had to stretch, and Denise was given a crate to stand on, with Clay silently praying she wouldn't lose her balance. They watched Jordan approach the edge of the sleeping multitude, hesitate, then move left, skirting the massive congregation. Tom wondered how long the boy would be. Clay could only shake his head. There were too many variables. Denise voiced a worry about what Jordan might find in the bus, and Dan echoed the fear with a darker possibility. Clay bit back an urge to silence the pessimism. Time crawled. The red light on the parachute drop blinked its steady rhythm as the classical music cycled through its phases. Clay's mind drifted to disconnected memories, a boy tumbling from a shopping cart, an old man quoting a nonsense phrase, the bingo caller's ritual announcement of a number. The minutes stretched, and hope began to fray. If Jordan was coming back, surely they would have heard the engine by now. Tom broke the silence with grim certainty. Denise agreed, her voice thick with tears, praising the boy's courage while acknowledging the delay seemed fatal. Dan offered a sliver of optimism, urging patience. Clay tried to hold on to that but found himself instead bargaining with the universe for a blast of rock and roll to break the oppressive classical score. Then Dan shouted, his voice cracking with relief and excitement. Headlights had bloomed in the darkness, cutting through the mist rising from the flock. Jordan was behind the wheel, visible in the glare as he fumbled with the controls. The bus crept forward, and Denise was elated, grabbing hands and urging the boy on. The headlights swung, illuminating distant trees as Jordan navigated the funhouse's edge. Tom's anxiety spiked, but Clay assured him the path was clear, though he shared the unspoken fear of a fatal mistake. The light swept back, and they finally saw why Jordan had been delayed. Dozens of phoners were awake and wandering aimlessly through the sleeping masses, struggling over bodies, stumbling, and rising again. Clay murmured for Jordan to stop and return as the bus neared the far side. The headlights halted, and for a moment, there was only the movement of the sleepwalkers and the rising mist. Then the engine revved, and the bus lurched forward. Tom screamed in protest as Denise nearly fell from her perch. The bus crashed into the sleeping flock, its headlights bouncing wildly as it plowed over bodies. A lone night walker was caught in the glare, arms raised as if in triumph, then swallowed beneath the grille. Jordan drove deep into the mass before stopping. A small form, distinct in its purpose, emerged from the side door and began fighting its way back toward the hall. He fell, and Clay lost sight of him, only to have Dan spot him again, crawling before rising and resuming his desperate run. In the backlit glow of the headlights, Jordan's silhouette was stark and graceful as he vaulted over the prone bodies. The sleepers were undisturbed, but the awake ones took notice. He dodged too, but a woman caught his hair. Clay roared for her to let go, but Jordan twisted free and scrambled past. More phoners were converging on the bus, drawn by its light and noise. Clay smashed out the window with the crowbar and shouted for Jordan to go around back. Jordan tripped, and a hand closed on his throat. Tom whispered a desperate prayer. Jordan surged forward like a runner breaking a tackle, broke free, and staggered on, his gasping breaths audible even at a distance. Clay was certain he wouldn't make it, but Jordan lunged past two indifferent phoners and disappeared around the corner. They raced across the hall, Denise taking the lead. She called out frantically, and Jordan's breathless voice answered. He was alive, gasping for air, and Tom was laughing, pounding Clay's back. Jordan's breath came in ragged, whooping gulps as he described the exhausting ordeal of running over people. Clay demanded to know why he'd driven into the flock instead of just getting close. Jordan's answer came, defiant even through his breathlessness. He'd done it for the head, to make the phoners pay. Denise asked what had taken so long, and Jordan explained the hundreds of wandering phoners, their broken programming sending them in all directions. He'd had to change course constantly, finally approaching the bus from the midway. Then worse, the bus wouldn't start, a terrifying moment of mechanical failure that he'd endured for the head's sake. The cause, he admitted sheepishly, was a forgotten seatbelt. But he was back now. Dan pressed for the crucial confirmation the luggage compartment was full. Jordan confirmed the luggage compartment was packed with what looked like red bricks, stacked high under a blanket, with a cell phone resting on top. Ray had secured it with an elastic strap, and the phone had a port for data transfer, with a cord running down into the bricks. Jordan hadn't seen the detonator itself, but he was certain it was buried in the middle. Most importantly, the phone showed 3 bars of signal. Clay's earlier suspicion crystallized. The phoners believed Kashwak was a dead zone, having absorbed that knowledge from captured normies and spread the rumor like a contagion. But they never tested it themselves. Telepathy made phones obsolete for them, and as part of the flock the idea was doubly irrelevant. Yet the carnies setting up the fairgrounds had needed communication, so they'd installed their own battery-powered tower, probably on the expo's highest point, the parachute drop, and it was still working. Dan reported from the window that phoners were gathering around the bus, drawn by its lights, standing on the sleeping bodies. He urged Clay to act before one of them tried to drive it away. Jordan apologized for leaving the lights on, but Clay reassured him it was fine. Then Clay reached for the scrap of paper with the number Ray had written and found his pocket empty. Panic flared. He and Tom searched the floor while Dan announced the first phoner had boarded the bus. Denise shouted for silence, then closed her eyes and recited a prayer to St. Anthony for lost things. Dan was bewildered, Tom dismissive, but Denise remained calm, asking Clay where he hadn't checked. He believed he'd checked every pocket, but on her prompting he investigated the small watch pocket in his jeans. The paper was there, still scrawled with Ray's labored printing of the number. Clay thanked Denise, and she promised to pass the gratitude up the chain if the plan worked. They positioned themselves against the double doors with their steel cores, with Jordan waiting in the back. Tom voiced concern about the explosion not breaching the building, and Dan worried the bomb might fail entirely. Denise dismissed the doubts, urging Clay to act without delay. He opened the phone and realized he'd forgotten to check for bars before sending Jordan out a costly oversight. He powered it on, and 3 bars appeared. He dialed the number and held his thumb over the call button. Jordan and the others confirmed they were ready. A horrific image flashed through Clay's mind, Johnny lying beneath the bus, his mind being rebuilt as he listened to the music. He forced it away, muttered a fragment of Denise's prayer, and pressed the call button. The explosion was immediate and cataclysmic. The world outside vanished in a roar of fire and debris. Windows shattered, the south end of the hall tore away, and the doors they leaned against bowed inward. Denise curled protectively around her belly as a wave of psychic screaming ripped through Clay's mind, then mercifully stopped. The physical screams continued as the survivors burned. Something heavy, a chunk of the school bus, crashed onto the roof, shaking the entire building. Clay pulled Denise to her feet and shouted for everyone to move. Tom got up. Dan struggled and finally rose, and they linked hands, shuffling toward the gaping hole at the end of the hall. Jordan was already there, standing amid burning hay, staring at the devastation. A large piece of the bus had crushed the roof, igniting the shingles. Bus seats were scattered, their steel frames twisted into metal spaghetti. Clothing floated down through the air like snow. The hay insulation around the hall's base was catching fire, threatening to trap them. They were getting out just in time. Patches of fire dotted the fairgrounds, and debris had been flung hundreds of yards. The funhouse was burning, and a human shape blazed halfway up the parachute drop. The flock had become a slaughterhouse of dead and dying phoners. Their telepathy had fractured, leaving only faint, unsettling psychic currents, but the survivors still filled the night with their screams. The carnage was beyond anything Clay had imagined. The firelight revealed horrific details: mutilated bodies, pools of blood, limbs scattered, and yet somehow the scattered clothes and shoes with no one inside them were even more unsettling. A man walked past them, clutching his throat, his intestines spilling out. Jordan was speaking, but Clay couldn't hear him over the screams and the roar of the fire, so he leaned closer. Jordan was repeating, like a mantra, that they had to do it. It was all they could do. Clay told him to put his face against his side and keep walking, and Jordan obeyed, the position awkward but workable. They moved along the edge of the flock's campground, heading toward the rear of what would have been the midway. Behind them, Kashwakamak Hall blazed brighter, casting a hellish glow across them all. Dark figures, many stripped naked by the blast, staggered and shambled through the chaos. The few that passed near their small group showed no interest. They either drifted toward the midway or disappeared into the woods to the west, where Clay suspected they would die unless they could somehow reform their shattered flock consciousness. He doubted they could. The virus was one reason, but Jordan's decision to drive the bus directly into their midst and maximize the kill zone was the primary one. He caught himself wondering if the phoners had ever imagined that killing one old man could lead to this, then immediately dismissed the thought. How could they have? They reached the dirt lot where the carnies had parked their trucks and campers. The ground was a tangle of electrical cables, and the spaces between vehicles were cluttered with the detritus of traveling families, barbecues, lawn chairs, a hammock, even a laundry whirligig with clothes still hanging. Dan urged them to find a vehicle with keys and escape north, noting that the feeder road was clear and Route 160 beyond should be open. Clay spotted a panel truck and found it unlocked. Inside, amidst plumbing supplies, he discovered what he was looking for: spray paint cans, 4 of them, full or nearly so. Tom asked about their purpose, but Clay deflected, promising an explanation later. Denise, her pants soaked in blood, pleaded to leave, her voice breaking into tears. They emerged in the midway between the crazy cups and a half-built kiddie ride. Tom pointed, and they all saw it. Draped across the ticket booth was the charred remains of a red hoodie. A large bloodstain matted the front around a hole likely from a piece of flying bus debris. Clay could just make out 3 letters before the blood obscured the rest. The Raggedy Man's last laugh. Denise made a grim joke about open heart surgery and urged them to move on. Tom suggested a smaller parking lot at the south end of the midway might have better vehicles. They found one, but it was blocked by a Tyco water purification van with its keys left in the ignition. Clay drove them away from the fire and the screams, rolling slowly down the feeder road to the junction with the billboard. He stopped and put the van in park, announcing he was getting out. Jordan knew why. Before Clay said it, he was going to look for his son. Tom tried to be realistic, pointing out Johnny was almost certainly dead. Clay acknowledged the possibility, but held on to the chance his son might have wandered away, confused, but alive. Denise warned him Johnny could be wandering in the woods with terrible injuries, but Clay was resolute. He'd seen others heading down the road. Johnny could have been among them. Tom sighed, recognizing the futility of arguing, and Clay asked him and Jordan to step outside. They stood by the van, watching lost-looking phoners pass by, paying them no mind. The fire on the horizon brightened as the forest caught. Clay gave Tom the cell phone and told them to head north, checking for bars. If they hit roadblocks, they should walk until the way cleared, then find another vehicle. Signal should return around Rangeley, and beyond that they'd be safe. He predicted the phoners north of the Mason-Dixon line would die in the winter if the flock mine collapsed. He'd left spray paint in the console to mark their route with TJD for Tom, Jordan, Dan, and Denise with arrows when they changed direction. Tom and Jordan both tried to persuade him to come along, but Clay refused, telling them not to make it harder. He asked Jordan the hard question: if he found Johnny and the worst that had happened was conversion, what should he do? Jordan was stunned, protesting he'd only guessed about the reboot. Clay knelt in front of him, taking his hand, urging him not to be afraid. Tom supported the question, and Jordan finally answered. Clay would need another cell phone and a place with coverage. Clay watched their taillights disappear, fighting the feeling he'd never see them again, clinging to the hope that the third time might be the charm. He set off south on Route 160, reasoning that if any part of Johnny's old mind remained, it might pull him toward home. A phoner with a blood-caked face bumped him, but Clay kept moving. Another phoner, a woman pacing frantically, stopped him with a sharp look. She asked a disjointed question that echoed in his mind as, "Who fell? Daddy? Who fell?" He answered he didn't know and tried to pass. She asked another, "Where am I now?" Then, as he walked faster, she called after him with a final, chilling question. "Who is Pixie Dark?" The first house he searched offered no weapon, but he found a long-barreled flashlight. Using it, he scanned every straggling phoner he encountered, asking the same question and trying to project an image of his son into their fractured minds. He received only fading fragments of thought in return, never an answer. At the second house, a Dodge Ram sat in the driveway, but he resisted the temptation to take it. If Johnny was walking this road, Clay would miss him by driving. He found a canned ham in the pantry, ate his fill, and was about to discard the remainder when he noticed an elderly phoner watching him with a sad, hungry expression. He offered the ham, and the old man took it. Clay asked his question again, and the old man replied with something that sounded like, "Ganna the wishy." Clay nodded as if it made sense and moved on. In the third house, he found a .30-30 rifle and ammunition in the basement, and a cell phone on the kitchen counter. The charger was dead, but the phone powered up with a single bar of signal, not surprising, given that the conversion point had been at the edge of the grid. He started for the door, armed and equipped, when exhaustion hit him like a physical blow. He knew he had to sleep if Johnny was out there. He was likely sleeping too. He found a small bedroom, the home of an elderly couple, and lay down on the neatly made bed, without even opening the covers. As sleep claimed him, his mind drifted back to the conversation with Jordan. The boy had repeated his theory about human brains as organic hard drives, wiped clean by the pulse like an EMP. Nothing left but the core, and the core was murder. But because brains were organic, they began to reboot, and a glitch in the signal code had produced the flocking, the telepathy, the levitation. Meanwhile, the pulse continued to pulse from a battery-powered computer somewhere, the program rotting and mutating. If the old human programming was saved to the system, like a protected computer after an EMP, then wiping the phoner program might allow the old programming to reboot. Jordan's final words echoed the human programming, saved somewhere deep down. Clay's last thought before sleep was a strange one. Maybe the phoners would have been better custodians of the earth than the normies. They'd been born in violence, but so was all birth. Once they'd started flocking, the violence had subsided. They hadn't made war on the normies except for forcible conversion, and their reprisals were understandable. They wouldn't have bought gas-guzzling SUVs, and their taste in music was improving. But survival was blind, and they'd had no choice. He dreamed of a bingo tent, and of Johnny smiling up at him from under the table. The next day was cold and raw with a foretaste of winter. Clay stopped to watch two phoners fighting on the roadside, punching, clawing, biting, and witnessed them rise slowly into the air, still locked in combat, reaching a height of 10 feet. One bit the other's nose, and the bitten man fell, blood streaming. The biter, realizing his own elevation, dropped and wrenched his knees, snarling at Clay as he passed. These battles were exceptions. Most phoners he encountered seemed lost and bewildered without their flock mind. The newest conversions, neither fully phoner nor normie, trapped in a fractured state like pixie dark, asking unanswerable questions. Clay continued his search, asking about a boy and projecting Johnny's image, but he received only silence or gibberish. He spent the next night in a trailer north of Gurleyville. The following morning, around 9, he spotted a small figure sitting on the curb outside the Gurleyville cafe. His heart leaped. He walked faster, then broke into a run as he confirmed it was a child, a skinny boy with long hair and a Red Sox shirt. He shouted his son's name, and the boy turned, startled and vacant. Clay swept him up, covering his face with kisses, whispering that he'd come for him. At some point, the child put his arms around Clay's neck and made a sound. It could have been meaningless, but Clay refused to believe that. It might have been a garbled version of tired, or it might have been die, the way Johnny had first named him as a toddler. Clay chose to believe the pale, malnourished child clinging to him had called him Daddy. A week later, that single ambiguous sound was all he had to hold on to. The boy now slept on a cot in a bedroom closet, the tight space seeming to comfort him in a way the open room never could. Outside, under a gray sky, snow was beginning to fall on Springvale's darkened Main Street, the cold wind driving it in serpentine patterns. It felt too early for snow, but this was May, and the calendar didn't care about complaints. His mind wandered to his friends Tom, Jordan, Dan, and Denise, wondering where they were tonight, how Denise was managing her pregnancy, whether Tom and Jordan thought of him as often as he thought of them. He missed Jordan's solemn gaze, and Tom's dry humor. There hadn't been nearly enough of that smile to carry him through what they'd endured. This past week with his broken son had been the loneliest of his life. He looked at the cell phone in his hand and wrestled with the question it represented. It had bars, 3 good ones, but the charge wouldn't last forever, and neither would the pulse. The batteries powering the transmission might give out, or the signal might degrade into nothing but static. Snow fell on the 21st of October. He thought it was the 21st, though he'd lost track, and the phoners would be dying out there more every night. Johnny would have been among them if Clay hadn't searched and found him. The question was what he'd actually found and what he'd saved. The boy hadn't spoken a recognizable word since that one possible "Daddy." He would walk with Clay but wandered off constantly, requiring the same kind of reeling in you'd do with a toddler. Each time, Clay thought of a wind-up toy he'd owned as a child, how it would march uselessly into a corner until you turned it back toward the room. Johnny had fought briefly when Clay found a car with keys, but once moving, he'd become almost hypnotized, even finding the window button and letting the wind blow through his hair. Watching him, Clay had thought it was like riding with a dog. When they hit an obstacle and Clay helped him out, he discovered Johnny had lost his toilet training. He'd wet himself. He'd lost that along with his language. He wasn't toilet trained anymore, but he could be led to a field to relieve himself, looking dreamily upward as he did. Housebroken, Clay thought miserably. Like a dog. And dogs didn't wake up screaming in the middle of the night. That first night, Johnny's shrieks had seemed like dying sounds, amplified in Clay's head so intensely that every hair on his body stood on end. The boy had crawled under the bed, and Clay had to wedge himself into the cramped space to hold him. The screaming lasted 15 minutes before stopping abruptly, Johnny going limp in his arms. In the morning, he was under the bed again, seeking the smallest shelter he could find, the opposite of phoner behavior. But Johnny wasn't like them. He was something new. Now they were in a caretaker's cottage with food, water, a wood stove, and even a chemical toilet, though Johnny refused to use it, preferring the backyard. The quiet had given Clay time to think, and standing at the window watching the snow, he realized the time for thinking was over. Jordan's words echoed. You'd need another cell phone and a place with coverage. He had both. Tom's question, how much worse could it be, felt like a shrug from someone who didn't have a son in this condition. Saved a system, Jordan had said, but to save the old programming, you'd have to wipe the phoner program first, and the idea of hitting Johnny with the pulse again, like lighting a backfire, was terrifying. He had no way of knowing what the pulse had mutated into. The pulse was different now. The phoners at the Gurleyville Fire Department had been talking, not just vocalizing actual words, however simple. They were different from the Raggedy Man's phoners, and Johnny was different from them. The worm was still munching, the program still mutating. And if the old human programming was saved somewhere deep down, the new version of the program might eat the old one as worms do. His mind turned to Alice, to the moment on Route 156, when she jumped up and demanded to know what the others had done. At least we did something, she'd said. That was his answer. Johnny wasn't getting better. His choices were to accept what he had, or try to change it while there was still time. He lit his way into the bedroom with a battery-powered lamp. The closet door was ajar, and in sleep, Johnny looked almost like the boy he'd kissed goodbye before Boston Thinner, but the same. It was only awake that you saw the emptiness. Clay knelt by the cot, sent a brief, desperate prayer to whatever might be listening, and opened the phone. 3 bars. He hesitated, then dialed the only number that mattered. He shook Johnny awake. The boy's eyes opened, wary but without human curiosity, the look of a badly treated dog. Clay pushed aside the last-minute doubts, the impossible odds. He thought of Alice. He looked at the numbers glowing on the phone, 911. He shook Johnny again to keep him from drifting off, pressed the call button, and counted 2 Mississippi beats. When the call connected, he didn't allow himself time to think. He spoke to his son in the old familiar way and pressed the phone to Johnny's ear. The end. Thank you for spending this time with the story. Every tale eventually reaches its final page, but the most memorable ones continue to echo in the imagination, inviting us to revisit the choices, fears, and questions they leave behind. XIII endures because its horror isn't rooted only in chaos. It's in the unsettling thought that our greatest strengths can also become our greatest vulnerabilities. Beneath the suspense lies a deeply human story about connection, survival, and the determination to hold on to hope when the familiar world begins to disappear. That's a theme Stephen King has explored throughout much of his career, and it's one of the reasons his stories continue to resonate across generations. The 2016 film adaptation took a different path from the novel, particularly in its conclusion, choosing a more direct ending where King's original remained intentionally ambiguous. Co-written by Stephen King himself alongside Adam Aleka, and directed by Todd Kip Williams, the film wasn't trying to reproduce every page. It sought to capture the novel's unsettling atmosphere within the limits of a feature-length film. John Cusack and Samuel L. Jackson reunited on screen after their acclaimed collaboration in 1408, giving longtime Stephen King fans another memorable pairing. Cinematographer Michael Simpson emphasized deserted cityscapes to create an eerie sense of isolation, while Marcelo Zarvos' understated score allowed silence and tension to speak louder than spectacle. Working with a modest budget, the filmmakers leaned on atmosphere and performance instead of large-scale visual effects, making the apocalypse feel surprisingly intimate. One small detail many viewers miss is that the novel's ending has sparked years of debate among readers, with no single interpretation ever becoming definitive. That lingering uncertainty is part of what has kept conversations about XIII alive long after its release. If this retelling inspired you, the original novel is well worth reading. It offers deeper character moments, richer emotional layers, and nuances that only Stephen King's storytelling can fully deliver. And if you enjoyed experiencing this journey together, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Did the novel's ambiguity speak to you more than the film's ending? Share your perspective in the comments. Every interpretation adds something new to the conversation. If you'd like to experience more cinematic story retellings, subscribing and sharing this video helps keep these stories alive for others to discover. Stories may come to an end, but the questions they leave behind often become part of us. Perhaps that's why we keep returning to them, not for the answers, but for the chance to see ourselves differently each time.